Comes down the wicket and guides it away, down to deep backward point, and there's the run that takes root into second place in the all-time Test run scorer list. He's gone past Ricky Ponting, and the crowd is rising to him. He's out there on his own now. He's got no one left to surpass except the great Sachin Tendulkar. Hello and welcome. It's the fourth day of the fourth Rothsay Test match between England and India at Old Trafford. I'm Daniel Norcross. I'm looking out at a cloudy, rather gloomy scene. England massively on top in this match, as you've just been hearing. They lead by 186 runs. They've still got 3 first innings wickets in hand. They got Ben Stokes on 77. He took a fifer in the first innings. He might join a rare and elite club of people with 105 wickets. We had a remarkable innings from Joe Root yesterday that saw him surpass everybody in the game apart from Sachin Tendulkar, and we've got a match that could well decide what has been a thrilling series. But could this be the day that India's doughty batting makes a comeback and extends us deep into day 5? All the answers to that we will find out, but most of all we have to find out if we're going to get much of a day 4, because the scene is pretty gloomy at the moment. But I'm hopeful that Matt Taylor is going to tell me good news. Matt?
You know what, Dan? I think I have good news for you, because I expect lots of play to come through today. The main risk area comes through the next hour or two. I've just been looking at the radar. There's nothing downwind of you at the moment, but the cloud is thick enough just to produce some occasional spots of rain or drizzle, maybe hamper light in just the next hour, I think. But looking at satellite imagery, there's some good breaks now out in the Irish Sea. So I reckon from around 12:30 we should see that cloud break up. A good deal more sunshine around at times through the afternoon. Chance of a shower very, very minimal, so I expect a full afternoon's worth of play. In fact, highs today of around 21. Tomorrow may be a little bit more iffy in that we'll see plenty of cloud hanging around all day long. It will thicken and thin throughout the day, so we could see some light rain or drizzle on and off throughout. It's only a small chance tomorrow, but it's a chance that will be. But certainly for today, optimistic of a fair bit, if not full play.
So tomorrow feels like better bowling conditions by the sounds of things than today, as this cloud disperses. Matt, would that be right?
I'd probably definitely say that, yeah. Tomorrow's going to be much cloudy, a bit greyer, and you could have that just slight dampness in the air as well.
Thank you very much. Well, that is pretty heartening news. I've got Phil Tufton alongside me, Sir Alistair Cook and Prakash Wakankar, and well, I suppose that's India's glimmer of hope here, isn't it? By the sounds of things.
Yep.
The first hour or so, if they can dispatch the 3 England wickets they need to, and then get batting in better conditions. But it's a tall order, Tuppers.
Yes, morning everyone. Yes, it's going to be a tall order from here on in for India. England in a fabulous position. They do have a bit of luck, this England side. I mean, they've woken up this morning and there's perfect bowling conditions. Obviously they're going to get a few more runs. What have they got? 180 odd lead, perhaps get up to something like 250. Ben Stokes 100, as you said, would be nice, and then get bowling. If things go well for England here, you know, they could wrap up the series here today. And I just feel that this pitch just might have a couple of wickets in it for a bowling side. You know, the odd one's kept low. So yeah, another intriguing day, but England right on top.
Alistair, Tuff has mentioned there, England have been a bit fortunate in this game with the conditions. They really have, haven't they? They got to bowl in terrific conditions on the second day, and then suddenly the sun emerged and batting became so much easier.
Well, morning everyone. They have. I mean, it's not been the reason that England are this far ahead in the game, though. You know, England have bowled better than India. They made India work so hard for those 350 runs, and then when India had the chance, yes, they didn't have quite as much help with the overhead conditions, but that bowling in that first 15 overs was poor from India, and suddenly all the momentum goes. It's very hard to drag back. Yesterday in the field, their best bit of the day was actually that last half an hour. They looked a little bit more engaged. Actually, at certain times in yesterday's afternoon session, the body language was poor, as can happen when you're behind the game. So England the word I'm going to use for England, they've been actually very ruthless in this game. So this side, how many times we've spoken about this England side, frittering out good positions in terms of not making it the best position because they wanted to entertain. Actually, yesterday they knew the value of every single run, and they weren't prepared to take that the entertainment view, thinking, it'd be better if we get a quick 30. They knew a slower 60 was better than a quick 30.
For India, Prak, it's now or never in this series. It seems cruel because they've been on top for a lot of it. They've won a lot of sessions in the first 3 matches, but this match, they've been behind, well, after the first day, they've been behind throughout. How are they going to get back in this game?
Frankly, I don't know how they will. If they were to, they're going to have to find something very quick in the morning today, try and wrap this innings up first of all, and then find some special resolve. I mean, since day 4 morning or day 3 evening at Lord's, notwithstanding the tail support and the real fight right at the end on the 5th day at Lord's, I think this has been a slightly different India side. I've seen I feel there are 2 sides that have played before the 3rd day and after the 3rd day, and we all know what I'm referring to. But the reality is, for this test match, the selection's been an absolute mess. There's no question about it. The fact that yesterday in the press conference, you could argue that Morne Morkel for the first time was probably a little bit more forthright in saying certain things, but saying that the decision to bowl Sundar as late as the 69th over was the captain's, fair enough, but do you say that out there? Do you then come out and say that preparing the bowling squad so soon after the IPL and getting them all conditioned and ready for a 5-test series was difficult? Again, probably true, but do you need to say that? What's that conveying? I don't necessarily
They're sort of
know.
getting excuses in ahead of the event.
Is it for his job? Is it for the team? Is it for the performance? Or is that just being honest and open? I mean, you could take any view that you desire. But that's not how typically things go in India particularly. We all know they'd hardly ever want to tell anything convey anything to the press. That being said, can India find that extra bit of resolve and determination to fight? But given what we heard about the weather, I think it's going to be a heck of a effort if India are to go through, particularly the way it looks today, and if it goes that far tomorrow morning.
Well, little bits of rain tomorrow. We're in Manchester, and sometimes little bits of rain can become long bits of rain. 2 years ago, it broke the hearts of many an Englishman when they had a day and a half of rain, but it doesn't quite sound like we're going to get that. Now, yesterday, though, was about Joe Root. He scored 150, another big 100, his 38th century, and in so doing, he surpassed, who was it? Dravid, Kallis and Ponting to sit at number 2 in the all-time stats. And this morning, he was talking to Alison Mitchell.
Joe, many congratulations for passing that incredible milestone yesterday. What was that moment like for you in the middle when you went past Ricky Ponting's marker?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great day for batting, first and foremost. I think the platform that was laid by the guys the previous night was outstanding. And then, yeah, I mean, it was really quite cool. I mean, to experience a whole ground standing like that for you it's a really nice feeling, but at the same time you've got a job to do, and you know that it's a huge game within this series, a big series. We've got a real chance of trying to get in a strong position going into these last 2 days, and ultimately that's what you play for, right? Is to set games up or chase big scores down and get your team across the line. So that was the main focus. It was obviously very touching, but there was bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, no, there's a focus on winning this match and the series, of course. But in that moment, I think Ben was there with you as well. He looked a little bemused. Was he aware of the significance of the 120 mark?
I don't think so. But again, like that's the whole point, really, is that it's something probably I look back on at the end of my career rather than right now. Or there's so many more important things that we have to handle and make sure that we get right. So. It was a really cool day. Something I say in time I'll try and take it in properly and sort of appreciate what I've achieved. But there's so much important cricket still to be played within this series, within this game, and obviously in the next little while. So that's the main focus right now.
Have you had many messages already, though? Have you seen Ricky Ponting? Because he's actually on the ground.
I've just actually seen him this morning. It was very nice for him to come over. So, again, Ricky's someone that I grew up admiring, watching, trying to emulate, copy in the garden at my local club, trying to play the pull shot that he's obviously world famous for. So even just to be spoken about in the same sentence as those guys are people that you grew up wanting to emulate and pretending to be is pretty cool.
And that must be a bit surreal for, say, your dad, and everyone else who saw you as that little lad running around the outfield at Sheffield Collegiate. What do you think it means to your family?
I think that they're obviously incredibly proud, and they put a huge amount of work in to helping me get here, whether that be taking me to games, providing opportunities, giving up their time. Grandparents, my wife as well, having to deal with everything on the side of it all, going through it with you without having any sort of control over what happens. So, there's so many people, coaches from club cricket all the way up to international cricket. They've given me their time, their wisdom. I'm extremely grateful for all of that.
And by simply playing the games that you do, staying in the moment, looking to win matches, these records are coming. You've only missed 2 test matches your entire career, and neither of those were through injury. What do you do? What keeps you fit and injury-free to have this longevity as well?
I've been quite fortunate, I think. I have had injuries, but they've generally fallen outside of test matches. I've broken pretty much all my fingers at different points from dropping too many catches and stuff, but... I think more than anything, you got to make sure you're prepared to play, and there's an element of fitness within that. But I think through experience, you learn what you need to do to get ready, whether that be a skill point of view, from a physical point of view, from a mental point of view. And I feel like I've had a good handle of that, and I've been very lucky in terms of managing to avoid injury. Thankfully, I don't run in and try and bowl fast, and I haven't got that sort of worry in terms of loading the odd bouncer in there when I'm bowling. But apart from that, I've been quite fortunate that I don't have to put my body through, what Woody might have to, or Stokesy and those guys that, bowling 20, 30 overs in an inning. So that's probably helped slightly too.
We can't have this chat without mentioning the name of Sachin Tendulkar, because notably, the one time you shared a test match with him was your debut match. What was that like for you, and what esteem, I suppose, did you hold Sachin in that moment?
Huge. I mean, he made his test debut before I was born, and then to be playing, on the same ground as him, to get the chance to play against him was incredibly cool. So again, someone you grew up watching, admiring, trying to learn from, to be on the same field, watch him go and play, even throughout that whole series as 12th man. Just seeing the reception he'd get when India would lose a wicket and the whole crowd would cheer, it was bizarre. So to see him go about his business and to get to play in a series where he was still playing was really quite a memorable experience that I'll never forget.
Does it feel bizarre for you that you are now second behind him in the all-time list, and within your sights potentially?
It's not something that I will focus on. Those sort of things should look after themselves. The focus has to be about winning games, and like I say, setting them up if we're earlier on in the test match, and if we need to chase something down, figuring out how to play that situation well, and working with the guys out there to get us across the line. So it might sound a little bit boring and methodical, but ultimately that's what I need to do to help England win, and that's why we play the game, right? Is to be involved in big series like this, in big games, and want to really go out there and put a really strong performance in for the 10 other guys in the dressing room, and for everyone in the ground watching.
So in terms of this match now, can it be done today? The situation that you're in, with a bit of weather around on day 5 maybe? I
mean, you just got to make sure that you look after what's right in front of you. First and foremost, we've got to try and get as many as we can, I think. And we know that the pitch is going to deteriorate. We saw it started to happen yesterday. A lot more balls keeping low and misbehaving, a little bit more spin throughout the day as well, whether that be off the straight or out of the rough. So things are moving forward. I can see that speeding up even more over the course of today and certainly tomorrow. So it's important that we really hammer home this position that we're in now. We're obviously in a great position of strength, but cricket is a funny game and things can turn quite quickly. So we we have to continue playing some really good cricket, which we have done in the first 3 days. And if we do that, then we'll give ourselves a chance. But you can't look at what might be tomorrow. We've got to earn that right by continuing to play some good, strong stuff, as mentioned.
And how's Ben after he had to leave the field and retired hurt mid-innings?
Yeah, he seems all right. I've not actually seen him this morning. I think he came in early, so... but he'll do everything he can. He's the ultimate professional. He's really looking after himself as best as I've seen throughout his whole career. He's incredibly fit, and I think just the amount he's taken on throughout this series, and the monumental effort in the first innings with ball, hot day yesterday, having to bat with me who doesn't hit many boundaries, got to run hard. I think it's probably just took its toll on him, and I think it was a really could have done some serious damage. He was clearly in quite a lot of pain, so hopefully he pulls up well today and carry on what was a brilliant innings yesterday, and like I say, get us in a real position of strength going into the third innings.
Well, congratulations on the milestone, Joe, and good luck for the match.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was a very positive Joe Root alongside Alison Mitchell. And as for Ben Stokes, well, we've seen him around today, and he was being put through his paces. He looked okay. It's hard to tell if he's...
Bit of cramp.
Bit of cramp, but as he said, he's been made to run a lot with Joe Root. Actually, Joe Root doesn't hit a lot of boundaries. I think Andy Zaltzman told us that he's scored more runs. He's run more runs. Is that right? He's got boundaries. He's got fewer boundaries than everybody else. Basically, not everybody else, but Sachin Tendulkar has scored 3,600 more runs. But actually, Joe Root has run more of his own runs than Sachin Tendulkar. Is that right?
I'd have to check that, but it sounds right.
It does sound right.
You just should get
What I'm talking about is that he's forever making people run.
Got there eventually. We know.
Yes. That's why we have him.
Absolutely.
We have Zoltz. He's supposed to step in.
But I mean, a great interview again by Joe. You just know what you're going to get from Joe, don't you? You know what I mean? It's all about the team. It's all about, I'm not really looking forward to it. He said that he'll look back and have a smile on his face. He sprinted out there yesterday morning when he was on 11, didn't he? He beat the umpires to the middle. He beat the Indian team and was shadow batting.
He does do that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Get out there.
Absolutely. He had this wonderful, great big smile on his face all day. And Cookie and I were talking earlier. It was inevitable. He was going to not only go past Callis and all the others, but then get the 120 to go past. Just seems no frills, no fuss.
As Henry Moran dubs it, Operation Catchin' Sachin.
Oh, I like that.
It's not bad, is it? It's not bad.
And also, although it's an amazing interview to do when you've gone past those three great players, Dravid, Callis and Ponting, it's not actually that easy to come across well in those interviews, because if you said, you feel awkward.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to sound arrogant, you don't want to sound, and certainly Joe doesn't, that's not in Joe's character at all, like the arrogance about how good he is. And we all know how good he is, the world knows how good he is, but when someone asks you a question about what's it feel like to go past Ponting, you can't say, oh, it's absolutely brilliant. You can't, you can't say it. But it is a monumental day in his career yesterday. It is. He will always remember going past those three players of such high regard, such high skill, and a realisation that you're now, and there's no caveat to Joe Root. He averages the same as them. He bats in the same positions. He actually bats in probably tougher conditions at least half the time than those guys had done. So you can look at that top 10 and say, well, I averaged 45. They averaged 50, and there's nothing you can take away from Joe Root that he could be up there just because he's played more cricket. No, he's at the same level, if not better. And if he plays and goes and gets Sachin's record, will be the most extraordinary thing to do, and to do it. And we do have to remember the conditions in England. They can have some flat days. But there's also days where you bat in England where it is heavily stacked against the bowler's favour with the Duke's ball and the overheads and the floodlights. Yes, you'll say, fourth innings or third innings and a couple of series in India over the last 6 months the last couple of years have been very tricky. But in general, the subcontinent's a nice place to bat at least one of the two innings.
You scored a lot of runs in the subcontinent.
Yeah, I did. I couldn't nick off very often there. So it's kind of when you take one dismissal out, it increases my odds quite a lot. But yeah, so that's so he knows. He deep down knows, and he will want that. I think he'll want that record, but he will never put that record above the team's thing. That has never been his thing. Like, if he doesn't get it, he'll still go down one of the greats thing, but he always is about making sure he'll score. So if he's needed another, I'll give you the example, get close to it, and England needed a quick 30, or 40, he would go for that quick 30 and 40 and not worry that it might cost him getting out. He's never once thought like that, and that's, I hope that comes across in interviews. Sometimes, he can, his interview character is very different to what he is off the field and, in the change room. He's a really happy-go-lucky, smiley. He gets that energy in the crowd because he loves cricket so much, but when someone throws a microphone in your face and says, "How good are you?" it's a very hard place to then go.
Just another quick thing about Joe Root. We get in about 8:45 every morning, don't we? Who do we see first?
Well done.
Yeah, no, we do.
Well, we have our own
very
nets.
professional. And as we're walking past the nets, who's the first one there? Marcus Trescothick throwing to
day one.
Joe Root. Simple as that. No one else in sight.
Well, you, Brack, will have seen an awful lot of Sachin Tendulkar. Did you ever think anybody was going to get near that massive record? 15,921 runs. That felt like Murali's 800 wickets, didn't it?
It did, and yet...
It still does, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess for a while longer, yes, for sure. Look, I mean, the fact is, Sachin, I think someone said this, Deep, I'm not sure, that Sachin for India is an emotion. And I think, that's something that got created, it probably got built up. I will go out and say that he maybe played on a little bit longer than many people wanted. There were questions. That 100th business dragged on a bit.
200 test matches.
Yes, 200 test matches. All of that, yeah. But that's India for you. We're talking about Joe Root. For me, as a cricket fan, more than anything else, the smile on the man's face hasn't changed, in my view, from the day he played his first game to yesterday. And that shows... just what a wonderful person he is. The way he speaks, understated, not sort of, going out and saying funny, strange things. And I think, therefore, if Sachin's record is to be broken, honest to God, I don't think there's a better person on earth today than Joe Root to do it, if and when it happens.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be talking much more about this over the lunch break. But let's talk now about the game and the situation of the game, because yesterday... it sort of started to look like, the retreat from Verdun. There were players on crutches. They weren't quite on crutches, but they were limping off. They were getting their foot stuck in footholds. Jasprit Bumrah had a little problem in the changing room, didn't he? Bumrah's speeds were down. Siraj looked exhausted. Ben Stokes with his cramp. This is a 5-test series. This is what happens in 5-test series, Alistair. And it's starting to come home to roost, isn't it?
Well, it's which side breaks last, almost, in a 5-match set series. And also the way the cricket has gone. The cricket has been of high quality, high intensity and long for 3.5 games. And that, unfortunately, takes a toll. We haven't had a 2.5, 3-dayer.
Well, we haven't had a wicket, or a pitch, if you like, where wickets have suddenly gone down very quickly, have we?
No, and that's what I suppose India will have to take hope for today and tomorrow. They might need a little bit of help from the weather. But that's that might come, might not come tomorrow.
They're in one of the better places for that.
Yeah, but so India have to, again, what you have to do in these series, if India to try and get out of this game, which will be an extraordinary effort if they do, they have to think, right, today we've got to survive today. Can we survive today? And when we bat, we might get the odd one which keeps low, but they have to believe. As soon as you lose that belief, after we've had 18 days cricket, 80, this is the 19th day of real hard cricket. If they lose their belief today, they'll lose today. But if they can hang in there, they've got some really good batsmen in good form, and they go again, and they take this in tomorrow, you could open the curtains tomorrow, and it could be a different story. That's what India have to believe. I don't think they can win this game from this situation, but that's what they have to do. And after a long tour, it's certainly not easy.
And they really do have the batting to do that, Tuffers, don't they? Because KL Rahul's been in terrific form. Jaiswal scores 50s at least every time he seems to bat against England. Yep. Shubman Gill was on course for Bradman's record. I know it's slowed down a little in the last couple of test matches. Rishabh Pant is a problem, no doubt about it. But the batting is deep. Washington Sundar at 8,
Absolutely.
7 or 8, and Shardul Thakur, they bat down the order, and they showed great resolve in that first innings in difficult batting conditions. They kept England out there.
Absolutely, and this Indian team like batting, as do all Indian teams. They like batting. So it's not going to be a walkover for England. I just feel, I think Joe Root was talking about the pitch. He said it is starting to spin a bit. The odd one is starting to sort of keep low, odd one just rearing up. I just feel that even if there is a bit of a sort of a partnership, perhaps a Gill and a Raoul get stuck in, and that there might just be one with a name on it, one that scoots down or one that sort of leaps at a glove or something.
And England have finally rewarded their bowlers. How often they seem to spend
two nights of sleep.
Yeah, and I think that freshness is what you do need to do. And if you're being a betting man, you would say that England will get more out of this wicket for that initial 50 overs, because when you're ahead of the game and you're fresher, you can whack that pitch out. Bryden Castle could come in and whack, he's full of energy to whack that pitch and you get more out of it.
Prak, how are you feeling? What hope do you see?
Hope is eternal, but reality is a bit different. I think it's a question of how long India can prolong it, and can that bring the team together for the final test.
Well, thanks, Prak. We're going to bring in Jonathan Agnew in a moment. So the strains of Jerusalem are playing. The crowd is just bubbling up nicely. The clouds are still here. It feels like a bowling morning. So the first task for India is to knock off those 3 wickets. For England, well, they'd love possibly to bat the entire session. They've got Dawson out there, Liam Dawson alongside Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes on 77 not out. Andy Zoltzman's alongside me. Just a reminder before we bring Aggers in of the Englishmen who've taken for Pfeiffer and 100 in the same test match. They consist of Ian Botham plentifully.
Yes. Gus Atkinson last year against Sri Lanka.
Yes.
And Tony Greig.
And Tony Greig. That's it. So Ben Stokes could move into yet another elite group. He's on 77 unbeaten at the moment alongside Dawson. I'm going to make way, leave you in the hands of Phil Tufnell and Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, it is an elite group. There's lots of Ian Bothams in there. Stokes, that's what... I don't think that'll be on his mind particularly. He'll realise he's only 20 or 30 odd away, but I think he'll just be looking to play for the team and see what it's like and see how it goes. Aggers, good morning.
Good morning, Tuffers. Ricky Ponting, I see, was striding across the ground there. Now down into 3rd place, of course. Looking increasingly hirsute these days is our Ricky, but he's walking purposefully from the ground, having done his preparation as well. The umpires are on their way. Here we go for the 4th day of this match, and India have got a lot to do to make sure that there's a 5th. They're down there as a group. I think when the messages came through about the fast bowlers, one of which fell down the stairs and another one tripped over in the footholes, you start to think, it's all going a bit wrong here, isn't it? I mean, when you start getting injuries like that, it's not great, really. Ben Stokes, I saw having a lengthy fitness test this morning.
Moving all
he seemed
right
to
there.
pass that okay.
Yeah.
Striding out towards the middle. He wants to get on with it. And I wonder how many more he's got in his mind of scoring here. Well, 50 maybe? 50 runs?
250 would be nice, wouldn't it? 250 lead, perhaps, 230, 240, something around that. They're in a fabulous position and they've still got bags of time. There is a little bit of weather about, but I don't think that will concern them.
No.
Still got plenty of time in this test match, just not grind their way to a position, but play some good cricket and get yourself into a really, really strong position.
Played well yesterday. 319 runs they scored.
Yeah, it wasn't
in the day yesterday, which was just sort of nailing the game down.
Yes,
really, wasn't it?
And we've been asking for that, John, haven't we?
Yes. Oh, yes. It was a very good professional performance.
Absolutely.
And I look at the pitch this morning. It doesn't look bad.
No.
There's a little bit of rough.
Did you see that little spot that the odd one goes?
No, it just looks fairly level. There's lots of poking and prodding going on out there, but
there isn't a sort of a notable crack or a little area that's just sort of disintegrated. No.
Okay. It's not as obvious as that.
Must be a mole.
Well,
pops his head
there's
up.
Something there, but no, it's not obvious. It's just hard.
Yeah.
A few cracks, but. They haven't opened up too much. Now here's Jasprit Bumrah. He's the one who fell down the stairs and twisted his ankle.
I shouldn't laugh.
I know, but it's just ridiculous.
I've done that. As I said, we had Philip de Freitas getting out the bath, pulling the groin. We've had people tripping over steps and
Chris Old sneezing.
Chris Old sneezing. You kind of feel sometimes that it's against you, don't you, when you're on tour?
Phil Edmonds getting out of a car.
Yeah.
That's how Nick Cook made his debut. There've been some strange ones through the years. But coming down the stairs from the dressing room. But anyway, we'll see how he is. He must be strapped up. He's going to bowl first, and Stokes is still
prodding away at the pitch there. There's 2 slips and a gully. England lead by 186 runs if you're catching up with this. We've got some, on-timers. I'm going to say late-comers, but they're not late because we haven't had a ball yet. But people coming in to Old Trafford as Bumrah prepares to bowl the first ball of this 4th day. Stokes is ready, bat raised, Bumrah's on his way, and Stokes comes solidly forward and meets the ball with the middle of his bat, and Jaiswal fields out there at cover. Lots of excitement, sort of weekend crowd today. It was a slightly different atmosphere to things. But it'll be full up there in that temporary stand in a moment. We've got some up there in uniforms. They look like they're sort of hunting uniforms.
I think they might be chasing something around later on.
Red jackets, white breeches, I think they call those. I don't think they're jodhpurs, although they say, are they the same thing? In comes Bumrah, bowls, and Stokes gets one that lifts on him there a little. But rather surprised as he played that away out to cover. Are breeches and jodhpurs the same thing?
I think there is a difference between a jodhpur and a breech.
He's not really expert on these things. I don't think Andy Zaltzman's an expert on these matters. Good morning, Andy.
Morning, Aggers.
I've got a little present for you. Because I think there's been a bit of just a minor piece of misidentification, which
sorry, is this Andy? Sorry, is this Andy or me?
Andy. Because I met with Dave downstairs, who looks after us. He sort of runs the lifts, doesn't he, in reception here. He's a terrific character. In comes Bumrah, bowls, and Stokes forward, placed a bit off. He said, you've been ordering stuff off Amazon, Jonathan, as I left. I said, no. He said, well, there's something for you from Amazon. At the other end of the ground, there's sort of security having a look at it. I said, no. Anyway, there's Davis Horning with his Amazon envelope, in which is a book called I Want My Hat Back, and a note from the Culverhouse family in North Somerset saying, Dear Aggies, we heard about your lost hat today and it made us very sad. Here's a story about a different lost hat. It's very funny. We hope you enjoyed as much as we do, from the Culverhouse family in North Somerset. Well, look, that's really kind, and what a lovely gesture, by the way. And look, it's a lovely sort of children's book, I think. In comes Bumrah, bowls, and it's pushed away to mid-on. Stokes, well, he's fit. He's run up the wind there.
Close.
Direct hit at the stumps. Now, if he's run his bat in, I think he's okay. If he hasn't, he might not be, but it's a good diving effort.
Run out.
Coming in there from mid-on.
We have umpire review for run out.
Siraj has given it out.
Can you show me the side-on replay, please?
Stokes is saying no. Siraj has got his finger up, waving it in front of his face.
He had to weave round another fielder.
Nice and slow.
Very tight. He's in. He's in.
I have a visitor for you at the big screen.
Just.
It was a nice piece of fielding, but I'm afraid Siraj got that one and he got a little overexcited.
Got it wrong.
But it was funny the way he was waving it around there. 5:45 for 7, and that shows that Stokes is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll be...
he had to put the toe down there.
He'll be bowling. And so we've got a bit of a hiatus there as Dawson takes guard. So anyway, look, thank you so much, the Culverhouses, but I haven't lost a hat. And I think, Andy, it was you talking about a lost hat, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Right.
But your green one's gone.
Well, no, I'd left it in the bar. It wasn't very lost, but I couldn't find it. Prakash had picked it up, brought it in yesterday.
So you found it again?
We were reunited. It was
so the dear old Culverhouses have gone to Amazon. Oh, there it is. You're wearing it as well. Okay. There's Bumrah from the far end, bowls, and Dawson comes forward, plays the ball back to the bowler again. And there's no run. This is basically he's an animal, isn't he? Is it a beaver?
I think it is a beaver.
It's a beaver who's lost his hat. My hat is gone. I want it back.
What is a fox?
He's asking a fox. You've seen my hat? No. I haven't seen your hat. Oh, okay. Thanks anyway. So there it is. It's a lovely book, isn't it? You could read that. Well, I was going to say bedtime stories, I would say. 5:45 for 7. In comes Bumrah, bowls, tucked away into the leg side out to mid-wicket. And Jaiswal fields there.
He looks very comfortable with the bat in his hand.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Yeah, absolutely.
No problem at all.
Solid against Bumrah there. Couples right in the middle of the bat.
One off the over. And so England's lead extends. Many thanks to the Culverhouses. That's extremely kind of you. What do we have here? We have Mike in Watchet. It's following the start of the day's play from beside a railway line with a toddler. There's got an old steam train going past.
Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it?
Where's Watchet?
Watch it?
Yeah.
You watch it.
I don't know. Watch it with one T.
Don't know where to watch it.
We've got two questions this morning ready.
Yeah.
British and Jodhpur's the same thing. I think they might be. Watch it's in Somerset.
Oh, lovely.
Well, there we go. That answers the second one.
That'll be nice.
But thank you, Culverhouses, from North Somerset. There we go. Well, I'm going to keep the book. If Andy's got his hat.
Oh, you're gonna. It's not to you.
Well, I gave a hat to Ben Stokes the other day. So I think it is to me. It says Dear Aggers. Anyway, it's all a bit confusing. But, it's a lovely book, thank you, with a beaver on the front, and that's...
Oh, well, you live in the beaver.
I do. That's very appropriate. Siraj then, on his way round the wicket, runs in bowls to Stokes. So gets a little squared up there, prods the ball out to cover. And there's no run. I think the big change today is the weather.
Yep.
There's low cloud, and it feels like a decent day to bowl, actually. So,
He finds his hat at the end.
It looks like a dunce's hat.
Wow. Nice little book.
He does find it. Well, you've given it away now.
Oh, sorry.
Spoiler alert. when he gets
Well,
listening.
poor old John Classen, who wrote this.
Sorry, John.
I tell you what, though. Oh, it's a bear, and it's not a beaver. It's a bear.
It's a bear.
It's got to look at the reviews from here. Siraj round the wicket, bowls, and Stokes charges him and drives square through the offside. And a lovely shot, a thunderous square drive there, dancing down the pitch. And a square drive sends the ball out to the point boundary very quickly.
What a shot that was. As you say, just advancing down the pitch, gets it right on top of the bounce, Ben Stokes. No chance
Great
of stopping that.
I'll only give this one review because I don't know John Classen. The funniest book ever written, says The Guardian.
I'll tell you something.
It's from The Guardian.
Well, he hasn't read any of mine.
Huge claim.
Well,
That's it.
it is a huge claim.
I've done some very funny ones.
There's Siraj, that's tucked away out towards mid-wicket. And they're thinking about two. They won't get it, though.
Who's written that?
Don't always believe reviews. That's the lesson.
I've read some of your reviews for your shows.
Yes. The first review I ever had, The Observer, national newspaper, the first time I went up to the Edinburgh Festival, described me as grindingly mediocre.
Well, truth hurts sometimes, Alan. So that's a bear.
Grinding.
Grinding mediocre. That's quite unkind, actually.
Yeah.
How did you take it?
Quite badly, but, you know.
Yeah. Did he bounce back?
Yeah.
Well, the next year they had a different reviewer who liked my stuff. And then the next year they had a different reviewer who was kind of ambivalent about it. So it probably averaged out over the 3 years.
Yeah, fair enough. Grindingly. It's a cruel word, grindingly, isn't it? 550 up, 7 wickets down. The lead, 192. Siraj bounces in, bowls outside the off-stump. A little fiddle and a flick there from Dawson. Makes no contact. Becky from Wiltshire. Britches and Jodhpurs are not the same thing.
Thought not.
Jodhpurs are full length and designed to be worn with short boots. Breeches are shorter and lie flat against the leg, and so best suited for long riding boots. Well, that's kind of... OK, Beck, I can't take it, but they are both for riding horses in.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're not the same, John. OK, I mean, you could say that about anything, couldn't you? Two different things
same
for the same thing.
the same thing.
It's a bit like Speedos and sort of short swim shorts.
In goes Siraj again, plays down to mid-on, and there's no run.
They're different.
Well, there's... Yeah.
I know you
Sort of. Not...
Are you still doing your riding?
No, the last time I rode, the chap said I squeezed into some Jodhpurs. And he looked at me rather disparagingly and he said, real men ride in jeans.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No.
Well, fortunately, I had a stretchy pair.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Because I sat on this horse all day.
Yeah.
And if I'd been wearing like sort of denim jeans, I think I'd have been struggling.
Chafing.
I think I'd have been.
Can you do the plains of Argentina?
We've been well, when I did questionism for the Olympics, I went to learn how to ride.
Yeah.
So yes, we had 2 trips to Argentina riding. In goes Siraj, bowls, tucked away out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run, but I got off this horse that day.
Oh.
Well, it was like a sort of a collapse off. And I was lying on my back and my legs in the air. They're sort of like fixed in the riding position, but lying on the back. You know what I mean? Cool. Saddle sore.
Yeah.
But lovely thing to do, though.
Yeah.
Right high up in the mountains there. And,
the Gauchos.
Look down, look down over Chile. There in the Andes. That's fabulous. Oh. Nice thing. Have you ever ridden a horse?
Yeah, many times.
Have you?
Yeah.
Properly?
Yes, properly. I've raced one. Yeah, for a sort of a stunt. Me and Jason Gillespie got on a couple of racehorses and did the final furling.
Yes. Yeah. Good speed.
Good speed, yeah. Yeah, we was moving.
Well. You always surprise me. 5.50 for 7. Bumrah around the wicket. Moves in, bowls to Stokes. There's one that keeps rather low. And he plays that back to the bowler again.
Ben Stokes on 83 not out. It's his highest score since he made that fantastic 155 against Australia at Lords in that rather pyrotechnic test match 2 years ago. So it's his 21st test since then.
That's a grindingly interesting stat, Andy.
Zing.
Here's Bumrah again, swinging his arm. 5.50 for 7. He comes in round the wicket. Stokes is waiting, and he gets a thick edge. The ball runs away towards gully. But there's room there for him to move to his left and take the run.
Start to understand why in comedy it's generally a tradition that you don't talk about your own bad reviews. It's a long time ago.
Oh, we've all had them. My bowling got some bad reviews.
Yes. Blowers commentated on mine, my first game against Worcester, Middlesex Worcester, and I think after 2 or 3 overs I'd been carted around, and I think he said, "Oh my dear old things, I haven't seen this tough knob before, but I don't think line and length is his forte."
Oh.
He did. Adam's nodding at them.
We pulled him up on that.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
But he was kind of spot on. It was my debut.
Yes. Bumrah rushes in, bowls. Dawson comes nicely forward there. Plays the very straight bat down the ground to mid-on. The first observations are that England aren't looking to get on with this,
Nope.
sort of busily, as it were. They're just playing at the moment.
Yeah.
They've got a lead of 193.
Well, I found it interesting listening to that Ben Duckett interview the other day.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you heard it as well.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it was very calm, very mature. You know what I mean? I think,
Yep.
I think they've, and it's the way they've gone about setting up this game as well.
Yeah.
Not frenetic.
No, it's been a really good performance.
Yeah.
Bumrah bowls. Dawson defends on the back foot this time. Bumrah seizes the ball.
There is something very sort of sucks the energy out of you, isn't there? Talking about grindingly.
Yes.
You know what I mean? By being ground down.
Yeah.
But not getting, as a bowler, Agus, sometimes you want someone he's just slogged one up in the air. Oh, thank God for that. If they just solid, they put you away after a while.
Yep. No, fair comment. Bumrah swings his arm. Moves in now, past the umpire, sort of hop, skip and a jump there. Moves in, bowls, and that hits him on the pad. Appeal flag before wicket. Umpire Raza's thinking about this and then says not out. And I think the overall impression there was that was a bit high. If that had kept low, if it had a touch of the Wokes about it that he got yesterday, I think he'd have been on his way. But they've only got one review left. It looked rather high from here, and I think the impression from the others out there was, hand leg side, wasn't it? Good decision from Mr. Raza.
Touch of the Wokes. That was a belter, wasn't it?
Well, this came off the bottom of the bat, didn't it?
Played for.
Horrible thing. Yeah. Bumrah once again. Rushes in, bowls. Dawson plays that down towards straight mid-on. Siraj is there busily. And there's no run. End of that over, the third of the day. England have moved on to 5.51 for 7, a lead of 193. I must thank Alex Hartley for a lovely evening.
Yes, it went well, didn't it?
It absolutely did.
The pizzas were lovely.
They were. Whoever lives in her block of flats will notice, I suspect, a large pile of cardboard boxes outside the front door this morning. I've never seen so many pizza boxes.
Yeah.
It was a very nice evening. Well done, Alex.
Yeah.
When a minimum of in terms of fine dining.
Well,
there was no cutlery. There was no crockery.
We had some kitchen towel, which was handy.
Yeah, that was necessary. But it was a very nice evening.
There's a great array of pizzas stuck in. I bet we hoovered them all up by the end.
5.51 for 7. And goes. That keeps a bit low. Siraj bowls there on the off stump. Stokes plays out to cover. And nice to see Catherine Cross there as well. Who's sort of oppo, isn't she, on the podcast and so on. She's on good form.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned that about the Amazon and that book around and everything. we've become, Dawny, if you're listening, how morning. Dawn likes an Amazon, something, little bit of shopping online and everything.
Right.
Comes 2 or 3 times a day sometimes. So we've got to know him quite well.
Oh. That's the next shot from Siraj, and is driven handsomely. That's a wonderful shot. Ben Stokes there has just leant into a cover drive. No one's moved. That's a wonderful shot.
Christ.
Cover goes to 88, leads 197.
That's an absolute belt. That's the shot of the innings, that is. Look at that follow through.
Yeah, great shot.
Fantastic. Yes, we've become quite, friendly with him and everything. And anyway, one day he's knocked to me, give me this pass, and he said, tough as Phil. He said, this is a real special one. You've got a real special one. I said, why is that?
How do you know?
And he looked at me and went, because it's for you.
Very rare event.
Very rare event.
Yeah, staggering in with all these other boxes. 5.55 for 7, and Stokes gets that away into the leg side, playing slightly across his pad, but gets another run, goes to 89. Oh, was it special?
No, not really. Pair of socks or something.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
I should say, for the sake of balance, other tropical rainforests are also available.
True.
Absolutely.
5.56 for 7. 3 balls to go in this over. Stokes does look in terrific form.
What a shot that was.
Yeah. He's played 2 now, so a square drive and a cover drive.
Yeah. 11 away from the 100. Just goes to show.
I thought I was quite polite to Alex there. She sent me a message.
What she said?
Called me a rat bag.
Why?
Well, I don't know. Here's the next one on the off stump, pushed away for a single out to point.
Very nice.
They take a run.
Yeah.
5.57 for 7.
I think there was a hot one there, though. I think it might have been a jalapeno or something.
Oh, probably.
It was a nice hot line.
Well, I think basically she ordered every type of pizza that this particular pizza
I
delivery.
wonder how it got there, because it couldn't have come on a bike.
No, I think it's a sort of massive
Arctic lorry.
HGV pulled up. I've also got to say hello, because I was supposed to do it 2 days ago, and I've been clutching this piece of paper, because one of our favourite colleagues is Eleanor Oldroyd, who's 2 boxes down.
Yes.
And she sort of looks after us. She keeps a sort of a maternal eye on us, I would say, from 2 boxes away. She tries. Siraj bowling short, and that's tucked away by Stokes down to deep square leg. Another run taken there. The throw comes. He's had to stretch there, and again, just showing that his calf is definitely fit. Anyway, Robert Oldroyd, Eleanor's uncle Bob, was recovering from a hip replacement at home. Not a regular listener, so I hope he's tuned in. But anyway, Ellie says that hopefully back on his feet soon and playing golf. And absolutely right. So hope he's being a patient in the meantime. A lot of hips around, aren't they? I mean, people do make really quick recoveries.
Yes.
Hip replacements.
Yeah, Dawny had one.
Did he?
Yeah, Dawny.
Sure.
Yeah, she did. She's back and on her feet.
Yeah,
very quickly.
brilliant.
Well, they sling you out pretty quickly now. You've got to keep moving now.
Well, like almost the next day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back you go. Siraj bowls short, pulled away. That's a good shot from Dawson. He's going to get 4 for that. Proper hook shot. Ball literally off his nose and pulled away to backward square leg for 4 runs. So 5.62 for 7. A good positive start by England. Some fine strokes there from Stokes, and that was a nice one as well, pull shot. So England moving on, and they'll either get bowled out or they'll declare, I suspect, sometime before lunch. Tuffers, that was an entertaining 20 minutes, thank you, more from you. And then we've got Dan Norcross coming in here.
Yeah, England going along nice and steady. I mean, they're looking to push on, but without being frivolous, They're putting the bad balls away. A couple of gorgeous shots from Ben Stokes.
Oh, those drives.
Oh,
I know.
Oh, lovely.
I know. Track of the vapours.
Yeah, I mean, it still looks a good pitch. The odd one's doing a little bit.
Bumrah will continue from the Anderson end into Stokes with 2 slips and a gully. In he comes around the wicket. Stokes clips this away into the onside, gets a single out to deep square leg. Moves to 91.
Yes. just goes to show. But what were Beefy's stats about fifers and hundreds and everything? And did he get 27 fifers? Here, both of them.
I'll get his
Was a
career
lot.
stats up.
A lot of them were quite early on, weren't they?
Well, yeah, his early stats, which we were talking about in the Ask Me Anything, which you'll be able to get soon on the BBC Sport website and app today. There was a question about all-rounders. 5 times scored a century and took 5 wickets in the same test.
Bumrah is in to the right-handed Dawson. Nibbles this, and it flies. Well, how am I to describe this? He was attempting a kind of back foot punch, and the ball got way too big on him, flew past his outside edge, and then swung to the left of Jarrell, who had to dive to his left to take it. That ball did sort of everything. It's an amazing ball. It's utterly startled Dawson.
There's that delivery that we were talking about earlier in the warm-up there, Dan. The odd one just leaps or squats.
Yes, and that is somewhat concerning if you're an Indian batter watching on. 205 the lead, 563 for 7. Bumrah in. Oh, he's bowled him! That has kept low. It was just outside the off stump. It's nipped back and it's gone under Dawson's bat. The one before has leapt and that one's kept low. And those are concerning signs for anybody else who's got to come out and bat on this. England lose their first wicket of the morning, their 8th of the innings, they're 563 for 8, and I don't know there was a great deal that Dawson could have done about that.
Well, for back-to-back deliveries, one's whistled past your nose from a similar length. To be fair, that didn't squat down too much, but it did a little bit. You know,
I mean, it's quite short for it not to go over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, so
the top of off.
Yeah, so the first one goes past your head, the other one hits sort of like 3/4 of the way up off stump from virtually the same position and nips back. That's tricky, but he's bowled. He deserved that. Bumrah. He's played well, but I think he's done well there. Dawson batted nicely.
Well, there was a lot of applause for that 26, which suggests to me that there's a lot of people here who think that Dawson deserved to be in this team sometime before.
I think you might be right.
Pointed that out.
Yeah.
Which will bring Bryden Cars to the crease. England do bat deep. You've got Cars at 10. Archer.
You've got to watch that on the highlights because it doesn't sum it up if you just see the one ball. If you don't see the one ball, you've got to see the first ball and then the second ball directly after.
And today at the test, by the way, is on tonight on BBC Two at 7 o'clock. And I'm no doubt the editor would have clipped both of those together.
Must do.
Note to editor.
Absolutely. Will do. He knows his stuff.
You can watch it on the website, of course. You can watch it on the BBC Sport website and app, because we've got, I'm going to say it, in-play clips and highlights. I can hear the sound of one of my former producers turning slightly blue and angry. Bryden Cast to the crease. Got 50 in the last game.
Yeah,
56.
Played well. Doesn't fill you with confidence when you see that, though.
No, especially when it's Bumrah bowling. He's bowling at some pace today. His pace was down yesterday. I'd like to...
His foot, when he done his foot coming down the stairs, didn't he?
Yes. Well, I mean, we had Siraj as well had a bit of that in the foot marks. But he's looking pretty good this morning, Bumrah. So they seem to have patched him up. And Cars has got to face him here. 3 balls left in the over. Bumrah's in. And Cars defends a ball that, again, jags back into him a touch, and it's quite high up on the bat. Just stayed from the crease, pushes it to the offside. There's no run. We're talking about both of them and those fifers and hundreds.
Yes.
My favourite one is, I think, the Jubilee Test in 1980, because I think he bowls unchanged on the first day of the Test match in Mumbai. 26 overs, bowls the first ball of the match, and he doesn't come off.
Wait, one spell?
Yes, one spell. Andy could get it up for us.
These all-rounders are different breeds. They're wired differently.
Bumrah in, defended well by Cars, gets in behind the ball and pushes back on the front foot back to the bowler.
Was it 26, 27 or something?
27 fifers, 1400s.
Right, so now Ben Stokes, that was his 5th fifer. So it just goes to show what a bowler Beefy was.
Well, Beefy was probably the spearhead as well, wasn't he? Whereas Stokes is...
Well, he's becoming the spearhead.
Well, he is now. But he's mostly been a sort of
the fourth bowler, hasn't he? Third or fourth bowler, whereas when Botham was at his peak.
And how many centuries did he get, Beefy? 16?
14.
14, I mean,
Stokes has got 13 at the moment.
Yeah.
Bouncer flies away for 5 wides or 4 byes. We'll find out in a minute. It's byes, and it's 4 of them. It was a ball not that dissimilar to the ball before the Dawson dismissal. And it was short, and it bounced over Jarrell, who couldn't get nothing on it. It's a bit harsh to be byes. It has been given as byes. Oh, no balls. I wasn't expecting that. So let's have a look. Yes, it's a front foot no ball.
Just.
So 5 get added to England's score. It's whistled past his nose, and then it swung past the diving Jarrell. He didn't stand a chance. Last ball of the over again. 2 slips and a gully. And Cars defends again into the offside. A ball back of a length. He just stabs at it, pushes it into the gully region. No run.
So he's bowled 26 overs unchanged.
Yeah, can we get the scorecard up of that? I'm pretty sure.
It is arguably the greatest single match a cricketer's ever had in Test history. Made a century in a game in which no other player made a 50 and took 13 wickets in the game. Genuinely, so that was the last game before he became captain, and his Test as captain he didn't score 100 or take a fifer.
They were all against the West Indies, though, weren't they?
West Indies
and 2 against Australia.
Yes, you had 2 series against West Indies.
Back to back. Yes, quite a tough assignment.
Yes,
the 1980 West Indies team. pretty vicious.
Yeah, captain at the age of 24.
But was it 26.2 overs he bowled? Because it's sort of unimaginable now.
Absolutely, couldn't do it.
No one would dream of doing it.
And his first Test, not as captain, after his captaincy, was the Headingley Test of 81, in which he took a 6 for and scored a 50 in the first innings, 149 not out in the second.
Yes, and he claims the captaincy had nothing to do with his form at all. Which may be right. Could just be coincidence.
I do remember him walking off at Lord's and sort of pulling the toilet chain or something. Do you remember that?
Oh, when he walked back to a silent reception.
Yeah.
Washington is into the attack. Forward comes Stokes, defends to short extra cover, and there is no run. Yes, that was a very unsatisfactory occasion, wasn't it? He got out for a pair.
That was it.
He was bowled by Ray Bright round his legs, I think, in the second innings. In comes Washington. Shorter and is whipped away into the onside by Stokes for an ambled single out to deep mid-wicket. He moves to 92 and England to 569 for 8.
Yeah, I've got the scorecard from that game. It's the Jubilee Test in February 1980 in Mumbai. India 242, both them 6 for 58 and 22.5 overs.
22.5.
Yeah, but that wasn't the innings in which he bowled unchanged.
No, sorry. So it's the second innings. Second innings of all the innings.
He made 114, batting at 6, coming in at 57 for 4. That became 58 for 5.
So he was in at quite a tricky moment then.
Yeah.
Washington's in again. Forward comes Cars, and a thick edge squirts away down towards the boundary, past first slip. Don't think it's going to get there. Fielder runs round. Does the fielding, Jadeja. And they've just settled for 2, which tells you... Have they settled for 2?
Yeah.
Which tells you that Stokes' calf is still not quite right, because that was really a very doable 3 on other days. Sorry, Andy.
Well, they changed fielding and made 296. India in their second innings, 149 all out and 52.1 overs, of which both them bowled 26 unchanged.
Washington in again to Cars as a slip goes in place, and that just bounces off the pad and has turned a touch and has ballooned into the onside. They don't take a run as slip runs round to gather.
7 for 48 in 26 overs and 7 maidens, having already bowled 22 overs in the first innings
and scored 100.
That's a good game. I mean, he must have caught a few at slip a bit as well.
Washington's in, forward and defence comes Cars. Drops the ball at his feet. There's no run.
Well, he was bowling most of the time.
I wonder,
took most of the wickets.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Did he get any catches?
No catches.
Oh,
that's a shame.
Beef.
Pull your finger out. I suppose he was only able to field for half the overs, wasn't he? Washington in again. This is clipped away back to the bowler off the back foot, and that completes the over. 141 gone. England 571 for 8. Stokes 92. Cars has 2.
What was you put your captain's hat on, Dan? What you fancy? 2-13 lead already.
I think they bat.
What, sharpish?
No, they just
Before
keep
load.
batting.
Just go, right.
Yeah.
You
I don't see a declaration coming. It's only
No?
2 wickets to fall.
Yeah.
I think the wickets will fall organically.
Yes.
You know what I mean? There's so long left in the game.
And they're more healthy that way, aren't they?
They are,
Yeah,
and free
absolutely.
range. They're free range wickets. We'll round things up in the TMS podcast, available shortly after play on BBC Sounds, where you'll also be able to find our view from the boundary with Dame Sarah Story yesterday, and a new episode of No Balls with Kate Cross and Alex Hartley. There's lots of cricket going on. No county cricket today. Those games, that round of games finished yesterday. One more round of Kookaburra balls for county fans to endure, and then they can be put away, hopefully never to be seen again. Pulverised, would be my
Given to
solution.
the dog.
Yes. You know, they're quite hard though. Need to have good teeth. As Bumrah is into Stokes, starting a new over, and he just manoeuvres the ball into the offside from the crease and finds a single to the right of extra cover, moves to 93.
And that is a first Test century for Jasprit Bumrah. It's the first time he's conceded a
Oh, really?
Wow.
in an innings. His 91st innings in Tests. It's the second most overs he's bowled in an innings currently. He's in his 32nd. He bowled 36 in Chennai in February 2001.
That's a
Against-
surprise because he's lost 23 Test matches, I think. Did you say?
He has lost 23.
Yeah, so you would think that in that time there would have been occasions when he went for 100, but no. First time Bumrah's gone for 100. Carr's on strike, no sense of shielding him. As Bumrah is in, he drives into the offside, gave himself some room and slaps it square of the wicket for 4. Enterprising shot from Carr's. So it looks to me, yes, it's that England are going to just hit the ball hard from now on. Have a go.
Yeah, that's as I walked through the door, I said to morning everyone. The Jasprit Bumrah's never gone from. I said, don't worry, we've done that. I thought I might have Zoltz.
Yeah.
He's all over
Zoltz
it.
was all over it the moment it happened.
Is that right?
He was there, he was
He'd gone for
anticipating.
99, hadn't he, at the MCG?
4 for 99
Yeah.
last Christmas.
Carr's face is up again. And he gets one that goes past his outside edge. It spits off the pitch. Michael, what have you made of this so
Well,
far?
I would say England are in a very strong position.
Would you? Yes.
And if they get it right with the ball today, it could be done. Because, if you're smart as a team from the Jimmy Anderson end, you get your bowlers to bowl just a bit wider of the crease, so the angle, when they hit the cracks, it's going to be angled back towards the stumps. If you bowl quite close to the stumps, you got a chance like Siraj yesterday. The ball would hit the crack, go low and miss the stumps.
Here comes
hitting
Bumrah.
off stump.
Bumrah. Into Carr's. Gets one that keeps low and he jabs down on it at the last minute. This is it, though, isn't it? We've had over 85 miles an hour. He's quicker than he was yesterday.
Yeah, he's got that problem with his ankle, hasn't he? He tripped up going down the steps. I don't know who tripped him up.
So is that what happened? So
walking down,
And Siraj turned his ankle in a foothole.
Yeah, which is kind of understandable. That's the norm in cricket, isn't it? Not walking down some steps.
Cambodge just isn't bowling very well as Bumrah is in and he's flashed at and smacked away through the offside, through backward point. Be another couple, but only 2, I would think, as Shardul does the fielding. 500 they come back for 3. They have come back for 3. Get Stokes back onto strike with 1 ball left in the over. 579 for 8, or is that the end of the over? No, there is 1 ball left. Carr's to 9. It's Tier 2 women's finals day today. Commentary on Sports Extra 3, Middlesex versus Leicestershire. Finty Trussler and Artemis Downer will be appearing for Middlesex. They beat Gloucestershire the other day. Melissa Story was playing against them. They lost a thriller, did Gloucestershire, by 1 run. Melissa, our colleague, was run out off the last ball, going for that run to tie. As Bumrah is in, this is nicely worked away by Stokes for the single, take him to 94, and he'll keep strike at the end of the over. 580 for 8, the lead 222. And that's followed by, so Middlesex Leicestershire is the first semi-final. Leicestershire riding high, aren't they? The top of the county championship, Division 2. and in the first semi-final of Tier 2 women's, and then Yorkshire versus Glamorgan. And tomorrow, it's at the Oval. It's women's T20 Blast Finals Day. The Blaze are in the first semi-final, and they will, if they win that, they will play Surrey. The Blaze are the only team to have defeated Surrey in T20 this year. The Bears, or Warwickshire. Is it the Bears? Is the Bears?
I think it's a nice forecast as well, so that'll be a good occasion. Ben Stokes on 94, Willie. Fielders are on the boundary. Will he attempt?
Well, he might. It's more of a sort of KP kind of thing to do. We'll see. 94, one big blow away from the first 100 in a couple of years. Washington Sundar into him. He goes back into his crease. He taps it into the onside, but he's run the first quickly. He's not going to get a second. He ran the first as if he might.
The reason why I said last night about the England side yesterday, they played so well. It was so mature, and the reason being is that they've given the bowlers a day and a half of rest. You know, Jofra and Chris Stokes and Brydon Cars, plenty of cups of tea yesterday.
2 full nights sleep.
Just chilling out, and they'll be able to steam. And Andy, can you just have a look in the Bazball era? Is this the most they've ever batted in the second innings?
As Washington is in, this is defended back to the bowler, no run.
The only innings since Stokes and McCullum took over they've batted longer than this was 150 overs in Multan when they made 823 for 7 declared.
Did they won? Is that the one where they won by an innings despite conceding 500 in the first innings? Right? As Cars goes back into his crease and clips the ball out to deep square leg and takes a single to get Stokes back on strike. Cars to 10, 582 for 8. This is the longest innings at home, therefore.
Yes, only the second time they've batted over 120 overs. The other was against New Zealand at Trent Bridge in 22.
Yes. Another game they won, having conceded 500 in the first innings.
Yes, they've been good at winning games, having conceded 500.
It's part of the game plan, I think. Washington into Stokes, goes back into his crease and cuts away out to deep point. Picks up a signal, goes to 96. England to 583 for 8, the lead.
It's kind of all we said on the podcast last night about all these pieces that are coming together. It's coming together
the spinner
nicely. Well, the spinner, Liam Dawson, kind of getting an opportunity. He's batted well. He'll have a great chance to get a couple. He gets on, unless the seamers do all the damage.
Washington into Cars. Cars goes back into his crease and taps the ball to short square leg. Siraj Fields, no run.
Well, the skipper, he's had a few little tricky moments with the body this summer, but he seems to always arrive the next day and he's absolutely fine. He's got a 5 for, could potentially get 100 as well.
Here's Washington once again. That's defended from the crease by Cars, going back towards his stumps. Pushes back to the bowler, no run. End of the over, 225 the lead, 583 for 8, Stokes 96, Cars 10.
See, next I was kind of discussing the Ashes squad, what it would be. I'm guessing it'll be the 11 that have played here.
Atkinson,
Wood, so there's 13. Jacob Bethel, you'd think 14. Shoaib Bashir, you'd think it'd be 15. Who do you reckon would be the keeper? Spare keeper?
Well, they've got a few.
Cox or Root?
They got Pope. If they needed a spare keeper.
Yeah, but they're going to take it. They're going to take a spare. I guess the Lions are there, so they could have keepers waiting with the Lions. But you would think you'd have a spare keeper, a proper one, wouldn't you?
Have they done that before? Because sometimes they've sort of just had keepers from within the squad, haven't they? And as Bumrah starts in the over round the wicket, and that's defended by Stokes into the offside. There's no run. When they went to New Zealand, what did they pick then?
Well, Jordan Cox went and he got injured, didn't he?
And so Pope took over.
So I would think they'll take a spare keeper. So say a Cox or a Root. And then would they take 16 or 17?
Oh, hang on, we haven't even talked about Tongue.
Josh Tongue will be in that squad as well. So there you go, there's your 17. And then you have the likes of Rayan Ahmed, Ollie Stoney if he's fit. These kind of players in the
Lions. Out there with the Lions.
Yep.
Here's Bumrah. And Stokes just defends again. Another ball keeps slightly low from round the wicket. Pushes it back to the bowler, no run. It's a bit of a shame. Basically, all the anticipation's gone now, Michael.
Yeah, it's kind of...
For years, you used to go, "Ooh, who's going to be the wild card pick on the Ashes tour?" You know, Joey Benjamin or something like that.
Martin McKay.
Martin McKay,
Yeah. It was always good to finish the season really well just before the Ashes.
The NatWest Trophy.
NatWest final.
Yes, Paul Parker.
Correct, yeah.
He played at the Oval. Didn't go on a tour though.
Yeah, only the one game, wasn't it? As did Alan Butcher back in '79. As in comes Dormer, down the wicket comes Stokes. Hits it through the offside. It's running up towards the boundary. It's not, I think, going to get there, but they are going to come back for 3 to leave Stokes now on 99. He advanced on Bumrah and slapped it through the offside, just to the right of extra cover. Tantalisingly close to this 100.
1 away from 5 and 100. 5 wickets and 100 runs in the Test match. He's a remarkable cricketer.
He really is, isn't he?
Yep.
And he's doing this on 1.5 legs. He's got that cramp yesterday and was rarely for him. He actually came off, retired hurt for a while. As Bumrah runs into Cars. And he gets a thick inside edge. Squirts down to fine leg, gets the single that brings Stokes back onto strike. On 99. The crowd anticipating now. Stokes is coming doing a bit of gardening. Crowd are lifted and then they go slightly quiet again. Now the field is just spreading here, saving the 1. Stokes on 99. Bumrah into him, and he plays and misses outside the off stump. A wild swish.
It does make me chuckle. Players play so well to get to 99. Play a shot that he just hasn't played. It's remarkable.
Bit of movement,
but he didn't have any balance for that drive. He's been playing with such a strong balance.
Stokes again on 99. Bumrah into him, and he puts it into the offside. Just a little tap to backward point, and there's no run. End of the over. Stokes left tantalisingly close to that milestone. England 587 for 8. Stokes 99, Cars 11. The lead 229. Time for me to take a break, and it's going to be Alison Mitchell to take you through, hopefully, you'd say, to this milestone.
Yeah, I think he's okay, Ben Stokes. He's played brilliantly. Had a bit of a tricky start when they kept spin on for the first few overs that he was out there yesterday. He's worked very hard on the spin element of his game. He's pressed forward a lot better in this innings to what he has been doing.
Hello, Michael. Washington Sundar in full delivery to Carr, so he gets forward, defends, rolls it out into the offside. Yep, some relief to see Stokes out there early this morning, going through the motions and bowling as well, out in the outfield prior to play.
Well, it gets hot in Manchester. That's why he got cramp.
Well, that's exactly what Joe Root said.
Very warm.
Warm day yesterday. Washington in. A little flick of the wrist to turn this towards mid-wicket. Shubman Gill picks up. Brings it back in towards Drew Jarrell. No run. England 587 for 8. The lead up to 229.
Can't have been many cricketers in the history of Test cricket have picked up cramp in Manchester.
He did point out, Root, that he didn't hit too many boundaries yesterday, and Stokes had to do a lot of running during their partnership. Washington in full straight. This is squeezed back past the bowler in his follow through, and a gentle single will bring Ben Stokes back on strike. 99 not out, and he'll be facing up to the spin of Washington Sundar. And so Shubman Gill manoeuvres his field. And for Stokes, for the left-hander, and with him just 1 away from a landmark century. Tony Greig, Ian Botham, Gus Atkinson, the only 3 England Test cricketers to have had a fifer and a century in the same test match. Both of them did it a number of times. 5 in all. But Stokes on the cusp of something special here. Now a slip in place, and Shubman Gill is now bringing fine leg in as well. There's backward point, cover, extra cover. Gill at a shorter extra cover position, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fielders surrounding Stokes. He's on 99 and Sundar moves in around the wicket. Stokes looks to work him through the leg side, can't. It's struck on the pad, bat pad, and the ball dribbles out into the offside. This is not going to come easy, Michael.
No, he'll be forced to hit through this ring of fielders. Try to whip that one through the onside. Just skimmed onto him.
Stokes on 99 as Sundar moves in. Stokes presses forward defensively, doesn't attempt to run. Eases it out to Shubman Gill. Joe Root was on 98 for quite a number of balls yesterday, wasn't he? I think 9 deliveries before he was able to work his way off that and eventually get the century. Stokes settles over his bat on 99 and Sundar moves in, and Stokes is able to tickle this into the leg side. Can't get it past the fielder though. So another dot ball and it ends the over. So the wait will continue. Wonderful moments within the match, aren't they? Moments within the game where the tension rises.
Well, anyone that's on Instagram, I actually filmed those last 3 balls and then I've just had to discard them.
Yeah,
no
record,
good
delete.
For your gramming, is it?
Record, delete. Well, he'll keep a pretty cool head out there, and we'll know his opportunity no doubt will come. We're going to have Siraj from the Sir James Anderson end of the ground then this morning.
There's a chap in the party stand. He's got an Indian shirt on. He's got his face in a Scottish flag.
Oh, the saltire.
Yeah, he's got a nice tartan flat cap on.
So he's multi-supporting.
Yep, yeah, he certainly
He does
is.
realise it's England and not Scotland playing, though, hopefully.
Well, he might have had a late night.
The lead 230 then. Carse on strike, he's on 12. One slip in place, so Siraj replacing Bumrah outside the off stump and eases it in misfield at point. Should have been stopped by Thakur. One hand to it, and as they take the single, Siraj is left doing the double teapot and a big stare out into the deep as the throw comes back in. But it does mean that Stokes is back on strike. What was Bumrah's spell then this morning?
5 overs, 1 for 17, including his 10th time hitting the stumps this series. 14 wickets in the series now, 10 of them bowled. The last player to bowl 10 or more in a series in England was Michael Holding in 1976 when he hit the stumps 14 times.
He's got the wicket of Dawson this morning. That's what brought Carse out.
14 times.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
Yes, well, at the Oval, on a dead flat pitch in which Viv Richards made 291, Dennis Amiss made a double 100 for England. Holding took 14 wickets. And I think 12 of them were bowled or LBW. I can't remember, it was 7 or 8 bowled.
And I would suggest when he bowled them, the stumps went out the ground.
What'll happen here then? Stokes on 99, facing up to Siraj for the first time today. Squirts away off the outer edge and out towards Jadeja at backward point. Another dot ball. Advanced out of his crease a touch there and looked to whip him through that onside.
And another discard on the ground.
Your deleted folder is going to be
Jacob
full
Bethel.
by the end of this.
He is here. I've just seen him on the screen.
Yeah, up in the dressing room alongside Zach Crawley.
I've been looking out for him this week. I've not seen. I think he came out to field a couple of times, but
The field all up again for Stokes, looking for the single. A slip, the gully, backward point, cover, extra cover. Stokes on 99, around the wicket, rushes Siraj, clipped away, down to fine leg, and Stokes with a clench of his fist achieves a brilliant double, a century to go with the fifer, and he underlines his status as England's Captain Marvel, and up there as one of the great all-rounders. And he motions skywards with the 2 fingers pointing up, tribute to his dad, and gets a hug. Now out in the middle from Bryden Carse, raises the bat with Old Trafford rising to their feet. Only the 4th England cricketer to achieve that feat of a century and a fifer in a test match.
yeah, you can just tell from his celebrations that this means a huge amount. An absolute Trojan of a cricketer. He's incredible, but you know, it's been a while since he's got 100. Yeah, it's been a while, and I don't think batting in the last year or so has come easy to him. And he's had to work and work, and he's found a flow and a rhythm here at Old Trafford. And this is perfect for England. I think the skipper, he's got a fifer for the first time since 2017. Now he's got 100. Things are coming together nicely for England.
Facing up to Siraj again. Another one who's able to turn off the legs, out past the square leg umpire, out into the deep. 594 for 8 is the score, taking the lead to 236. It's his ability to make such an impact, isn't it?
Well, I was talking last week after the win at Lord's. I just don't ever remember him losing a moment, you know. I'm sure he has, but in my recollections, every time the game gets tight, you know, whether it's with the ball in hand, the bat in hand, he just seems to know how to win.
Pass moves forward here to Siraj, hasn't timed it up to mid-on. There's no run.
And that's been the case for many, many years. You know, you go back to the World Cup final in Melbourne, in the T20 World Cup, the innings at Headingley. He just seems to always know how to keep a cool head when many around him just don't have that same mentality, same belief, same composure.
Pass on 13, awaits. Siraj over the wicket, so looking to use his feet. One hand comes off the bat. Big swing and a miss through to Jarrell.
Well, I think that's the indication, isn't it? I think the skipper's got his 100. It's like, come on, let's have a swing.
Which can make for a very entertaining
and why
half
not?
hour or so.
Why not? The lead by 236. It feels like a perfect day for bowling.
We have to go back, Zoltz, don't you, to what you might describe as Stokes' angry 100 at Lords in 2023 Ashes, the last time he scored a century.
Yes, this is his 21st test since then. He'd had 7 other 50-plus scores, so he's not sort of completely lost form, but slightly thin returns with the bat. It's his 14th test 100. His second against India, first against India in this country. Just on players with a 100 and a fifer. Comes it after this ball from Sundar.
Stokes settles over his bat. Sundar around the wicket here. Goes back, covers up off stump, no run.
Gus Atkinson did it last year. Tony Greig against West Indies in Barbados in 1974. Ian Botham 5 times. Twice against New Zealand, once against Pakistan. That match in India we talked about in 1980.
Sundar moves in. Turned along the ground, out towards deep mid-wicket. They're able to take a 1 as the man moves in off the boundary.
And then that famous Headingley test when having relinquished the captaincy, made a 50 and 149 not out and took 6 wickets in the first innings before Bob Willis bowled England to victory in the second innings. A couple of England women's players have the same feat. Mary Duggan in 1957 and Enid Bakewell, one of the all-time greats of women's cricket.
Enid's probably listening. Worked along the ground, out to the deep, long on. And Thakur is there to pick up another one at it.
She did it 3 times, the last of which was her final test against West Indies. How's this for an all-round game? Opened the batting in the first innings, scored 68. England 214 for 4 declared. She then took 3 for 14 in West Indies' first innings, scored 112 not out of 164 all out in England's second innings.
In goes Sundar. Stokes defence towards extra cover, no run.
And then 7 for 61 to bowl England to victory by 24 runs. Tidy game from Enid there.
What a match, Enid. And still playing at 80. How old is Enid now?
Did she get player of the match?
Sundar moves in, forward defence, solid from Stokes, no run.
I think we can ballpark it as in her 80s, Ali. Should we go with that?
Yep, let's go with that for Enid. Greetings to you, Enid, if you're listening to us. One of the great characters in the game. Sundar then, ball in hand. Stokes 105 not out. India searching for these last 2 England wickets as Sundar is in, drops that one a little shorter, and Stokes a bit of a jab here along the ground and takes a gentle single. Maybe it'll be against the quicks on the other end. We might see a little bit more attempts at the aggression to now hurry things on past the 600 mark. And the lead currently is 239. They're 597 for 8. Where do you think this is going, sort of time-wise, and how India are sort of feeling, I suppose, now? I mean, when a team gets to a stage where they've been in the field for a long, long time, I mean, are they going to have it in them to force England to bat again? Is there...
I think it's a big question mark. I would be quite fearful for India today that they might be a little bit frazzled, and this pitch has certainly got enough demons in it that I could easily see a spell of a Jofra or Ben Stokes or a Chris Woakes, Brydon Cast to knock 2 or 3 quick ones.
Stokes on 106 faces Siraj. He will take a single here towards extra cover. Shubman Gill moves in to pick up.
Is it official fancy dress day today? Because there's certainly more dressed up today.
Well, it's Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's always the unofficial fancy dress day on Saturday.
Yeah, I think that Pamela's in. Pamela Anderson, look. Great to see Pam at the cricket. Got a new movie out, I think. Pamela Anderson. Yeah, she's popped to Old Trafford with all the Baywatch crew. Good to see.
She could do with a bit of hairspray in that in the blonde hair today.
She looks absolutely fine to me.
I think there's a bit of frizz in the air. It's a bit damp. That can be a bit problematic sometimes when you've got a main of that kind of quality. 5.98 for 8. Cass on 14 came in after Bumrah dismissed Dawson. One that kept low as Siraj is in. Defence from Dawson up towards cover. No run.
Ali, there's a group right in the middle of the party stand, all in red. Not too sure what they've come as. What is that?
They're not pontiffs, are they?
No, there's a big group of them.
April regalia?
There's about 12 of them right in the heart of the stand.
Yeah, I can see them. I think there might be. Are there some nuns lower down? With the white.
Yeah, I think the nuns are in. Yeah.
And where's Wally's? Well, they're easy to spot. It's too many of them. Not very subtle today.
Yeah.
You're meant to sit, dotted around, aren't you? If you're going to come as where's Wally's. Siraj at the end of his run. Overcast skies here, flags are fluttering in a light breeze as Siraj moves in, and Cast looks to angle it away towards gully, into the ground and into the hands of the fielder. Did you pick up on why we didn't hear from Joe Root last night? Ollie Pope came out and did the media.
A bit cramped, didn't he?
Well, yeah, he had a bit of cramp, and apparently the way the cramp came on was he got back up into the dressing room and he went to put on, they tend to wear sliders, the shoes, not flip-flops, they're the sliders with their socks. And he went to put his sliders on, and someone had super glued his slider to the floor. And as he then went to try and move his leg, apparently the hamstring sort of started to cramp, and then when he tried to move his leg the other way, then another part of his leg started to cramp. Siraj rushing in here, Cast defence, and there's no run.
I love things like that. People, when we played for Yorkshire in the 90s, you used to have to arrive every day with your blazer. And Yorkshire blazer was either your bud on if you'd not been capped, or your rose. And obviously the blazer had nice big silver buttons or gold buttons, and so many times that your buttons would be super glued to the wall. You put them on the hanger and you go to get your blazer.
Can't get it off the wall.
Oh yeah. Well, the snipper would strike, someone would snip your socks.
Yeah. Was Root a phantom snipper? I mean, he's a real cheeky chappy in the dressing room, isn't he?
Well, he was beyond the snipper's time, but I think he might have...
Siraj in full, looking for that Yorker length, well dug out by Cars.
I think he might have brought it back.
Did he have to tone? He'd have to tone all that down, wouldn't he, when he became captain?
Well, I'm not too sure.
Well, good to know that his teammates are not averse after he has just reached the elevated heights of becoming the second highest leading scorer in all of Test cricket.
I'm saying Duckett. I'm going for Duckett, yeah.
All right, the dressing room prankster.
Yeah, the super glue kid, yeah. I think it's Duckett.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't Pope, because he probably wouldn't have been necessarily saying, I'll go and do your media for you, no problem, I want to do that. Out in the gap between slip and gully, down to the deep third boundary for 4. Sudarshan flung himself to his left-hand side. It takes England beyond the 600 mark in this first innings. The lead is 244, Cass on 18, Stokes on 107. How many innings of late? England have gone past 600 in first innings.
823 for 7 declared in Multan that we mentioned a little while ago last October. 657 in that extraordinary match in Rawalpindi in December 22 when they scored over 500 on day one. The last one before that, another innings Ben Stokes was prominent in Cape Town in 2016. 629 for 6 when Stokes made that phenomenal 258. The last time they did so in England.
Sundar moving in here to Stokes, goes back, covers up off stump, no run.
It was when they made 710 for 7 declared against India at Edgbaston in August 2011. Innings in which Alistair Cook made 294.
Stokes crouches, waits, still one slip there for Sundar with his off spin to the left hand. A little bit of width there, enables Stokes to chop it away out to deep point. Finds Cambodge, sends the ball back into the middle, and another one is added. Stokes compiling, but with no real fireworks as such this morning, but he has moved from his overnight 77 to 108. He said the Ashes Test match at Lord's 2023, the last time he scored 100, but doing it here alongside the fifer. Use of the feet here by Carr, looking to get to the pitch of the ball, quick single taking, didn't quite time it, and it goes to Bumrah at mid-off, misses the stumps with the throw, and they're safely home. 6:04 for 8 and the lead 246. Deep Dasgupta has slid in the seat alongside me. Deep, what of Ben Stokes' performance then here and matching the batting now to go with the fifer? Not many all-rounders manage that feat.
True, Captain Fantastic couldn't have got better for England and Ben Stokes. Him bowling as well as he has this series, and now 100 after a couple of years. So yeah, it's looking really, really good for England.
Stokes waits, so Sundar is in use of the feet now. He goes big, high, out towards us. And it's gone over the top of the fielder. Shardul Thakur was down there on the rope, and Stokes with a towering 6 clears him. He's pressed the button, Deep.
Yes, he has. 610 for 8. Lead by 252. A little bit of overcast and weather around. But definitely would want India to play at least 4.5 sessions, if not 5 sessions.
Stokes go big again here. Reverse sweep comes out. He's hit it big, he's hit it hard. Cambodge, one bounce, and then Cambodge then sort of pulls out of putting in any dive, and it's gone for 4 more. So 6 and 4. And suddenly that lead is shooting up. 256. Stokes onto 118.
Now that is again a really good shot. The reverse sweep. Just amazing how it's timed it and placed it as well. Got almost all the fielders on the boundary now. Got a deep point and a deep cover, long off, long on, deep square leg.
Sundar moves in again to Stokes. He goes back, plays this one carefully. Maybe it kept a little bit lower to really bend and flex that back knee in defence. It ends the over. So 614 for 8. Stokes on 118, and Andy Zoltzman will tell us Stokes' career tally of runs now as well, but he's on 118. Carson on 19, the lead 256. Zoltz, bit of you, and then Prakash Wakanka.
He's passed 7,000 with that 6, in fact. 7,009 runs in Tests, plus to go with his 229 wickets and over 100 catches. Just quickly on the last time England scored 600 at Old Trafford, and take you to a different era of Test cricket. How's this for a match scorecard? 1964 against Australia. Australia 656 for 8 declared. England 611. Australia 4 for 0. Match drawn.
Well, no possibility of that, one would think, unless there's an absolute downpour. But before that, whenever India are asked to bat deep, they will certainly have to hang in there and make sure that they find determination that one feels will take some serious doing. Great position for England to be in. The lead has swelled, as has the mood, I'm sure, in the England camp, just to change things around. The sun has just about crept out while the players enjoy a drink, and it's a very good morning to Sir Alistair Cook.
It is, and a good morning from England. 70 runs.
Fabulous morning.
And also, more importantly, that Ben Stokes going through to get 100. Another little piece of that jigsaw that we're talking about this side gaining momentum. And he's bowled beautifully this series and hasn't quite batted as well as he would have liked in terms of finding that rhythm. Got a lot of starts and didn't look as fluent, but he's now spent some good time in the middle in this game. You can just see it coming back to him. It's strange, odd thing. He hits as many balls as he wants in the nets. He hasn't played any cricket outside England. It's not surprising, but he'll be delighted.
Absolutely, and it couldn't be coming at a better time, one would think. Just as you said, the squad coming together, the different pieces of the jigsaw falling in place, the unfortunate injury to Bashir, bringing in Dawson into the mix, just so that England look at options that they may choose or not to use during the trip later on in the year. But his is just unbelievable. I mean, he brings back visions, at least from an outside perspective, to what people like Ian Botham have done over the years. Just that tremendous contribution. I mean, 5 wickets and 100 is something not to be taken lightly ever in any form, least of all in Test match cricket.
It's just not easy, is it, to do? Not easy to do it just as a bowler.
I know.
And then as a batter, and then to do it from one person, and not to forget his contribution in the field as a fielder. You're talking about an all-rounder. I know Beefy was an unbelievably good slipper. And Stokes is all-round fielding. He can field in the slips, but he moves like an athlete.
He does. And just think back and ask Rishabh Pant. That run out, how pivotal was that in that game? But and every time, as we've said during commentary many times, every time there's been a little bit of a period where England might be falling back, magic man with the ball.
Well, it's the first time in this series really any side has got this dominance over the opposition. You could argue that India did in the second game, but most of the other Test matches have been on one side gets ahead, the other one drags back. England have just been ruthless.
Yes, they
absolutely
have.
Ruthless as the bat in this innings. That's what's impressed me so much. This side evolving and learning, and they should do with the amount of experience they've got in that team now. If you're looking at the batting, the top 7, 4 or 5 players close to 50. Duckett's got 36 matches, Pope's 60. Crawley almost 60 or over 60. That's a lot of experience alongside Root.
Drinks are off the field, and Jadeja starting things off at the Sir James and Anderson end. No run to the first ball, pushed away on the offside.
Just quickly, the reverse swept 4 in the last over brought the 50 partnership in 9.2 overs.
Well, England getting a move on, as you'd expect. Cars drives firmly out towards wide long off single.
So have we missed the 7,000? Have I missed the 7,000?
Andy done missed.
I've missed it.
Oh, sorry.
The 6 brought up the 7,000.
I was on TV. We missed that there.
Not Stokes now marking his guard and changing the field. Shubman Gill coming across from where he was to the right-hander at mid-wicket into 45, I think. Slip. Man deep on the third boundary, a deep point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, with a single figure of Sai Sudarshan in the mid-wicket region and the captain himself at 45. Jadeja bowls, Stokes pushes, Jadeja fields going around Cas. 615 for 8, the lead now 257 runs. In comes Jadeja, bowls. Stokes pushes, Jadeja fields. Yes, the modified, improved version of Bazball clearly on display. Starting at Lord's, I think, more than anywhere else. Look to wristily crack that through the offside. Didn't quite get hold of it. Bowler fields.
I wonder how many Ben Stokes actually wants.
Jadeja in bowls, turning into him, defended.
Or is it a case of as many as he can?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what Ollie Pope said, did he?
Yeah.
And I think Joe Root in the morning as well. Get as many as we can. Now, I suppose it's more a question of time and overs that they think might get affected by the rain, and therefore how much time they think they need. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, if you're guaranteed 90 overs tomorrow, there's still...
There's 200,
there's 165 overs left in the game, so there's a huge amount of time. And you would think the pitch England will get more out of the pitch than India have, just for freshness.
Yes.
The freshness now, these guys have been in the field for a day and... Well, it's day and... Definitely a day, yes, I can't remember when they started.
Washington bowls driven up to long off by Bryden Cas.
Well, it's coming up to 2 days, isn't it, with 160 overs.
Yep.
Oh, he's just thrown that for...
No one's seen it. It's overthrows. They've taken the second for the overthrow, and they'll definitely take the third. Well, that is a sign, if ever there was one. Maybe it just wasn't seen, but that's very strange. Siraj threw the ball. The keeper, I don't think, saw it. And Siraj has this perplexed look on his face.
Well, he's thrown it to the keeper's end, and the keeper wasn't expecting him to throw it. It's a very gentle single, and Jarrell just stood there. He wasn't watching, and it's gone kind of to. He was at deep line. He's gone to like third slip, hasn't he, for the seamers, fourth slip, and run down to third man. So a bonus.
Bonus 2 runs if ever they were required. 260 now the lead. 618 for 8. Washington into Stokes, and Stokes defends of the back foot. 118 to the England captain. Carse is on 23. Was that 50 at Lord's? Carse's first, was it?
It was, yes.
So he's in line for another one here if he wants to. Played away on the offside, backward of point. Jadeja fields, no run. 618 for 8. The 151st over in progress.
So this is now the longest England innings of the bat ball era.
Washington wide of the crease, worked away on the onside. There will be a run. Washington runs after it to make sure there is no second run.
Beating. I'd like to know which stat they've gone past.
The 150 overs they batted in the first test in Multan, and they made 823 for 7.
Well, India can take some heart of that. It's at 200 runs less.
India-Pakistan rivalry coming to the fore again. A win for India.
Can't take it away. Here's Washington bowls, and Carse pushes defensively, and almost like a little bit of an afterthought, but they will run through for a comfortable single in the end. Push to 8 point. 620 now.
This is as much as just keeping India out there, isn't it?
It is. And so in some ways, while the game situation probably is a little bit different, but very similar to what India did in the second innings at Edgbaston. Washington bowls, played away on the onside. Again, there'll be a single.
Yeah, you almost hope, don't you, that all this extra, the time, the legs, time, the mind for Jaiswal, Tom and KL Rahul, that and side that England, they get the benefit of that slightly tired minds when you go out to bat. I don't care what anyone says. You feel for 151 overs. It's a long time. Even if you're not a bowler, it's a long time on your feet. And it does affect you when you go out to bat.
Just quickly to highlight, this is a slightly different approach. We talked about more controlled approach from England. Ben Stokes' 100, just 9 fours in it, which of his 14 Test hundreds is his fewest runs in boundaries in his first 100 runs. Has hit 4 and a 6 since then.
Jaiswal's run across to his position at sweeper cover. Deep third, so 3 men guarding the boundary on the offside and 3 on the on. Oh, has a real heave at that, does Ben Stokes, looking to dispatch that out of the ground. Doesn't make any contact. May have kept just a little bit low, taken by Jarrell.
If he'd have hit that, that was going over the hotel.
Into orbit, looks for a reverse sweep, doesn't connect. Ricochets out to where shot backward point. Gill comes in from his position at 45 on the imaginary ring, as it were. No run. So watching that replay there. Yeah, hits him on the right forearm as he attempted to reverse sweep that. This time he backs away and cracks it away through extra cover. There's a chase on for Jaiswal. He's tried very hard, but I don't think he's got there. The ball goes into the boundary cushions, but good effort there from Jaiswal. In vain. 267 is the lead now.
Yeah, it's one of those when you're in the field, you think, I can get this. So you've got to sprint 100%. Just beat him. I mean, there's the gaps on the offside. All 3 fielders, you take the slipper out on the field. Massive gaps out there.
Down the wicket he comes and lofts it away. There's no chance that Bumrah's getting there. That might be a flat 6, and it is. That didn't have too much elevation, but had the distance, and now Ben Stokes on the charge. England really turning it on here. 631 for 8 now. 273 runs to the good.
Is this the final push from England? Stokes, after blocking and really made it happen. Jadeja last over.
And again, balls played away, comfortably eased into the offside in the cover region for a single.
He's playing all the shots, isn't he?
Attack, defense, reverse sweep, the lofted drive, all of it's in there. And that's what they say, isn't it? When you're getting the runs, make sure you get as many. There will be days when you can't get one, even if you wanted to buy it.
Exactly.
6:32 for 8. The lead now 274. Carson on strike. Jadeja bowls and Carson pushes it up the ground absolutely with no trouble and runs across for a comfortable single.
I'm intrigued to see how Liam Dawson bowls in this second innings. It's not a minefield, it's not ragging loads, but there's enough encouragement there, isn't there, for the spinner? I'm intrigued to see how he gets on.
Well, he'll I'm sure try. He realizes, I'm sure, like everyone else outside, is that there might be a competition for that lead spinner spot when the tour to Australia happens, and he'll want to press his case further.
Man, you've got to get that out of your mind, haven't you? Just that is that is the consequence of how well you bowl, and you've just got to try and stay in the moment. He'll know that everyone will be talking about it. It's a wicket which aids a bit of spin.
Coming down the track is Carson, bowled a little bit quicker at his pads, fielded by Gill, no run. 6:33 for 8. England's highest total in Test match cricket at Old Trafford now. There's Washington lofted away, no one there in the gap. And that's 4 more runs to England, and this time to Brydon Carse, who's enjoying the moment. He'll move up to 29 with that 4.
Well, enjoying the freedom. Carse is a big man. Good swing of the bat.
Don't carry the ball a fair distance as Washington bowls again, and once again he's lofted this one. This one's in the air. I think it's going clear. Sudarshan has no chance. He just watches it sail over his head. So the England charge really and truly on now. 10 runs in 6 and 4 from Ben Stokes in the previous Jadeja over, a 4 and a 6 from Brydon Carse. England rattling along now.
Well, that's a different sound off the bat. You knew from the moment he hit that one, I was going and clearing the ropes. The previous one was hit hard and a bit flatter, but quite out of the screws. And this one really was.
Now this is an interesting moment on the field. KL Rahul is in conversation with Washington Sundar. Gill, the skipper, is at short mid-wicket. Maybe they're just discussing some tactic to say, can we keep those 10 runs down to maybe 3 or 4? That's the best conversation, because every time they've struck the ball, the England batters, it's sailed over or has wide outside the off stump.
I was going to say, get it outside his eye line.
Yeah, turn in the arc.
Yeah, try and take it one way or the other, and he's just bowled a slow wide one. Rahul's moved from slip to short, fine third man to allow him to bowl. I think Carse might realise unless he darts it in.
There we are. Reading the mind there. Played defensively back to Washington Sundar.
I think he'll dart. Do you think he'll dart this one, or do you think he'll try and buy a wicket?
Float it up, I think, outside the off stump or wide off the off stump. Neither. 6:43 for 8. 285 the lead. Washington takes his cap, and Washington's now bowled 26 overs, 2 for 95. And the last sort of 5 overs, I reckon England got close to 45 runs, if not more.
They have scored 41 runs in the last 5 overs.
Good guess.
Pretty good. Yes. Pretty good.
Well, Archer, just looked in there, Archer still has his pads on. And it's quite a funny moment in the dressing room, because the camera always starts panning to the dressing room at this stage, looking for clues, and you kind of giggle. And you kind of want the end of every over. There's not much movement in there. Duckett and Crawley are in their training kit.
Had 153 overs now. We haven't seen Thakur or Kambodge since the 106th. It's an interesting bit of sort of ball tracking data on the series that adds further sort of questions to India's apparently unhinged selection for this test. I'll come to it after this ball.
Jadeja with a fresh over to Stokes. Bowled, and Stokes has a big drive, misses, ricochet off the keeper's glove, but Rahul has moved to that short third heel field.
In the first 3 tests, balls under 83 miles an hour. Took 20 wickets, average 51.
Jadeja in, Stokes pushes on the offside, wants the second run, Jaiswal and he in a chase. Jaiswal has the ball, shies at the keeper's end, and the ball wasn't collected in any case. And the drive from Stokes probably got him in any event. 6:45 for 8.
Dude, you're brave to do a stat in the Jadeja over because how quickly he goes between. But I think you go now.
Balls over 83 miles an hour and above, 70 wickets at 29.4. That's both teams combined in the first 3 tests. So quite why India chose to pick not one but 2 bowlers who bowl well under 83 miles an hour is one of the bafflements of history.
Simple answer. They do not have the benefit of Andy Zols. That's all. If they did, you would have told them.
Or the benefit of a real all-rounder, like a Ben Stokes all-rounder.
Clone. Jadeja waits as Gill. Short run, was it?
Was it one short?
That was one short. It's gone up on the scoreboard as 1.
Jadeja in, bowls. Thickish part of the bat.
And so thinking all that effort, the dive, make sprint 2, dive. You just jogged 1 for the same result. Are you sure it was 1 short?
I don't know the scoreboard. No, the scoreboard's changed its mind. They were looking at it. The scoreboard then put it up as 1, but it's now gone back to 2. So it wasn't.
So it is 2.
It is 2. Sorry.
So the dive was worth it.
Absolutely worth it. We were fine. I didn't see a signal, but in Zoltz we trusted.
That was emphatic past tense. 134 Stokes, 35 to 3 for 3. The lead 288, inching up towards the 300 mark. And about 40 odd minutes to the lunch break. There's Jadeja with the sun out now, and ball takes the outside edge, fielded at short third, no run.
Is it strange that KL Rahul has really taken over the captaincy in this last little...
Yeah, it just looks like that, doesn't he?
He's been talking to the bowlers and they're talking to him.
Bloodless coup. Jadeja bowls and is defended on the offside.
That'll be a headline somewhere. They'll use that. Prakash says there's a coup going on.
Make some room and over extra cover. Didn't get all of it, so there'll probably be just a couple. And the return comes in from the deep from Shardul Thakur. It's now 646 for 8, the lead 290. That's the end of the over. And with England pressing on, 648 for 8. Stokes 134, Cast 37 more from Sir Alistair. And then Jonathan Agnew for commentary.
Well, Ben Stokes has called for some gloves after diving in the dust. I wonder that is a message from McCullum and to Stokes just to see what he's thinking. Hello, Aggie.
Looks rather like it. The umpire Tucker's, well, he's prowling. He knows this really shouldn't be happening. Precisely the sort of interruption that slowed things down at Lord's. They only had a drinks break 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but it's the gloves, wasn't it? Because he dived, so his gloves would be full of that dust.
So anyway, we'll see what happens. But they're playing a few shots now. But it feels as if they're surely going to bowl India before lunch, aren't they?
You'd have thought so.
20 minutes.
Yeah, maybe it is just time.
Declaring 10.
Yeah.
Feels possible. They lead by 290. The sun breaking through. The sort of very overcast conditions of this morning seem to have blown through. And Stokes on 134, then over his bat again. Sundar's going to bowl at him. There is a slip, but the field's scattered really. This is 2 saving a single in the offside now as Stokes waits. Washington Sundar round the wicket, bowls to him, reverse sweep, a mighty swipe, which takes Stokes off his feet there, and he didn't make contact with that at all. That would have gone way into those pink seats, I think, over to the right.
There's 6 men on the boundary. I think where Stokes will think, we'll just go over them.
Washington again bowls, slower, shorter, hit hard off the back foot. Picks out the one fielder there saving a single in front of the offside. It's Gill who's now blowing on his fingers. I think that rattled into his hands. Washington again bowls, and Stokes on the back foot can't do anything with that. So fair play. That's 3 dot balls in this over so far. Stokes now got a filthy smear down the front of his lovely white England jumper. All the dust that he
Picked up there as he dived into his ground. Now Washington again bowls. It's steered away only for single though. To backward point. Lovely piece of work there from Jadeja. They'll take one run. 6:48 for 8.
It might be slightly easier for Cars to hit the off spin up. The ball not turning in much, but turning in tends to be slightly easier.
Long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, so the leg side boundary well protected. It's also one out deep backward point out there. Sundar bowls very wide. That must be a wide. Yes, it is. Rod Tucker's having nothing to do with that. Says no, thank you. And bowled it again. I think maybe he thought he was going to come charging there, and he wanged a fast one outside the off stump, hoping for a stumping. 650 for 8 as Washington bowls a low full toss, tucked away out to Gill at straight mid wicket. They're just one off this over so far.
Washington 3 short of 100. Are we trying to avoid 100 avoidance?
Last ball of the over. Sundar bowling his off spin bowls, and that's flicked away into the leg side. They'll try and get 2 here, I think. Fielder sweeps in now. No, they're not going to get it. As the throw's on the way, that means that Castle keep the strike. But they were only a couple of runs off that over. The lead 293. Richard Richard Norfolk sent us a message here. My wife and I have been trying to keep up with your excellent coverage of the 4th Test while attempting to shear our small flock of 25 Norfolk horn sheep. But someone booked to do it for us some weeks ago, but he cancelled. Won't be able to find anyone who's available, so we decided to give it a go, despite having no experience whatsoever. Progress has been slow, and the ones we finished with look a bit embarrassed by the end result. Does Sir Alistair have any tips for us? That's quite a cry for help, isn't it? I mean, you can't have. I mean, that's a load of sheep with very bad hairdos wandering around in the field.
Yeah, I mean, without pointing at it, do you reckon they might look a little bit like Zoltz's hairdo?
Well, that's a bit harsh.
Why no, patchy.
Patchy. Certainly longer and curlier in some parts than others. Jadeja bowls to Cast and picks up a single, laying that down the ground to long on.
It's not a place
you don't shear a sheep, do you?
I have sheared one sheep.
Yeah, I gotta say,
I can crutch them out.
I can't see it.
I can crutch them out. The shearing is it's not the work. It's actually, and it is hard work. It is the fact you actually have to know how to do it, and it's a technical thing.
You've got to get them on the backs, haven't you?
You've got to manoeuvre them. You've got to get the skin tight.
Jadeja bowls and Stokes goes for a big one. Down the ground it goes and over the boundary for 6. Bit of a skimmer, that one. And that's the 300 lead up. 6:58 for 8. Crowd loving it, but really waiting for the main event now, which is for England to get bowling, I suspect. Jadeja bowls another one, higher this time. The fielder's going to catch it. He does at long on, and is at the moment. Stokes says that's it. I think so. Well, no, he's saying something to Cast. They're going to carry on. Stokes' innings has come to an end on 141. He's perished to a catch on the boundary, playing for the team. And with that dirty smudge down the front of his sweater, he takes his helmet off, and he'll have loved that. He really will. He gets a tap on the back from Mohammad Siraj. He shows his back to the crowd. It's been a couple of years since he scored a Test 100. Oh, he's doing a little pirouette there to say thank you to everybody. A great game he's having. And there's more to go yet. He's got some more bowling to do, but he's taken England now to a lead of 300. And that's before lunch on the 4th day. There might have been a moment there where he might have thought that's enough. But no, he's carrying on, and Jofra Archer's coming out for a swing.
Well, firstly, it's great to see Ben Stokes back in the runs. His ability to be able to change gears, play the situation like there. You wouldn't want really anyone else in the world playing in that situation, with the shots and the power and the calmness. He wasn't slogging at every ball. He was picking his moments to go. And I know it is easy. You say it's easy with men on the boundary, but he's very good at that situation. When he came in, they'd lost 2 wickets very quickly. It was not easy. Finds a way. It's just great for England that he's batting. He's found some rhythm to his batting and actually spent some time in the middle. I think how many balls he actually faced this year out in the middle have been very slim. And I maybe reading just 3 more balls, because he might be just thinking he's wasted 3 balls if you declare now. Like, it's there if you.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason I can think he's carrying. So I thought he said.
He seemed to wave his bat. Here's Jadeja bowling to Archer. He's off the mark straight away. Thick edge running down towards Siraj, who loses his hat as usual. Must be a size too big, I think, Siraj's hat. It always comes off. And they take another one, 301. It looked, the way he waved his bat, but then he went over his shoulder and he said something to Cast. There'll be lip readers all over the country trying to see what he said there.
It must be the last 2 balls, surely.
No, it's coming up to 12:30, so if they declare now, that's 20 minutes of bowling. 6:59 for 9. Jadeja fiddles with the field. He's got a slip. He comes in, bowls over the wicket, and Cast tries a swing into the leg side. It's maybe pad on that. Runs away for a leg by. Brings Archer down to the business end with 1 to go in this over. 660 for 9. The lead 302, and potentially a difficult time for India's openers to negotiate. Jadeja again, some trying to come out, and Archer forward, just taps that back to him. And are they going to walk off? No. Cast is strolling down for a chat with Archer. So they just have to wait a little bit longer. 660 for 9. The lead 302. A packed Old Trafford. Really loving this. Go on, let's have Stokes' details.
The final numbers for Ben Stokes: 141 from 198 balls, 3 sixes and 11 fours. Reached his 100 off 164 balls, so scored 38 more runs off his. I've lost it off the screen. Oh no. 38 more runs in his last 34 balls. England's total is currently their 5th highest in Test history.
Is that right? So that's quite a landmark, isn't it? 660 for 9. Deep set leg field now as Washington Sundar bowls an off-spinner to Cast, who tries to swing it away over the top of those 4 fielders who are on the leg side boundary and scattered about. And Shubman Gill wanders over now for a conversation with his bowler. He's the only man standing there saving a single in the leg side. The offside short third man. That man at deep point, I'm not quite sure why he's there, because I haven't seen Cast play the reverse sweep. But he's been standing there resolutely throughout this innings. Covers quite deep. Sundar's now going to come over the wicket. And he goes and bowls wide outside the off stump. It's dragged away for a single to long off. Siraj trots in and picks that up. Archer will be on strike. So the lead 303. It's all about time now. Deep Dasgupta's here. I wonder how long they surely will have a bowl at India before lunch.
I would like to believe so. They could have declared now with the fall of the wicket, but then it's still what at least would want 10-15 minutes.
Washington Sundar forward, and that's nicely played by Archer off the front foot, just pushing it away for a single.
I wonder if the idea is for Cast to get to his 50s on 40 now. And maybe Cast get to his 50, come out and bowl, 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Washington Sundar bowls wide outside the off stump. He's clobbered this. That's gone way into the crowd for 6. Sounded lovely in the headphones. A lovely sweet crack. Bat hitting ball. Cast goes to 46.
Yeah, tried to kind of bowl way outside off stump, away from his hitting zone, as we call it. But there was right there. He's a tall man with a big reach, a long reach, and uses it.
He's really dragged that from outside the off stump. It's gone a long way. Cast on 46, the lead 310. Washington goes in to try again. There he goes and bowls fuller this time, and there's a fumble from Durrell. A bit of a mix-up there because the ball's rolled away into a space in the offside. They've not taken a run of any sort. Not sure what happened there. Cast has got a huge smile on his face.
Yeah, because I think he thought the ball was rolling onto the stumps, and he used his bat, or was it his bat? Yeah, I think his
Oh, he's
bat
knocked it away with his
hit
bat. Yes, absolutely.
Hitting the ball twice, wasn't it a way of getting out?
It used to be. Now there's another one, low, and a low full toss, hit for a single. Yeah, because you can knock it. You can't knock it away with your hand, can you?
No, you can't.
No, you can use your bat to stop it hitting the stumps, but you can't use your bat to hit it a second time to try and get run. So had he run there, then he could have been out.
Yeah,
the ball twice.
Because he didn't stop it, he actually kind of hit it.
Yeah.
So yeah, good on him that he didn't try and take a run off that.
That's an intriguing one anyway. It is puzzling because you can't use your hand, can you? We've seen Graham Gooch, we've seen Michael Vaughan get out.
Yes.
That's handled the ball.
Yes.
But to knock it away. Right, here's Jadeja then from the far end in the sunshine, bowls to Kars, a big swing again, and Siraj was in conversation there with someone on the boundary edge, and he's turned around and taken the catch. And England are all out, so no question of declarations anymore. Siraj, he was talking to, I don't know, one of the Indian physios or who it might ever have been, or the 12th man or something there, and he's back to the game. And I think one of them said, hey up Mohammed, the ball's coming, and so he turned around and took the catch. And so Kars is out, 669 all out. England lead by 311, and by my reckoning, there'll be 15 minutes of play before lunch. Bit of pressure on India's openers here to take a bit of time out as well after everything that happened at Lord's. That'll be interesting to see what goes on. But anyway, the main thing is that they've got a nasty little session here to bat.
That's true, but this is, again, I'm looking at it from the other side, this young Indian side. This is also part of their learning curve. And someone like Yashasvi Jaiswal, he might have faced this in first-class cricket, but not at international level. So, yeah, they'll be tested. There's no two ways about it. But then, again, part of, a young side learning and coping with different situations.
Jadeja and Shiraz having a good laugh there actually as they go off. He's an aggressive so on the field, Siraj, but he's clearly got a great sense of humour. And he had his back to play there. Yeah. And they said, the ball's coming. Turn around.
It's Kuldeep and Arshdeep he was having a chat with.
Yeah. Kars out for 47 then, caught in the deep. Archer 2 not out. That's after Joe Root 150, Ben Stokes 141, Useful 26 from Dawson, 669 all out. And you were saying that was what, the 5th highest?
Yeah, England's 5th highest test score.
It's a mountainous lead as well for India, so they've got what remains of this session, 2 more sessions today and 3 tomorrow. So it's a very tall order indeed. There's the Rishabh Pant unknown situation as well, whether he bats or not. It's odd. There's not been a word come out of no official word come out of the Indian dressing room at all, is it, about what his injury actually is?
Yeah, that's true. But I guess it is a fractured foot. But then they haven't really said anything, I believe, because he will bat in the second innings as well, and then maybe after the Test match there'll be an official announcement is what I think, because he's still very much slated to bat in the second innings. Maybe that's the reason. Haven't really seen him in the warm-ups or during, today morning or yesterday, but I'm sure he will bat.
Well, England's slip fielders are having some practice here now. Some edges from Brendan McCullum. Joe Root's really hurt his fingers there. A low practice catch at first slip. That's really rattled them. Hope he's all right. He's doubled over at the moment, holding his fingers. He's in some pain. We'll be hearing from him at lunchtime. Of course, he had a tremendous day yesterday. It's 3800 and going up to second place in the all-time table. He's gone back into his position there at first slip, and McCullum ran the ball off the face of the bat as a catch. It was going to land in a nasty place. A Root just had nothing to do with it. He just got out of the way, really. Still looking at his fingers, so I hope he's all right. Meanwhile, there's an interesting one. India have gone for the light roller on the pitch. Normally, you see the heavy one fired up Light roller, that usually suggests that not entirely trusting of the surface.
That's true, and that's very common in India, especially these pitches where it's kind of deteriorating. You see those cracks, and there are chances of those cracks not just opening up, but the edges of the cracks breaking once you use the heavy roller, and the pitch kind of breaking up. And that's what I've been saying since yesterday. This is like an Indian, or especially North Indian kind of a pitch. The black soil pitches that you get in the north of India, it's that kind of a pitch. It's behaved that way. So yeah, while it's going to be tough for the Indian batters, no two ways about it. The way it will bounce, we mentioned Liam Dawson, he will get some turn out of this as well. But then nothing that Indian batters haven't faced before playing in India.
Number of left-handers for Dawson to deal with, aren't there? I mean, that's going to make it a bit more difficult for him. But I guess Joe Root will bowl some, but many in that top order of India are left-handers. They'll be bowling into the rough, of course, outside their off stump, but they should be able to handle that all right. Players from the subcontinent, used to this sort of a thing. So the light roller, manned by one member of the ground staff, is slowly being trundled up and down. Bowling figure-wise, there's some quite ugly ones here. Bumrah went for 100 for the first time in his Test career, which is quite something. Bumrah, 33 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 112. Kambodge, we didn't see today. 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 89. Mohammad Siraj, he just kept going. He's admirable. 30 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 140. Thakur, 11 overs for 55. Jadeja, 37.1 overs, no maidens, 4 for 143. Washington Sundar, who actually bowled rather nicely. And looking at that list there, he's most economical second after Bumrah of all of them. 28 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 107. That's not necessarily bowling figures that many of the bowlers will wrap up and want to take away with them, but it's been a hard slog out there for them. So we've got 20 minutes to go until lunch, and the umpires will be emerging anytime soon. The fielding drills have been completed. I see Chris Wokes and Jofra Archer loosening up to the left-hand side of the square, so they'll be taking the new ball. That's probably all that will be needed in these 15 minutes. They might bowl 3 overs, might get 4 in. Depends how keen the Indian batsmen are to face as well, I suspect, or whether we see the shenanigans from Lords that England were involved in to try and waste some time. But the openers are coming out into the sunshine, get used to the light. And the ground staff are just about done as well. So, almost underway. Deep, I suspect you've battered in this situation a few times. You can tell us what it's like. And then Dan Norcross comes in.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as far as the batters are concerned, you're just going to go out there and bat and not really think too much about the match situation or look at the scoreboard. You just bat because there's so much of time left in this Test match. 10 minutes, maybe 10-15 minutes here in this session, and a couple of sessions and 3 sessions tomorrow. So you can't really think about the game situation. Obviously, England in a very, very strong position. But as a batter, Indian batter, you just got to go and bat and not really look at the scoreboard at all.
Well, indeed. I mean, there might be a little bit of rain around as well. I think they've got to take some encouragement from the fact that England batted pretty comfortably at the back end. I mean, I know they were tired, and there are all sorts of reasons why. Stokes and Carrs put on 95, Dawson and Stokes 35, But if you're an Indian batter, you've got to find the positives. You're going to say, well, England scored 669. There are no devils in the pitch. There are a couple that kept low, but every pitch has got the odd one that keeps low and the odd one that gets up. And you just got to be, a bit lucky.
True, and to be fair, I mean, you expect this kind of behavior on day 4, day 5, and like I said, a lot of these guys, they might be new in international cricket, but have played enough of first-class cricket where you get to face these kind of conditions. So yeah, it's going to be tough, no two ways about it, especially from James Anderson end where the ball is kind of keeping low. I would like to believe Liam Dawson would bowl from that end as well, because this morning I saw a few of those cracks kind of opening up, and those cracks are right, one, good length area, and secondly, right in the middle as well, not outside the line of the stumps. So yeah, I mean, it'll be challenging, no two ways, but nothing that they haven't faced before.
Yeah, I mean, I think when the inquest takes place, And India may well get out of this game with a draw. They may do. I mean, they could yet pull off the most ridiculous victory, but for that to happen, you've got to get 500 or something and then have enough time. So discounting that, I think one thing they might look at is Washington Sundar bowled 28 overs, but he didn't bowl his first over until the 69th. So he bowled 28 of the last 89 overs. Might he have come into the attack a bit earlier? Perhaps. I mean, he was going to bowl more at the back end because by that stage you're not going to flog the seamers. You know there's another test to come. But still, it seems a bit weird.
Well, the score's past 300 for 2 by the time he came on. Kamboj and Thakur between them bowled 29 overs, which is fewer than Siraj or Bumrah on their own, 30 and 33 respectively. So, yes, there was if there was any doubt about whether this selection was wildly wrong, I think that proves it.
Yeah, listen, I mean, on the hindsight, you would think about that. And the obvious thing yesterday was not getting the spinners on earlier, not getting Washington earlier. That was quite obvious, and that was addressed by Moni Mokal at the post-match presentation as well. And that's where I think, from an Indian perspective, you've got to be a little more patient with this team, with this captain. He will make his mistakes, and hopefully he'll learn from it. And that's what you want to see.
I mean, there are extenuating circumstances, actually, because on the first day that he was bowling, England had got the ball to nip around quite a lot. He had a new ball and he wanted his seamers to do the job. And then when he came back the next day, 45, 46 overs had been bowled, and he wanted to give the seamers a chance to see if something would happen in the morning. That by that stage, a lot of overs have then been used up. I think the criticism might he have tried Washington on the second evening at some point, and just as an exploratory over there. Might they have come on after 45 minutes of play, perhaps yesterday when nothing was happening. Woakes with the first ball into Jaiswal, who lets it go by outside the off stump, goes through gun barrel straight to Jamie Smith around about waist height.
Yeah, big test for the young man, Yashasvi Jaiswal, because he's naturally very aggressive and attacking. The last thing he would want to think about is batting the day or batting for a draw. That's not how these youngsters are tuned. Just hope that he bats normally, naturally, and not worry too much or think too much. Because again, this is a good learning experience for these youngsters as well. That's how you've got to look at it.
Woakes round the wicket. Oh, short, wide. He has a flirt at it and misses it. Through to the keeper. A bit of bounce there. Through to Smith. England's bowlers well rested. The longest innings under the Bazball era. 157 overs, was it, in the end? Going past the 150 at Multan. So, for once, England's bowlers have had 2 nights' sleep since they last bowled. And they've only got a mini session here. They get 2 bites at the cherry with the new ball, either side of lunch. Everything in their favour. Woakes in. Jaiswal defends solidly. A full ball on off stump. Pushes it up to Stokes at mid-off, who's wearing the jumper he was batting in, and it's covered in a big splodge, as Crawley's was as well. When he batted, he had a dive to get in, didn't he, and then sported a splodge on a jumper.
Again, I'm thinking from a batter's point of view, what you also want to do is break down into smaller parts. Just look at the end of the session and then next and next. Just break down the innings in smaller parts.
Woakes in again. And this is, strikes the pad and it's caught! Edged and caught. The first wicket goes down. Jaiswal has got to go. A beautiful bit of bowling. I thought it had touched the pad first, but actually it was an edge and it's got caught at slip. And India have lost their first wicket without a run on the board. Woakes has struck. But Jaiswal, who's been a thorn in England's side so many times, goes for a duck, and it's a lovely piece of bowling. But just take a look at that again. It's come in and then it's just shaped slightly away. Look, and it's been caught on the rebound by Joe Root. It was a pretty simple chance, actually, except I guess that with Jaiswal looking to turn the ball to leg, he gets a leading edge, and so perhaps Root was slightly unsighted and it bobbled out of his hand initially, and then he grabs it on the rebound. And Jaiswal's got to go. That is the perfect start for England and a body blow for India. They're 0-1.
Yeah, that's a terrific delivery from Woakes coming round the wicket, that angle. And that's what exactly prompted Yashasvi Jaiswal to play on the onside. He wanted to play the angle, but then it pitched and straightened enough to get that leading edge.
Well, Gautam Gambhir does not look particularly happy in that dressing room, and I can understand why, because this is the worst possible start for India. They've got a mountain to climb, and if anything was not going to encourage Rishabh Pant to come out to bat with a broken foot, it's if India lose a couple of early wickets with a deficit of 311.
Yeah, like Yashasvi Jaiswal, again a big opportunity here for Sai Sudarshan. Just playing his second test match, looked good in the first innings, got that first test match 50. That would give him some confidence playing at this level.
But already there's a leg slip in place. It's amazing, isn't it, in a test series, how quickly teams devise plans. You come out to bat and you look around and you go, oh, oh no. Leg slip. Wokes in, 4 other slips, and edged and gone! First ball, Wokes is on a hat-trick. I think looking to leave the ball alone, and he's just guided it straight to slip. And India are 0 for 2.
I don't believe this. Seriously don't believe this. It's way outside off stump, maybe 5th, 6th stump delivery. He's going to leave it, but then takes the edge and an easy catch. And yeah, Wokes on a hat-trick. 2 of 2. Yeah, this is a nightmarish start for India. I mean, it's way outside off stump, wants to let it go, but at the last moment, I mean, wasn't a little late on getting the bat out of the way.
It's Brook with the catch at third slip, but it was catching practice. You see it in the morning, time and time again, as someone throws the ball at a coach who just almost looks to sort of leave or guide the ball, and it's exactly what Sai Sudarshan's done there. And as a result, the Indian captain, who was really not expecting to bat before lunch about 15 minutes ago, he certainly wasn't expecting to bat before lunch, and now he's got to come out. He had a brilliant start to this series, but the last couple of games his returns have got thinner and thinner, and he's facing a hat-trick ball. Wokes with his tail up, and England swarming.
Yeah, Shubman Gill. It's never easy when you field it for so long and then you come out and bat. Again, you can see the difference when India were actually fielding and talking about maybe a declaration coming or something. You could see the difference in KL Rahul, how he was preparing his body language, and Yashasvi Jaiswal. But then, yeah, hat-trick ball now for the skipper, who's on strike, Shubman Gill.
It's the first time India have been 0 for 2 since 1983.
Right. Wokes, hat-trick ball, 4 slips, leg slip, mid-wicket, extra cover and a deep gully. Gill is taking his time, he's marking his guard. Stokes is moving into gully. He swap places. Archer's coming straighter, and he's going close. He doesn't quite know what he's supposed to be doing. Wokes is gesturing to him. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Wokes to Gill. He's in, and he struck on the pad. There's a big appeal. They've all gone up. I think that's going down the leg side. Umpire says not out, and they're not going to refer it. A bit of theatre there. But what a start, what an explosive start to the Indian innings. They've lost 2 wickets in the first over, Wokes with them both. First Jaiswal, then Sudarshan. That's 2 of the left-handers they've got out. Dawson will be happy about that. There's now 2 right-handers. Gill and Rahul. Well. KL Rahul hasn't faced a ball yet. And India's number 4 has. Work that out.
The superb over from Wokes was on the money from word go. That delivery to Yashasvi Jaiswal was an absolutely brilliant one. A little lucky with the dismissal of Sai Sudarshan. And even that hat-trick delivery was a pretty good one, straight and full. Did a little too much, was missing leg, but hit the pads.
So Archer is going to bowl from the Statham end. Not a sight you particularly want to see when you're 0 for 2 with a brand new ball. With 7 minutes to go till lunch. That over lasted about 10 minutes. As Rahul just stretches and goes through his paces. Surveys the scene. 3 slips, gully and a leg slip. And the close catches as Archer runs away from us. Into Rahul, who lets one go by outside the off stump with the keeper, no run. Everything feels like an anticlimax, doesn't it? Suddenly you get this remarkable burst of energy, and then just can't see where a wicket's coming from after a ball like that.
Now, obviously, what a brilliant start for England. None for 2 makes things that much more difficult for India now. But yeah, KL Rahul, Shubman Gill, but you got to look at Shubman Gill now. A couple of innings. The Lord's second innings look very unlike Shubman Gill, very unlike somebody who's already scored 600 plus runs in the series.
Archer into Rahul, who plays and misses. A little dab at a ball outside the off stump that just shaped away. Only 83 miles an hour at the moment, Archer.
That's another superb delivery that came in, a proper in-swinger, but straightened after pitching. That is an absolutely brilliant delivery.
Yeah, I mean, it did too much for Rahul, didn't it? Then we're going to get bat on that.
And where I am sitting, I'm actually sitting right behind the umpire. You could actually see it from here.
It's a gorgeous view, isn't it? It's a perfect... When the bowling's at this end, if the bowling's at the other end, and someone gets a leading edge, it's not so much. Now, KL Rahul's just asked the umpire to come and check a bail. But we're back now, and Archer's ready and waiting at the top of his mark. He runs in, and Rahul just leaves this alone outside the off stump. Another one, quite a brisk ball, 84 miles an hour, but he's not cranked up that pace up to where he was in his first over at Lords, yeah?
True, but one thing that he's done really well in the first innings was his length. I thought in the last test as well, either he was too full or too short. Like bowled couple of good deliveries, unplayable. But in general, I don't think he got his length or rhythm right. But in the first innings of this test match, I thought his length was much better, more consistent.
Archer in. That's straighter and it strikes Rahul on the pad. It swung into him. Got into a tangle and the ball just lands at his feet. Cars goes to retrieve. So amidst all that, the first time India have been 0 for 2 since 1983.
Yes, and here's a nice stat on Chris Wokes. He's only the second England bowler ever to start a test innings with a double wicket maiden.
Fred Truman?
No. It was Ian Botham against Pakistan in 1982.
It's always Ian Botham, isn't it? Archer in again. Oh, this swings in. It's flicked away for the first run. Nicely played by Rahul. It swung late. And Rahul is off the mark. And there's cheers around the ground.
India's off the mark.
India's off the mark. The deficit now a mere 310. With 8 or 7 wickets in hand. Because, of course, Rishabh Pant would ordinarily be coming in at number 5.
Yeah.
Wouldn't imagine he would do that. So Jadeja is padded up. Poor Jadeja. He's bowled 37 overs.
It's only the 18th instance of a bowler starting an innings with a double wicket maiden, including 2 triple wicket maidens, one by Mitchell Starc just a week or so ago.
Oh, was that against the West Indies when they bowled him out for 27?
And the other was Irfan Pathan against Pakistan, 2006.
Yeah. Got a hat-trick first over.
Wow. Yeah. That must have been fun. Archer into... Gill gets one that jags back off the seam and hits Gill. I mean, did he get bat on it? Was it body? It just rolled into the slip region. That's a good, aggressive over by Archer. The pace isn't up, but, I wonder if he's almost deliberately looking for a little bit more swing here. Just the one run from it. India 1 for 2. There'll be one more over to go before lunch, and Chris Wokes is obviously going to bowl it.
Yeah, that in-swing that you mentioned, it seems like he actually wants to swing the ball. He's got a little bit of encouragement, couple of deliveries which straightened after that swing. And straight away, the thing that I was talking about, him finding his rhythm in this test match in the first innings. Straight away saw the length that he bowled in that first over was right on the money.
3 slips gully, backward point, leg slip, extra cover mid-on. KL Rahul and Shubman Gill with a mountain to climb here. We've been saying India bat deep, but well, they're going to have to do something extraordinary now. As Rahul waits, looks up and finds Woakes running into him. And he defends solidly back to the bowler, no run. His feet are moving.
Also eyes on Shubman, how he kind of compartmentalizes Shubman the batter and Shubman the captain. He's done it really well the first couple of test matches, but this is a little bit different situation right now. So how is he going to do that? Can he just leave everything aside and just bat and think and play just as Shubman the batter?
Woakes into Rahul, who's defending a ball that keeps a little low, and KL Rahul has his bat stabbing down on it. And he's now looking moderately suspiciously at the ground, kicking away bits of loose dust. Yeah, it must be tough because you've been, if you're Shubman Gill, because you've been out in the field for so long. 157 overs. You'll be feeling the pressure. You'll know, especially.
And also the criticism of his captaincy, team selection, choice of bowlers and everything else.
What did you make of Morny Morkel sort of saying it was his decision not to bowl Washington?
It's a good one, and I've been thinking about it. It could be tough love, as you call it. Maybe that he was told, but he decided not to go with that.
2 leg slips in place now. It's Rahul plays a lovely shot, actually. Full delivery, just works it, but straight to short mid-wicket, no run. This is a dramatic and spectacular field, makes a great photo. There are basically 3 slips, 2 gullies and 2 leg slips. Then there's a mid-on and a mid-off, and nobody anywhere else.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I can understand the offside feel, but 2 leg slips?
Seems a bit like overkill to me, but I think it's for the picture. Woakes is in and lets this go by, does Rahul. Just tucks his bat inside the line of the ball as it swings into the gloves of Smith.
Just more on that double wicket maiden. Only one other bowler has ever started an innings against India with a double wicket maiden. And that bowler was Ray Lindwall, who did it twice in the 1947-48 series in Australia. There were 8 ball overs though.
Right, yes. So he had more opportunity.
Both occasions he took the second wicket with the 8th ball.
And Australia were very strong comparative to everybody else in those days, weren't they? As Woakes is in. This is defended rather crabbily by Rahul up to mid-on. Cars does the fielding, there's no run. Yes, I mean, that India side straight after the war would have been a difficult one.
Difficult one. And very early into cricket as a nation as well. And we're talking about Australia, the Invincibles during that period, isn't it?
And soon after the partition as well, and you've got all sorts of confusion. Yes, and Australia, 46-7, and then 48 against England when they thrashed them. Right, a short straight mid-on is in now. Woakes into Rahul, who lets one go again, that swings and keeps low to the right of Jamie Smith. And that is lunch. That mini session, just 3 overs, but in it, 2 Indian batters have had to go. Yashasvi Jaiswal for a duck, Sai Siddharthan for a duck, both to Chris Woakes. Jaiswal, you probably feel more sorry for. He got a lovely ball that came in from round the wicket, looked to turn it into the onside leading edge. It was then initially dropped by Root and caught on the rebound, but Siddharthan will not want to see his dismissal again. One of those ones where you're just in 2 minds, leaving the ball, then just guided it straight to Brook. And so India go to lunch at 1 for 2, 310 behind after a session that's most definitely belonged to England and to Ben Stokes, who today became the 4th Englishman to take a 5-for and score 100 in the same Test match.
True, and only the 3rd, I believe, in Test match cricket. And he got more than 7,000 runs, 200 wickets, hundreds. The other 2 being
Kallis
Sobers Callis. Wow, brilliant.
It's quite rarefied company, isn't it?
True.
Things have really fallen into place for England here at Old Trafford. They've been dominant in this match. India making 358 in their first innings, and England replying with a mammoth 669. Ben Stokes eventually out for 141. There was some entertaining biffing. There were some sixes scored. Bryden Carrs once again showed that he has a good claim to be the best number 10 in world cricket at the moment. And Stokes didn't declare. He just kept going and going and going, and left India with a deficit of 311 by the end. And well, they had a disastrous start. 2 wickets in the first over to leave them on the precipice deep. I mean, it's hard to find any words of consolation for India at this stage, but they've got 2 of their best batters in this series at the crease, and that's all they can do is just bat the next hour and the next hour.
That's right, and it was always going to be difficult, India, in this third innings, but obviously things have become that much more challenging after losing those 2 very, very early wickets. But then, like you said, as a unit, as a youngish team and a captain, again, take it as part of the learning curve and move on and try and make the most of what you've got right now, which is just go out there and bat. And also kind of, define what this team is all about. Is it all about rolling over, or is it about fighting till the last moment? And there's a great opportunity for Shubman Gill, the captain, who's still out there batting in the crease.
Well, they fought admirably in this series, but is today going to be the day when that resistance finally breaks and England take the match and the series? We shall see, but before that, it's lunchtime.
1 for 2. If you weren't around just before lunch, it was a dramatic opening over from Chris Wokes. He was on a hat-trick, didn't achieve it, but he has taken those 2 early wickets. Jaiswal and Sudarshan both dismissed, and just 1 run on the board. Jofra Archer is going to continue from this end as Gill and Rahul resume their innings. Phil Tufnell is in here to give his thoughts, and then Prakash is going to get us underway.
Yes, afternoon everyone. That was a sensational start for England. Couldn't have gone any better. Declared, what was it, 15 minutes, 20 minutes before the lunch break, and to get 2 prime scalps doesn't get much better than that. Prakash, afternoon.
Good afternoon everyone. Yes, it's a mountain of mountainous proportions of India to even try and get England to bat again.
It's a big mountain.
It is huge. But I think the only way that they can now is to put up a fight, is to just play normal cricket. Because if they let that get into their head, which will be in their heads, they're going to try and do stuff that they otherwise wouldn't. England right on top. And without question, this is the inflection point of the series. We've been saying that since day 2. And it's all coming home to roost in a manner of speaking. Jofra Archer's ready, 3 slips in a gully are ready, a leg slip in place as well, and Shubman Gill on strike. Crowd behind the home side, as it rightly should be. First ball comes in, defended by Gill on the onside, fielded by Wokes at mid-on.
Yeah, you've got to have some pride, haven't you? You've got to have some personal milestones, some personal goals. Right, I want to get myself 100 here. It's very difficult, as you say, when you've got that mountain in front of you, scoreboard pressure, pitch slightly deteriorating as well. You've just got to try and put that all to one side and say, right, you and your mate, let's be here at tea time, and then see where we go from there.
Session by session, hour by hour.
Yeah, play every ball on its merits.
Archer in bowls. There was a swinging Yorker tailing back in. Unless he got bat on it, that should have been history. It had middle stump, leg stump written on it. Are they going to go upstairs? Has it just tailed in?
Yeah, has it hit pad first? He sort of squeezed it. It was a beautiful in-swinging Yorker from Archer. Did it hit bat first? They're having
it's gone up.
Did it hit pad? Did it hit bat first? It's going to be tight.
That's the only thing. I mean, clearly umpire Raza, in his first opinion, believes there was bat.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both fields. Fair delivery. You can go to front on.
I've got a sneaking suspicion it might be bat first, but it was an absolute ripper of a ball.
Brilliant.
Quickly swinging Yorker. Just managed to jam it down.
Nice and slow.
Yeah.
Would like to see the ultra edge.
Inside, the thinnest inside edges of the bat, I think, onto his pad.
Or has it just flicked that toe first as it's
Has
gone
it?
first?
Well,
If it's just flicked the...
this is a
Nice and
close-up.
slow.
Oh,
It's literally a squeeze.
Can you rock back?
It's a
More one frame
squeeze.
back.
Oh, I think that will go in the way of the batter. I mean, it's nip and tuck.
Nice and slow.
It's
I
a-
don't have any conclusive evidence that the ball hit the pad first.
There you go.
There you go.
So, you can stay with your on-field call, not out. Hassan.
Well, Kumar Dharmasena
Down the screen, making
just
six
explaining his rationale, which is the way it's done. I had no conclusive evidence to overturn. Now, just think, if it had been on-field out and Gill had reviewed, would have been the same answer. So he would have been out.
Yeah, no, but a little bit of luck. I mean, it's nip and tuck. That's a toss of a coin, really. You don't know, but I just got the feeling it was sort of bat first. A good decision, I suppose, by the umpire. Raza.
What a ball! Look at that.
Yeah, whoosh.
Just watching it on the replay, it just tailed back in remarkably. Jofra's got a big smile on his face, a rueful one to say, oh, it might just have been. Well, he's got another opportunity now as he gets ready. There's some conversation between the captain and the umpire. Andy has got some view on it. We'll probably get his thoughts on it after this delivery. Here's again bowled nicely and played away on the offside. There'll be a couple of runs here for Shubman Gill. Andy.
Well, I think the umpire is talking to Stokes about whether or not a review has been lost, because the
screen said umpire's
tracking said that the impact was umpire's call, but because the sort of issue that kept it not out initially was an inside edge, which would then lose a review. I don't know. It's all a bit of a grey area, because then as the umpire, the TV umpire said, there was no definitive evidence. It's a grey area.
Yeah,
in
because
the
it
DRS.
said umpire's call on impact. Anyway, here's Archer bowls, left alone by Gill.
So, have they lost one or not?
Yeah, scoreboard seems to suggest they have.
Right.
Yes, so if it's for the inside edge, then yes, but given that the umpire wasn't sure, surely there needs to be scope for an umpire's call
Right,
if it's
rightfully so.
unproven. But there isn't currently, so I don't know. But I don't know whether the umpire was talking to Stokes because it was umpire's call on impact, whether that affects it. We'll have to try and find out.
Not another grey area.
Well, I guess someone keeps notes, isn't it, for the cricket committee?
Something always pops up every year, every summer. Something always pops up.
Jofra Archer into bowl to Shubman Gill now. Bat raised, Wade shuffles in. Ooh, and gets one that gets up nasty.
Yeah, that was
that's hit him on the glove on his right finger. He's already got some serious trapping on it, and he's obviously in pain.
Yeah, another climbing delivery from Archer, just back of a length, but that gets him sort of like under the armpit, and the hands go up to try and fend it off. And that thumps into that bottom thumb, was it? Bottom thumb
It
again.
looked like that, and where he has all that strapping, he's still wringing that hand in pain, Shubman. Now the physio's coming out.
Magic sponge, bit of cold spray. Not what you need when you've got this mountain again in front of you. You skip again.
And the way it's trapped is from his wrist through to the thumb, the base of the thumb. So it's got to be that jarring pain, injury, whatever.
Not what you fancy, really, when your backs are against the wall. Get one right on that thumb. Ouch.
And it's cold.
Oh, he's moving it, all right.
Yeah, it doesn't look at the moment that it's broken, maybe just
You've got to take a few blows in Test match cricket if you want to be a batsman. You've got to get stuck in. Body, hands, gloves, everything, isn't it? You've got to be brave.
Well, the man who was with Aggers for lunch during the luncheon discussion, Cheteshwar Pujara, he's taken a few over the years. And it's a simple answer in the recent book that his wife has written. It's called, I think, The Journey of a Cricketer's Wife, something like that is the title. He says the reason that I did that was because I knew I couldn't play the hook or the pull. So I just decided I'd take it on my body.
Wow.
There you are, brave man.
Yeah. You've got to value your wicket, haven't you?
Well, Gill's ready now, and Archer's at the top of his run. A suggestion from the dressing room, and Archer's hand gestures seem to suggest to Get her helmet out. This one's come back in again sharply, and Archer's pleading. He's on his knees first with his hands raised towards umpire Raza, then on his head down on the ground saying, what more do you want me to do, ump? But Hassan Raza is unmoved.
I think he's got a little inside edge on
Again, I think so. Thin edge onto his pad. But boy, is that ball talking.
Yeah.
He's got it on a leash almost.
Yeah, another hooping in swing. A great seam position. Oh, that one nips back. Oh, it hasn't got an inside edge. I think that's doing too much. That's hit a crack.
It did look like that. Definitely looked like that.
Yeah.
Look at Archer on the reef.
Begging, please,
Yes.
give me a break.
Yes.
I mean, England have come out. They're flying now. They've got things happening for it. Clouds are in the sky as well, so it's swinging. It's a nice day for bowling. There's that nice cross breeze as well.
Yeah. Perfect conditions. They've got India on the ropes, and they're still landing a few.
Yes.
So in this slugfest of a series, quite literally, England have them, the opposition, that's India, on the ropes. They landed a few already. And Vokes, the man who did the damage in the first over, has the ball from the Sir James Anderson end. 3 slips, gully, leg slip, and almost a catching sort of short third. Here's Vokes into Rahul. Rahul lets it go outside the off stump.
Yeah, you've just got little passages of play for India. Right, new ball's doing a bit. Come on, let's be here in half an hour. Let's get this old ball. Let's get that shine knocked off this new ball. Sorry. And that's all you can do. And then it's surprising how things can get easier. Things can change. Things get easier.
And yet, Tuffers, you'll be the first to agree that you look at the way India had 2 new balls in the England innings.
Yeah.
Not once did we see anything like this happen, of this degree certainly, outside the off stump, left alone. I mean, the movement, the accuracy.
Absolutely. Well, England have looked more potent with the ball than India in this Test match, without a doubt.
And with 600 plus with the bat too.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's one or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. But they just seem to have. I mean, it's been a great pitch, but they've just had that little edge on India. The odd one's just done a bit more.
Clearly, no question about it. Vokes turns and runs into bowl to KL Rahul. And yes, bowls, and Rahul defends on the onside. And he wanted to run. Gill says no. Archer was in quickly. And Rahul's quickly back. Just get the feeling, even in the field towards the end of England's innings, KL Rahul seemed to be the one guy who had who had things to say, things to do, moving things around, talking to bowlers. Gill had become very passive. Very passive.
Yeah, that when Cars hit Sundar a couple of times, and I think he was still fielding up close in.
Gill was shot mid-wicket. There's Vokes into KL Rahul bowls, and he drives. Beautiful. Just pushes it up the ground. I don't think it'll go all the way. Archer's after it. They'll take 2. Will they come back for the third? Yes, Gill turns, so they will take the third run as well. Just a gentle push, not trying to hit it too hard. KL Rahul up the ground, full face. 6 now on the board.
Well spotted. So what's that telling you, Prakash? What's that telling you? Tiredness? Can I have half an hour off? Can the vice captain do it for me? Or just a little bit?
First for a moment I thought it might be just the comfort of speaking in the local regional language. Then I realized while possibly Sundar speaks Kannada or maybe Rahul speaks a bit of Tamil, the fact is both their mother tongues are different, but maybe they know each other's language as well. Sometimes it just helps to sort of give a bowler some comfort. I don't know what it was. Maybe Rahul but clearly Rahul took responsibility at that moment.
I saw it.
Which was the thing to do. Here's Vokes into Gill, and Gill gets one that's rising a little bit. He plays it with the angled bat down towards the backward point area, not for runs. Yeah, Gill looked flat, and with him then the rest of the team. I mean, again, no bowling at all, and I think Andy's made the point, so I don't want to sort of talk about it again, but the fact is that between Kamboj and Thakur, no bowling today at all, and very little yesterday. Here's Vokes in bowls, and Gill is struck on the pad. Everyone's up behind the keeper, but I think Vokes himself then suggesting that maybe it was going down the leg side.
Well, I mean, you're right. It has been a slugfest, hasn't it? they've been toe-to-toe for 4 test matches, and it's only now that you're just seeing a
gap opening up.
Yeah, a bit of a gap. And, you know, well, I mean, India got 380, didn't they? 380 first innings. But
358.
358. But it just felt not quite enough.
No. And at the time, I remember on the first day, several of the very experienced former cricketers who've been around on this floor saying, 350
par
is a good chance. No, I don't think too many people said par, but they said, good chance. This pitch has got something in it, etc., etc. And while one can always sit back and if you wanted to find excuses, talk about several things, including the weather, the reality is that India did not bowl well enough. England batted superbly, and then they started falling apart, and England just pressed home the advantage. So I think Sir Alistair used the word ruthless, and I think England have been.
Well, this is what they've been trying to bring in slowly into their cricket, the likes of Baz and Stokesy, that little bit of ruthlessness and, you know, foot on the throat.
Here's Archer in bowls, and Rahul plays it nicely off the back foot. He's going to get 4 runs here. Nicely played, steered it away off the back foot down to square third for the first boundary of the Indian innings.
And on these pitches, you know, I mean, back in the day when I was playing, you know, if you get 350, you're absolutely delighted, you know. Oh, come on, lads, well done. You know, you're right in the game, but the pitches have slightly just lost all that sort of, they've just gone a bit sort of flat and lifeless, so... You know, you can't sit back on your laurels on 350 anymore because people will go scooting past you. The way they play, the confidence, the front foot sort of mentality.
Well, on day 2, the openers showed how for England. This one's outside the off stump, left alone.
And that, I mean, we've gone on about it a lot, Crawley. I mean, Duckett's now sort of moved into a bit of a different league now, I think, Ben Duckett. But you can see why they sort of want Zach Crawley to do well, because
when he does,
they chewed up. You know, they chewed up 100 runs in about 20 overs, and they were sort of like just cut that 350 in half almost.
Yeah, but that's where I think management of India's bowling effort wasn't necessarily great. Here's Archer bowls, nice and straight this time, defended.
Well, you've been scratching your head all test match about the selections, haven't you?
Oh, well, I mean, the selection of the team, I think, you know, who knows, Anshul Kamboj would have come out and got a fifer, but that's with what we saw, that was not going to happen. And particularly, and we may still be exactly at the same point in the game, toughest, but not to play Kuldeep Yadav, to me, is a mystery when you've got this situation.
Absolutely. Well, we were all crying for it up here.
Which is probably why they don't let us choose the team. Nice delivery again, full forward in defence.
What is the process for India? Is it
I don't know if the chairman of the selectors is still here, but Agarkar was certainly here till the third test, in which case typically it would be the chairman of selectors who's on tour, the manager, of course, or the coach, and the skipper, maybe the vice captain as well, but generally at least the 3 of them.
Yes, the wise men.
Supposedly.
Yes.
Well, there will be, like I said, whenever this game finishes, I think Gautam Gambhir has generally, when India have lost, come out to speak to the press. Bowls again, tailing back, and just a bit of bounce as well.
If they can just get that one to straighten up now as well, they're going to be in all sorts, because that's like genuine 90-mile-an-hour in-swing, that is.
And where we're sitting, we're getting a perfect view of it, isn't it?
It's like a Waqar Younis almost, that is.
Well, the one that Gill sort of squeezed onto his pad was very much Waqar Younis.
Yeah. I've had one of them thump into my foot. It smarted a bit.
I'll ask Rishabh Pant, he'll tell you.
Yeah.
So he might have brought it upon himself, but here's Archer bowls again, and just a quick movement backwards and defended in front of the man under the helmet at forward short leg by KL Rahul. Still, throughout the series, the one person who's looked
head and shoulders. Head and shoulders above everyone else. Well, apart from Shubman's played beautifully in those first 2 test matches, didn't he? But he's just looked that calming influence up top.
But also, I mean, coming in to open the batting, slightly different from batting at 4. Not taking anything away from Gill's efforts.
Absolutely.
But definitely an important role.
And you're right, and that's absolutely right, because these pitches have been, the only time you get any movement is with the new ball, and he's the one who's had to blunt it.
Yes, and he's done a pretty fair job of it all the way through.
Yeah, he's played really well.
Vokes continuing from the far end. And Gill on strike. In comes Vokes, bowls. And Gill is playing it with not with the normal flourish that we've seen him play, but he'll get 2 runs out towards extra cover, played off the back foot. In fact, they'll go back for the third as Stokes picks the ball up and sends in a loopy return where Jamie Smith runs forward and collects. 3 more to the total now, 13 for 2. Remember, India lost their first 2 wickets without a run on the board.
Yeah, that knocks stuff in out.
And I think I heard Andy say that was the first time since '83, was it?
Yeah, first time since 1983 India have been 0 for 2.
Vokes into KL Rahul now. 3 slips and a deepish gully, bowls, and Rahul solidly behind it. Ball just trickles out on the offside.
That was against West Indies in Chennai. They were also 0 for 2 in Kanpur in the same series against West Indies in 1983. The last time they were 0 for 2 against England was at Lord's in 1959. And then famously they were 0 for 4 against England at Headingley in 1952 in their second innings. And Freddie Truman ran amok.
Yes. Bowled the speed of lightning.
Well, at least as a team, India kind of have been there before. We can sit here and laugh. Must be absolute mayhem in the camp there. Vokes in bowls, played back to the bowler by Rahul.
And it is. And it is, because you have the sort of the tradition of when you get your pads on, there'll be the openers walking out, 3's ready, 4's sort of getting himself, into that position.
But with lunch 10 minutes away, he's probably not. Probably not.
I've seen people scrambling around dressing rooms, pads flying everywhere. Who's got my thigh pad? Where's my bat? Oh dear.
Yes, Vokes into bowl to KL Rahul bowls, and Rahul could leave that. Watched it through. So if we cast your mind back, Taffers, to the way Sai Sudarshan got out, I think it was just the speed with which he raised his bat to let the ball go was a bit slow. The ball just tailed in.
Yeah.
And it was...
it wasn't a snappy leave,
no,
was it?
Exactly.
It was a sort of a bit of a... I've been in the field for...
a yawny one.
A bit of a yawny leave, perhaps.
Paid the price. You feel for him. There's Vokes bowls and nicely tucked away off his pad down towards long leg, where Cast comes off the boundary to field. 1 more to the total. It's 14. Limps along to 14 for the loss of the first 2 wickets. Yashasvi Jaiswal's second duck from memory in the series, I would imagine.
Yes, he made a duck in the second innings at Lord's. Sudarshan's second duck in 4 innings. He made a duck in the first innings on his debut.
Correct.
At Headingley in the first test.
When he was strangled down the leg side on debut. So here's Vokes. And Gill plays it to mid-wicket to Ollie Pope, and there is no run. End of the over. 14 for 2. And having survived the first few overs after lunch, it is, after a word from Phil Tufnell, it is going to be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, no. Jofra Archer has looked very potent bowling from our commentary box. He's really got the ball swinging. If you can just try and get that straight one, or perhaps just leave the right-hander as well, they're going to be in all sorts of trouble. But all of these pitches have responded to the new ball, but then if you can get over that, that's when the slog starts for the bowlers. But England have made those initial couple of breakthroughs.
Yes, because I had that 40-minute break, of course, only bowled the 3 overs before lunch. Archer's been in sensational, appealing form, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's gone down on his knees and begged. He's beaten the ground like a wrestler in a ring. Here's Archer into the... Oh, it was a full ball, which is dug out back to him. along the ground. There's no run. You also you did a lovely little yawn there. I was thinking if ever they were going to do a live action version of
Bagpuss.
Yeah, you'd be the man
on stage.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Has anyone ever approached you?
Wouldn't mind that, actually. Get a few quid for yawning. Oh, I think it'd be my dream job.
Not too many
this.
lines, are there?
No, there's no. Yeah, no, perfect.
Archer in, Jags back into Rahul, strikes the pad, rolls out into the offside. They think of a run, it isn't there. He's getting a lot of movement off the pitch with this ball. I heard you talking about a crack. Do you think there was a...
Well, yeah, no, there was one that really... Well, the knees and hands and all fours,
Yes.
Peel was the one that actually then hit the crack and did too much.
It was going to go past the leg.
Yeah, but I mean, it went... Woof,
Well, that one's jagged back a long way and struck it. Rahul high on the thigh pad, close to midships. Leg slip in place, quite wide, almost leg gully. Archer in again, full strikes the pad, a big appeal, third slip, imploringly, but I don't think so. I think height will be the issue, and the jag again.
Yeah.
But he's beating the inside edge of Rahul's bat over and over again here as Archer.
Yeah. If he can just get that one to go the other way now, I mean, that will be just genius.
Actually, I've just seen the replay of that.
Close?
Yes, because it's hit the back leg on the top of the flap, but quite deep in his crease. I think probably umpire's call at best, but that was one that they might have appealed more vociferously for. Crawley liked it. Here's Archer once again, forward in languid defence is Rahul. He looks like he's got plenty of time, gets the middle of the bat on that one because it was that much fuller. Archer's pace 85 miles an hour, but he's getting more movement in the air as a result.
Yeah, and sometimes, as a bowler, that it's just working for me, that.
So they'd be conscious of this, would he?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sometimes you can go steaming in, you know what I mean? It's not working for you. Sometimes if you just push your pace back a little bit, that's where it's working from.
In he comes as a forward short leg as well. And Rahul is beaten on the outside edge by a snorter. That's the one that does go away. Oh my goodness, it turned Rahul right round like a record player, etc.
Who was that?
Well,
like a record player, right round. I remember the one.
Yeah.
That's beauty. We've been asking for that one. I mean, that was just short of a length. He's had those ones coming back into him, and then just stood that one up and it climbed. You're looking for that in swing, and then you've just got to adjust, and it whistling past the gloves.
Dead or alive?
Dead or alive.
There you go.
Of course it was.
It is the band. Don't worry. That's
no. I was asking if you after my health.
Archer in again, forward goes Rahul in defence and does get that out the middle of the bat.
Still here.
Straight to Oates, there's no run, yes. And we're very delighted about that. 14 for 2, Gill 5, Rahul has 9. It's all been happening. Archer's been getting the ball to jag and move and spit.
Be tempted to give him another couple.
Well, why not? I mean, he bowled one before lunch, and therefore in this spell 3.
Yeah, 3 since lunch.
Yeah. So the spell is 4, but he's had 40 minutes off.
Yeah, but I'd fancy another couple for him. He's just got it going, hasn't he?
Yes. He is. And that ball's just the right sort of age now. 8 overs.
That was the good thing when I was a spinner. When it was happening for me, just wanted to bowl.
You could just keep going.
Keep going. I think 30, 25 overs easy. But you do have to manage. These boys come steaming in.
Unless you're Ian Botham, it would appear.
Yeah.
Wokes in, cut, fleet away, out through. Point. It's going to run up towards the boundary. Fielder in pursuit. I fancy it's vain pursuit it is. It drops on to the boundary sponge. A little too short and a little too wide. And put away. And you do need to keep doing that. They can't just get stuck. Can't let the bowlers bowl exactly where they want to. No. Gill moves to 9.
Otherwise you become a bit of a sitting duck, don't you?
Yes.
But I fancy Gill. I mean, it's a good opportunity. It's still pretty flat. The old one's doing a bit for sure, but fancy Gill to show his mettle here as skipper,
We haven't seen the Gazunder yet, have we, really?
No, that would be nice.
Wokes in, beats the outside edge, but I think Gill just kept his bat on the line of off stump and it just moved away.
Well, Agassiz calling the ball the Wokes because he got an absolute snorter, didn't he, that went under his back?
Yes, he did, really. The Wokes.
The Wokes.
Yeah.
The Wokes delivery.
Yeah, but we've seen a few of them, but not that many.
No.
But of course, while this ball is new and hard, we'll be speculating about spin later, but not just yet.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that.
Well, it's your type of bowling, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but just also,
Wokes in, 3 slips and a gully. Nicely driven, back past the bowler to his left, up to the vacant mid-off boundary for 4. A lovely shot.
I tell you something, he must have a really good bat, because the way he plays, it's languid, I think you called it. You know what I mean? So, you see some guys go whack as an off drive or through mid-off. He just lays the bat on it, doesn't it? And pure timing. It's not a real sort of effort. It's just a
full face of the bat, nice elbow.
Yeah,
everything you're taught.
Yeah.
Wonderful shot.
But in an off go.
Bing.
Yeah, bing.
Imagine how many runs he could have scored, Tuffers, with that bat.
With what bat?
With his bat.
With his, yeah, I know. Good bat.
Yes.
I always had a chair leg.
Wokes in again. Oh, strikes the pad. Really likes it, does Wokes, and then comes out of it. I think actually the umpire's made a little signal with his hand there. Almost, I don't know whether he was twitching it, but almost to say there might have been a bit of bat involved. Yeah. 22 for 2, Rod Tucker. Yeah, look, he's just doing that sort of
is that
hand on hand, which is sort of new. Not sure you should be telling the bowler that. Let's see.
Lovely seam position. Nips back.
Yes, big inside edge. Big inside edge.
That's the universal signal, is it?
Yeah. Well, apparently, I'm look out for Rod Tucker now doing that.
I don't know what that is to explain to this.
Something hitting something, I think. Yes, I better do that, isn't it? It's pushed off the back foot to short extra cover. No run. Yes, Tuffers, you're absolutely right. What Rod Tucker was doing was taking his left hand and pushing it slightly against the back of his right hand.
Yes, but with a bit more finger flick.
With a bit more finger flick.
Wiggle.
He does finger flick a lot, does Tucker. He likes that.
Yeah, I'll put it on there. Look, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Is that looking at us? I didn't realise we...
Oh, is it? Or it might not be.
Made me self-conscious now. We've got a short catching mid-wicket. Wokes in. Down the wicket comes Gill and then places the ball along the ground to pope at that short mid-wicket, that short catching mid-wicket. End of the over, 9 gone. 22 for 2, India. Having been 0 for 2, Gill 13, Rahul has 9.
Let's look at Jofra Archer so far, comparing it with his other opening spells in this series, so 4 spells. This is the slowest in terms of average speed, still around about 85 miles an hour, but he's getting a lot more swing than he's got in any of the other innings, and also more movement off the pitch. So as you say, it seems to be a sort of conscious decision to bowl a bit slower to extract that movement. We saw him do that in 2019 in his debut series. He bowled some pyrotechnic spells at high pace, but then also other spells where he swung it around.
Yeah. He was slower here, wasn't he? But a part of the reason for that was there was a 60-mile-per-hour gale that was blowing across the...
Do you remember that?
Pitch. Yes, I really do. It was one of the most horrible days.
Oh, it was.
I mean, obviously, coming to the cricket is always brilliant. But that day
it was rough.
Was really horrible.
Yeah, it was. It was even windy in here.
Yeah. Well, do you remember we had a...
Cold.
We had a 5-minute stoppage because there were crisp packets and all sorts flying around. Well, Archer is off. The temptation to keep him on
would have been tempting for me.
Could switch ends.
Could do, perhaps.
So it's going to be Cars from the Statham end into Rahul. 3 slips in place. And this is tucked into the onside, a full-ish ball. Straight to Wokes at mid-wicket, and then no run.
I also think they haven't quite got this gun right here either. It's looking a little bit shy for me.
Cars doesn't feel 82, I mean. No.
Well, no, it's only first ball, but, I think this might be 2 or 3 miles out.
Might be. Time for you to take a break, Bagpuss. I think we've definitely found a 5th or 6th career for you. You've had quite a few. Cars into Rahul, who's beaten on the outside edge. Pushing tentatively at it. He might argue he's just holding the line of off stump. He might argue it. I'm not quite sure if he was, though. Deep Dasgupta's back. Hello, Deep.
Hello, Dan. I guess that's what you need to do as a batter, isn't it? Stay inside the line when it's seaming around, and especially in these conditions, suddenly it's overcast, new ball. He did play inside the line, and it kind of held its line. Brydon Cast gets a little away from the stumps, angles it in. So as a batter, you've always got to kind of play that angle, and if it leaves you, it leaves you.
Cars in again. This is driven nicely, but picks out short extra cover. Who is Stokes, and there is no run. 22 for 2 the score remains.
And it's good to see KL Rahul and Shubman playing their natural game and not getting bogged down with the pressure or the game situation, match situation, because I believe the biggest challenge for Shubman right now is to just bat normally and not think like a captain while he's batting.
Well, he must have so many thoughts rushing through that head. You're just going to eradicate them, haven't you? Cars in. This comes back at KL Rahul, who takes the bottom hand off the bat and pushes it into the offside off the back foot. Consistent jag from this end back into the right-handers.
True, and again, talking about that angle, this came in with the angle, so he was there, he covered it to a great extent. And that is why it's important, because as a batter, you're looking at, when you don't know how the pitch is going to behave, you're looking to eradicate, or rather play percentage cricket. So leg before, bowled are the bigger ones with the ball coming back in, so you play inside the line.
Cars is in over the wicket, full wide, left alone. Well by Rahul, because it wasn't a million miles from off stump.
So yeah, so you're basically protecting your stumps then, and that's the reason you play inside the line. And yeah, I mean, if it straightens after pitching or swings away or whatever happens, it's just the other thing. While you're playing inside the line, you've also got to make sure you're not throwing your bat at it. You play the line and just stay there. There is always a tendency to follow the ball. If the ball's kind of left you after pitching, there's a tendency to go behind it and fish for it.
Last ball of the over. Rahul is playing that well. It just stabs down on the ball, defends it into the onside, and there is no run. 22 for 2, 10 gone. Was that a maiden? Well, it was one.
It was. Sorry, I'd rather put it with my thumb up. I put the finger up. Which
yes, you put the finger up. It's
misleading.
One run. Yes.
It was a maiden. Yes.
It's been a long Test match. 22 for 2. So, yep. India are not going to give this away, and they've got two of their in-form batters there, and they're going to fight because they've come so far in this series. They don't want to just roll over and give it to England.
And that's exactly what you want to see from them as well. A while ago, Shubman got hit on his finger, and the physio came out. He just sent them back, and he didn't even let the physio touch his finger. You can see he's in pain, but he's kind of just doesn't want to think about it and just move on and bat.
Well, you know, Rishabh batted with a broken foot, so he's going to take inspiration from that for sure. Wokes is going to continue into Shubman Gill, who defends into the onside. Full ball, goes straight to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Sorry, the other challenge for Shubman this innings is last two innings he's got out leg before. Last Test match and first innings here as well. So he got out when his foot was coming across, and he got out leg before both the times with deliveries coming back into him. And that's the other thing as a batter. If you've got out a certain way in the last few innings, you're thinking about it.
Ray's on the mind. Wokes in, beats the bat. And the one that leaves him. Wokes smiles. He's been a little unlucky in this series, but he has picked up 2 wickets today, and one of them you would say was fortunate. Oh, a no ball has now been signalled by Rod Tucker. So we'll have to bowl that one again, but it's a lovely ball. Just think how unlucky he would have felt if it had taken the edge.
Now he has bowled well, and because he's a very crafty customer, his skill sets are so good.
Here he is once again with 3 slips in place. And Gill pushes this off the back foot out through deep backward point, and it's going to run away for 4. Well played. He likes that shorter ball outside the off stump, and he always manages to find a way of finding a gap. 27 for 2.
This is his strength, square off the wicket. It's always been his strength. It's only before this Test series he wanted consciously to start playing with a straighter face of the bat down the ground This was banged in shot, not too wide to play the cut shot. This was half cut, half glide that he played. Just being aware of the gaps in the field.
He's had quite the series, 607 runs before this match. Wokes into him, comes forward in defence, plays it late and under his eyes.
So a couple of things that I noticed, Dan, here, that because of those last two dismissals that I'm talking about. One is his keeping his left foot a little leg side-ish. He's making sure that left foot doesn't come across. The front foot toe is open as well. As we're looking at those replays, you can see the off stump. So he's making sure his front foot doesn't come across. That's one. And after this delivery, I'll tell you what the other thing he's doing.
Wokes into him and strikes the pad and a bit of bat. They're going to go through for a quick single. So he goes square of the wicket on the onside. Jacob Bethel is out there. Who is Jacob Bethel out there for? The skipper's there. Stokes is there. Cars must be there because he bowled the previous over. Crawley and Root. Sorry. Sorry. I just got distracted by the side of... It is Bethel, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, that is Bethel. Mid-wicket.
So someone's missing. Anyway, brings Rahul on to strike. We'll come back to Shubman Gill after this ball. As Wokes goes slowly back to his mark. Well, now actually, the field is being moved further behind square. Dawson is going to a backward point and duck it just in front of square at point. Is this a mind game or have they seen something? Here comes Wokes. And the Stroll strikes a bit of pad and a bit of bat and bounces in front of second slip. It was a bit leg-sidey and a bit high. Wokes is asking, do you think it's too high? No one's quite as excited as Archer was when he was bouncing up and down and then pounding his fists on the floor. I don't think they're taking this upstairs, no. So in a moment we'll be able to see what happened there. Meanwhile, what's the second thing that Shubman Gill's doing?
Right, so Shubman Gill, the reason why he's so good square of the wicket is because of his back lift. His hands goes away from his body. Oh, that's too high. That's beaten him for sure. Hits his back foot near the thigh region, so that's definitely high and obviously no bat involved.
Last ball of the over. It's keeps low. It's dug out by Rahul. Does well. Gets his bat down at it. End of the over. Please explain. I'm getting out of the way. But Alison Mitchell with the score 28 for 2 off 11. Gill 18. Rahul has 9.
So yeah, KL Rahul, the reason why he's very strong square of the wicket is in his back lift, his hand moves away from his body, so he's in a good position to play horizontal bat shots. So now, that was one of the reasons why he kind of struggled previously as well against bowlers who would pitch it up, bring the ball in, because they would automatically, the bat swing would be coming from gully. So now what he's done before this series is practice to get that hand closer to his body, so the downswing of the bat is a lot straighter, coming from first slip or second slip and not gully. So what he does, he practices a lot with his just bottom hand, his right hand, and just one-handed on the bat, making sure his bottom hand is coming down straight.
Hello deep, here is Carson now to Gill. Full defence from the crease. Forward into the onside it goes. Well, it seems to be paying off, and this morning, watching him practice, it was middle of the bat, middle of the bat, middle of the bat. It was very, very solid before play.
And that's the reason I'm so happy to see Shubman doing so well in Test match cricket, because that technique of the hand moving away from his body has served him so well in white ball cricket. And this tells you that he's ready to make sacrifices to be successful at Test level, red ball cricket.
Cars moves in. Burley looking bowler in. Fraction of movement in off the pitch to Gill. Defends outside the off stump. And leaves it well alone. He's trying to look calm there at the crease, restore a sense of stability to this Indian innings after Chris Wokes took those 2 wickets in 2 balls. First over of India's second innings, which was a dramatic way for things to start, wasn't it? After we'd had Ben Stokes reach his 100 in the morning session to go with his fifer. England 669 all out India needing 311 to make England bat again. Full driven beautifully by Gill, back past the bowler, down to the boundary. Very fine, long off for 4. Now that was glorious, not even much of a follow-through.
That's exactly what he's been trying to do and has done really well this series. Fuller delivery, angled into him, good positive front foot stretch, and that bat swing very straight down as it comes down from first slip and not third or the gully, which usually used to happen before with Shubman Gill.
Yeah, full face of the bat, just a mere punch. The ball whistled away. 32 for 2, India. Gill on to 22 from 26. Rahul on 9 from the 39 balls he's faced. Helmet's being brought out here for Ollie Pope. With Cast bowling to Shubman Gill then, so the 3 slips and the gully are there, and Pope now plants the helmet on his head. Jogs to a position at the moment 2 pitch widths away from Gill. 2.5. Mid on, mid off, both in place as well. Cast sets off. Gill taps his bat against the ground, stares down the pitch. Cast approaches, bowls full, and there's the on drive this time. And that's going for 4 more. 2 absolutely sumptuous strokes from the Indian captain.
Yeah, 2 full. 2 full was a half volley, but then still have to dispatch them, which Shubman does. A little quicker in the air, that delivery. Again, trying to aim for his pads, Shubman Gill. He's been out leg before the last couple of innings. Yeah, obviously the opposition's aware of it, so is Shubman.
Will Cast continue to bowl that fuller length? Because if you get it slightly wrong, it turns into that half volley. Cast bounds in again, now outside the off stump, angled down into the ground by Gill that time. And fielded by Archer, moving in from his position at mid-off. Yeah, 2 shots. If you talk about playing in the V, that was offside to onside.
True, and especially the second one, because it's more like an on drive when leg side, even though it was straight. But once you hit as a batter, you know your balance is spot on. You're perfect with your balance. Your head's not falling over. Your bat swing is straight.
36 for 2. India 275 behind in the second innings. Cast in now, owning in on those pads, and good solid defence from Gill, moving forward, head well over the ball. Cast picking up in his follow through to end the over. So Gill on 26, KL Rahul on 9. With Jaiswal out, third for 4 ball duck, sorry, wasn't it? 4th ball of the first over. Caught by Root, a little juggle at first slip, had to then grab the ball one-handed, just centimetres away from the grass. Chris Woakes followed it up with Sai Sudarshan. He attempted to leave one, and the ball catching the deflection through to Harry Brook in that slip cordon as well. So huge jubilation for England at that point, and it felt like sheer desperation from India. But these 2 are looking to settle things. But India've got a long, long way to go to save this match yet. Salts.
It's got a little more on Chris Woakes' 2 double-wicket maiden to begin the innings. Mentioned only the second in England's Test history after Ian Botham against Pakistan at Edgbaston in 1982. And he had Madassan Azhar LBW for a second ball duck for the second time in the match, and then dismissed Mansoor Akhtar for a duck as well. It's only the 6th time that an England bowler has taken 2 wickets in the first over of a Test innings in men's cricket. Most recently, Stuart Broad took the first over at Trent Bridge in 2015 against Australia, and took 2 wickets for 6 in the first over, went on to finish with 8 for 15.
That was the Oh My Broad match with his reaction. As Woakes again here, full to KL Rahul, and he's driving back past the bowler for 4 more now. Another off drive, just over pitching slightly, doesn't take much.
I think the plan against KL Rahul is to bowl Fuller and ask him to drive, 4th, 5th stump deliveries, ask him to reach for it. This one, Fuller, a lot fuller, but very straight as well. We're talking about that field adjustment last over with Chris Woakes, that backward point getting more backward. I think that would be the plan, to move that ball away from KL Rahul, but bowl outside off stump, make him reach for it.
Wokes rushes in again, and Rahul able to defend on off stump. Angles it out towards Duckett, who's there in the covers. There's no run.
The other instances of an England bowler taking 2 wickets in the first over Test innings. Bob Willis, also against Pakistan in 1982 at Headingley. Freddie Truman, scourge of India, got Pankaj Roy and Polly Umrigal, one of India's post-war batting greats, in the first over at Lord's. And then Bill Vose at the SCG in the Ashes in 1936, 2 wickets and an 8-ball first over of that innings. So a very rare achievement for Chris Wokes, considering the second to have 2 wickets and not concede a run in the first over an innings for England.
So if you're attending this as your first ever Test match, you're seeing quite a lot of memorable and rare feats, aren't you? 3 slips go down as Wokes is in again, and Rahul is defending, and a swish of the bat to angle it again out towards Duckett, who moves in from cover with his sunglasses glinting green as they're perched top of his cap, not needing to wear them today. But yeah, we had the rare achievement, didn't we, of Ben Stokes with his century adding to the fifer that he got in the first innings. Not too many, only the 4th England Test cricketer to achieve that feat, with both of them having done it five times.
4th man, 2 women.
4th man, oh yes, indeed, yeah. Talked about Enid Bakewell, didn't we? As Wokes moves in now to Rahul, a late withdrawal, through to Smith it goes. Thought about playing at it.
That's exactly what the plan seems to be. Just bowl that line outside off stump and get KL Rahul chasing that. Also, Chris Wokes does get that ball to come back in. So as a batter, you're mindful of the angle as well and him bringing it back to you. So you don't want to go across when you see that line. And the other challenge is he's not the quickest, so you have that extra bit of time to kind of follow the ball.
Wokes in again. Angles that away. It's quite close to his body, looking to play it late into the ground, and finds Dawson there, who's at a deepish backward point. That's what he's there for. Rahul make sure he doesn't get too cramped for room, looking to play that shot. There's a few people populating these cream sofas deep that are just beyond the boundary, square of the wicket. That must be, it's either hospitality or some kind of competition, maybe. They're giving us a wave as well. Maybe by the sofas. I hope they're comfy seats.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't rain or something.
Well, they get a bit, become like a sponge, haven't they?
Yes.
Full of water. Wokes, slight angle to his run up here to Rahul, tucks it off his hip and into the hands of Pope there at short leg, who flinged the ball underarm back towards the stumps. KL Rahul comfortably within his ground. End of the over, 40 for 2. India in their second innings, 271 behind. When India last toured Australia, did they have the swimming pool at the Gabba on that tour? They've had it there a number of times. When it's been a pink ball test, they've occasionally built a swimming pool at mid-wickets for people to watch from.
Wasn't there this time the BGT or the Border Gavaskar this time? You were there.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember whether there was a pool there this year. I don't think there was. I think they might have just had a grassy hill this time. Not sure why they removed the swimming pool, but well, I can probably imagine why they removed the swimming pool. But that was when you get a hot, steamy day in Brisbane.
Yeah.
It got very populated. Gill facing up here to Cast, outside off stump, drop and run here, brings Stokes in from point, and it's good running to rotate the strike. Let's keep that scoreboard moving and get a feeling of positivity going between the two of them. But yeah, the swimming pool was for hospitality, certain tickets only. It wasn't a free-for-all.
I would imagine so, day and night game.
But it did allow us to do one of the most enjoyable openings to a TV coverage that I've been a part of, which involved the presenter, which wasn't me, but I was sort of backroom staff, if you like, floor managing. We balanced the presenter on a lilo as Cast moves in past the umpire, Fall looking to move it back in. Another quick single taken into the onside. India 42 for 2. So we balanced the presenter on a lilo, sunglasses on, mocktail in hand. And then the idea was we pushed her from the edge of the pool, so she sort of floated into vision, delivered her opening line, and sort of floated out again. It worked.
How many takes did you?
Oh yeah, about 6.
How many presenters did you get through?
How many mocktails did she get through? Yeah, mind you, I had to deliver an opening line during the T20 World Cup on the back of I think it was a bull, like a bucking bronco during the last T20 World Cup. Cast bounce in again, full, going with the shape of the delivery, turning it up towards mid-on where Wokes fields. Gill stays on 27.
Was it one of those mechanical ones?
Yes, it wasn't moving at the time, though, I hasten to add.
That was going to be my next question.
But it did enable me to deliver the somewhat cheesy line as to whether, I can't remember who the match was now, West Indies, South Africa, I think, whether the home side would take the ball by the horns or take the match by the horns or something, whilst grabbing said bull's horns. Cast moves in across the green turf here, leap at the crease now, full again defence from Gill. Out to Archer, who's there at extra cover. And there's no run. Gill 27, Rahul on 14, 42 for 2, 269 behind. England striving for more Indian wickets here.
Yeah, they're looking all right, these two now. And the best thing, something that you mentioned, they're looking positive. And it's a frame of mind, even though you're playing to save the test match and all. It's just that if you're in that positive frame of mind, your body reacts differently. And because you're in that positive frame of mind, you're in good positions to defend or play your shots.
Gill awaits the Indian captain. Cast moves in, tight on that off stump, and he's solid there again, getting his head well forward over the ball. Defensively angled bat.
Yeah, and also if you can keep scoring runs, I mean, I know England won't be too worried about it as Cast bowls another no ball. Overstepping, yeah. So I know, I mean, England still lead by 268. That won't be too bothered, Ben Stokes, with that. But at least keep the bowlers, the opposition, a little honest with it if you keep scoring runs, if you're looking to score runs.
Pass into Gill, defends on off stump, drop and run here as they take the single. Stokes moves in again from point, so I've done that a couple of times, and it's good positive running and good communication between the two of them to respond and react. 44 for 2 now, 267 behind. No gimmicks around the Indian grounds deep in terms of places to watch. I mean, you have some extraordinary player of the match prizes in India.
Oh yes,
cars and motorbikes, and they get paraded around the ground. But
yeah, I mean, not international cricket, but yeah, I mean, especially tennis ball cricket. That is huge. That is actually, and it is only getting bigger now.
And in terms of the prizes that are on offer.
Oh yes.
Pass in here to Rahul, flicks it just past Pope at short leg, out to the vacant mid-wicket region. Woakes moves forward and across from mid onto field, and Rahul takes one to end the over. 45 for 2 and 266 behind.
Yeah, tennis ball cricket, the prizes would be like gold chain and refrigerator and
refrigerator.
Yeah, TV sets, two-wheelers and stuff like that. So it's quite interesting, and it wasn't very organized, but the circuit was quite big depending on which city you are. For example, Calcutta, it was big. Mumbai, it's big. And it's only getting better, and it's getting more organized now. Now you have pan-India tournaments which are televised by mainstream broadcasters, tennis ball cricket and tennis ball tournaments. So I mean, recently there's a league which has started. There are a couple of more leagues coming up with tennis ball cricket.
Are there grounds smaller for that in terms of the dimensions?
Yes, there's also a concept called box cricket, which is like indoor cricket, where it's a small area, and you have different rules, like you do actually for indoor cricket here in England as well.
Well, let's just watch this change of ends for Jofra Archer. And the field set with 2 slips and a gully, still short leg in place, and a point fielder in a little tighter, and Rahul gets one quite close to his body. He's a bit cramped, looking for those in swing again. Covers here, Crawley with a shy at the stumps because KL Rahul had set off as if to grab one of those quick singles, but this time Gill said no and sent him back.
What I'd now like to see is cricket ball tennis. Do you think that'll catch on?
Might have to fortify the strings. We've seen a few tennis-style shots in our time, there haven't we, with the old strapple, sometimes like a walloping forehand down the ground.
Yeah, and also see quite a few fielding coaches giving catches with cricket ball, but using a tennis racket.
Here's Archer. That easy run-up of his, explosion of power at the crease. In-swinger again, clipped up towards Woakes at mid-on. KL Rahul has been doing well keeping these out so far. Archer's been keeping up his pace sort of mid-high 80s. You haven't seen the 90-mile-an-hour deliveries that he was sending down at Lord's. You haven't really seen that at any stage during the match, have we?
Yeah, but he definitely looks in better rhythm. And it's all, I mean, it's quite normal as well. Not having played Test match cricket for 4 years, he's just getting into his stride now.
Archer comes in again, and Rahul Litz's one pass outside the off stump. Through to Smith it goes. Got Root next to him and Brook in that cordon, then a gap to Duckett in the gully before Dawson at that deeper backward point. He's just doing an air bowl. As if to say, well, we saw how Jadeja and Sundar were effective during the England batting innings, so it'll be interesting to see what Liam Dawson gets out of this pitch now on day 4.
Definitely, I think he's got a big role to play in this Test match, especially if he bowls from the James Anderson end.
Gonna have to wait for this Archer spell first. Here he is now to Rahul for that side the off stump, and he's eased that along the ground in the gap between cover and mid-off, where it's Stokes who chases back to pick up, and Rahul is back for the second. And India approaching the 50 mark. They're 47 for 2 now, 264 behind. Rahul on to 17 with those couple of runs.
Yeah, that's good from KL Rahul again, but this time not really, just a little bit of a push, nothing more than that.
So tell me, Deep, when it comes to tennis ball cricket, if you're playing in a tournament or something official like that, are you allowed to wrap electrical insulation tape around one half of the ball to get it swinging?
So actually not in
tampering?
Yeah, that's not in India, but it's massive in Pakistan.
Well, tape ball cricket, yeah.
Exactly.
Archer into Rahul, he lets it go outside the off stump. Doesn't offer a shot.
So it's not so much, but you also, actually, because of tennis ball cricket in India is getting more popular now, you're also getting people getting into mainstream cricket from tennis ball cricket. Mohammad Siraj is a great example. He did not play proper cricket ball cricket till he was, I think 19 or 20. Then I guess because he was a proper tennis ball bowler. And he used to play a lot of tennis ball cricket and those circuits that I'm talking about, professional circuits.
The opportunities are just extraordinary, aren't they, to play and earn from cricket. Outside the off stump again, not drawing a shot from Rahul. That final delivery of Archer's over. So 264 behind India are in their second innings, 47 for 2, Rahul on 17. Gill on 28, and drinks are being brought out onto the field here, and on come the ground staff as well to do a few repairs to the pitch. So India have kept their wickets intact so far since the lunch break after losing Jaiswal and Sai Sudarshan in a rollicking opening over, that double wicket maiden from Chris Wokes.
And it's interesting to see the Indian physio, Kamlesh, who's walked out as well, to attend to Shubman's finger injury. He's having a look at it now.
Yeah, the batting gloves have come off. He's left his bat helmet and gloves by the side of the pitch, and they are inspecting that right hand and the finger. He was struck by Jofra Archer. So I hope they didn't appear to be impeding him a lot after that, but I mean, that would have, I'm sure the pain was still there.
Because it wasn't off anything, it just came and hit him directly, so it was flush on that finger of his, the right hand index finger. And he seemed to be a lot of pain at that point in time, but post that, either he's managing it really well, he's a good poker player, doesn't show it on his face.
Can you still, I mean, the bottom hand is, left hand is leading, the right hand's the bottom hand. Can you still sort of operate if you keep that index finger sort of off the bat handle a bit?
Not for contemporary or modern day batters, because there's a lot of bottom hand involved in their technique now because of the power, exactly. So it's difficult. Maybe, back in the day where it was all about the top hand, would have been comparatively easier than techniques which modern day cricketers use. It's a little more difficult then.
Well, with the ground staff on and the brooms there and the white paints being used to freshen up the crease lines, they'll have a change in commentary here. Deep, I think, is Michael Vaughan coming in for you? Yeah. And Aggers is about to come in here for me. England are in a huddle there, to seeing if they can make some further inroads throughout this afternoon session, Aggers.
Yeah, they've just gone a bit off the boil there, and these two have played rather nicely. So they're pitching the ball up, trying to get the ball to swing. There's been a few half volleys
tossed in there, which have been nicely put away. But after that incredible start, these two just got stuck in, Michael.
Yeah, they have. They've played nice. I think it's been a really, really good cricket wicket. I think it's had a little bit for everyone. It looks like Dawson's going to have a ball now, which is good. But I think it's the kind of pitch that goes to sleep for a while, and batters look like they're in, and every now and again there's the odd ball that bounces or keeps low. There's been a bit of spin. I think it's been a really good cricket wicket.
Yeah, true.
Shubman looks like the Shubman from the first couple of games.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got that balance, and that bat looks quite wide once again.
Yeah, a couple of beautiful drives. So Dawson's bowling for our end, whereas he bowled in the first innings some of the others. We'll have a good look at him, although my inspection this morning of the pitch there was a bit more rough bowling from the far end, but they want, I think, the quick bowlers to bowl from there, because that's also the end that's had the uneven bounce.
I did see you marching over this morning. Is that where you park your car, or you get dropped off?
No, I'm in the car park over to the left.
Obviously you walked through and just went to have a look at
straight on.
Oh, I like
no
it.
messing.
Had you
had a
little
good bag,
a satchel.
Had a quick look. Didn't actually see very much. It didn't look as bad as I thought it might. It's
pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah. So let's see what Dawson get up to. He's going to bowl his left arm spin. He's bowling to two right-handers, and there aren't many of those in this Indian side. There's a lot of lefties. So he'll try and spin the ball off the pitch rather than out of the rough. And well, as he said he would, Ben Stokes is just saying you set your own field. So Bashir is more of a Stokes conversation about the field, but so that Dawson, well, he's played so much cricket, he knows what he wants. Get on with it. There's a short leg and a slip. Dawson creeps in, bowls his first ball. It's punched away into the leg side. Nice shot that. He's timed it really, really well, and Crawley's got a long chase around from deep mid-wicket to the long-on boundary.
That is a shot that I think all players should have against left-arm spinners. Just slightly short, full face to bat, punch it through mid-wicket. So it looks so risk-free with a nice reward.
Nice shot, wasn't it? Dawson again bowls a better length this time, and Gill waits for it, steers the ball into the offside.
Did you hear that story about Joe Root last night and how he got his cramp? It's going back to your days in the 70s and 80s, playing county cricket. His flip-flop, 50 for India, that's what the applause is all about. His flip-flop that he was going to put on, and he went to put his flip, someone had super-glued it to the floor.
No. No.
Yeah. And I've already thought it's Duckett's done that, hasn't he? I think it's a Ben Duckett trick.
Well, I don't know.
So back in your county days, did anyone do anything?
Well, there was that phase at Glamorgan of cutting the toes out of socks, wasn't
there?
No,
that was Yorkshire. Snipper.
Was it?
Yeah, the Yorkshire snipper, yeah.
Right. 50 for 2. And Dawson on his way, bowls, and that's pushed away by...
Did you ever have... I remember at Yorkshire in the 90s, Gavin Hamilton and Anthony McGrath, and they were having a bit of a ding-dong, so Anthony McGrath took a picture of Gavin Hamilton's car and put it for sale in Auto Trader with his number.
Dawson bowls. Oh, that keeps low. Just jabbed it back down. Almost crept through. Chuckles up to cover. I did Andy Roberts with the old bucket on the door trick once. Wasn't very pleased. Open the door, bush. Oh, bucket. Cold water over him.
I love all that.
Juvenile. No, but who takes any super glue in their cricket bag, for goodness sake?
Someone in the England side did.
50 for 2. And the next one too short, pulled away into the leg side. Crawley runs in.
The worst one was we played at Aberdale Park, and it was the days where you'd play Thursday, Friday, Saturday, finish the 4-dayer on the Monday and go and play a Sunday League game. I think we were going to Leicester actually on the Sunday. So we finished at Aberdale Park on the Saturday, and again it was the Yorkshire coach as we speak, and a certain young player called Alex Morris had a bit of I think something to do with the watch strap had gone wrong.
Dawson pushed away off the front foot, better length that. That's a backward point. End of the over, 51 for 2. India still 260 behind.
So it was the days where you'd leave your whites and your white pads, obviously at Abdel Park, and you get in your car.
Yeah.
I think we had blue pads, so you take your blue pads to Grace Road. And Anthony, my brother, because it was at Abdel Park, Sheffield, he was around the ground, and he asked my brother to go to the fishmongers to get him a fish. And my brother bought Anthony McGrath a nice big fish bag, wrapped in paper, and Anthony put it in Alex Morris's white pads.
That's not nice.
On the Saturday night.
Hid them in there.
And shut the coffin lid. And we went to Grace Road. It was a lovely day in Grace Road, rather hot. Got to Aberdale Park on the Monday morning. You've never seen anything like it.
Well, that's all the fun of dressing room life, isn't it? No, I don't. That's a great story about Joe Root, though.
Oh, yeah.
The sort of thing he would do, frankly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Archer from the Anderson end is bowling to KL Rahul. Right-handed. Archer comes in, bowls to him. He fends that away, taking the bottom hand off the bat handle.
I wonder how easy is it, I guess, for a bowler to come a bit wider of the crease and create a different angle. So what I'd like Jofra to be doing is to go wider of the crease, so that angle, if the ball does hit that crack and keeps low, the angle will take it on to hit the stump. So if he's coming straight and it hits that spot, it's going to go past the off stump.
I think for Archer, it'll be quite easy because he's inclined to do that angle anyway, isn't he?
Yeah.
But it does feel as if you're going a mile out of where you normally let go of the ball. Do you know what I mean? If you normally take leg stump guard, you bat on off stump.
Oh, yeah.
It's only a few inches, isn't it? But it feels like you're completely out of position. Archer cruises in, bowls outside the off stump. That's a loose, dabbly shot from Gill. The ball kept a little bit low. And Smith dives and collects that. Didn't somebody cut the toes out of Duncan Fletcher's socks once? And it didn't go down very well.
No, well, it was the Yorkshire days. There was the snipper, and I remember a game at Eastbourne where the snipper had been striking, but we'd been winning, and Sussex were chasing 290. I think they were 100 for 5. So the snipper thought it was a good time to strike.
Yeah. Archer past umpire Tucker, bowls. Gill turns that to mid-on.
And the snipper struck the captain, David Byas.
I'm not sure I'll do that.
On this one day when Sussex were 105 at lunch, and just after tea they hit the winning runs 8 down, with us having dropped about 8 chances. And he stormed off the pitch and wasn't in a great mood, and straight in the shower he'd had enough of us, quite a few young players, and getting changed, went to put his sock on.
Toes are gone. That's not good. Did you ever find out who it was? Archer moves in. Oh, it's a beautiful stroke. What a cover drive that is for Shubman Gill. Just the most perfect example of what is, I think, in many people's minds, just the most beautiful shot in cricket. And that's played absolutely perfectly. He played one in the first innings, hit it straight to the fielder. This one, though, hit the gap. It's just effortless shot, isn't it?
Yeah, he just looks like he's got his balance and his flow. That's glorious. Makes it look so easy. Efficient, isn't it?
Yeah. No follow through, just blocks it almost, but just that lovely, easy, languid, smooth movement. It's a beautiful stroke. 56 for 2. Archer settles himself and now comes in again. He bowls to Gill, short and an uppercut down the third man. There's no one there. Almost goes for 6. I think Rod Tucker's just checking. Yeah, it is 4, but he got under that, deliberately lofted the ball over the slips down through third man. This is entertaining. He's both feet off the ground.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, really good. I think it's so important for him. They fought so well in the series. And when you're up against it and you lose 2 early ones, it's so important that someone shows some character. And if it can be the captain for this young Indian side, it'll be a tremendous effort.
Archer has 2 boundaries now. Comes in again, bowls to a bouncer, perhaps inevitably to Gill. It flies over his head quite comfortably. And collected by Smith. So the end The end of the over, 60 for 2.
Yeah, but back to the snipper story at Eastbourne. So this happened on the Saturday and we're playing on the Sunday, and it erupted. And we arrived for the Sunday League game. I guess it must have been a 2 o'clock start on the Sunday. We got there at 12:30, ready to warm up, and the skipper got us all in the huddle and said, right, we're not warming up until someone owns up.
Oh no.
Who's the snipper? And no one owned up, so we didn't warm up. we sat there for an hour.
Very childish.
Fortunately, we won that Sunday League game, but the snipper's never
been revealed.
No. Pamela Anderson's here today, I guess.
Is she?
Yeah, just with the Baywatch crew.
I did see quite a sight as I drove into the ground this morning. And you've got to be a bit careful these days. But I'm pretty sure it was a bloke in a dress. In goes Dawson, bowls, and pushed away out towards cover. Tattoos, quite a flimsy dress, and matching accessories.
Oh, right, okay.
Nice handbag.
Nice.
And he walked in there. I mean, he's actually walking through the streets of Manchester like that. He was with a couple of mates. And then I saw some others, like a family. Dawson again bowls, and that's pushed away out to point for a single. Is there like a famous character who's got quite curly hair, almost afro-like, with a droopy moustache? Because the parents and the children, about 3 boys, were all dressed wearing that sort of wig and a droopy moustache. Does that ring any bells?
Well, if it didn't have the moustache, I was going to say Andy Zaltzman.
Oh, no, it's Dawson. Just pushed away out to cover. Duckett Fields, but they were all wearing the same.
Not like Terry McDermott.
Like a sort of a Mexican moustache or droopy moustache.
Okay.
Curly hair.
Yeah, because Terry McDermott, the ex-Liverpool footballer, he was always a Terry McDermott lookalike. Oh, here we go.
Oh, I know who it is now. Well done up there, yes.
Yeah.
It's our old friends on the 118. That must be who it is. I thought they'd gone long ago.
Did they have the vests on?
Dawson pushes away out to Silly Point. I don't think they did, because I would have recognised 118 from there, but we haven't seen a 118 advert for years, have we? Anyway, they're here.
Ian Botham got 118 on this ground in 1981. Maybe it's a tribute to that.
Very good point.
Yeah.
That was a knock, wasn't it? Hooking Dennis Lilly off his nose. This one played away by Gill.
Silly point in place, Aggers. We don't see silly points to left-arm spinners too often these days, but I like it. It also might make Shubman just go a little bit further over to the offside or work into that space on the onside, which might bring LBW into the game.
Yeah, just in front of his eye line there. It'll be Pope with the helmet on, no doubt. Dawson again bowls, a little bit of bounce there. It's high up on the bat. Defensive stroke fielded by Wokes to end that over, 61 for 2. And after that dramatic start in the first over, which India lost 2 wickets in successive balls, they were 0 for 2. But, the crowd perhaps a little impatient. They're expecting more and more wickets to fall, but it hasn't happened. There was a very close call. England have bowled well, but these two have blunted it so far.
And Shubman Gill has moved past 650 runs for the series and into the top 10 most runs by visiting players in a test series in England. In the course of this innings, he's passed Mohammed Yusuf, 631 in a 4-test series in 2006 for Pakistan, and Dudley Norse, great post-war South African, in fact played either side of the war, 621 in 1947. So it's still some way to go to Bradman's 974.
Indeed. 61 for 2. Archer's ready. Rahul still fiddling around in his crease there, twiddling his bat. Just take a long time to settle. So he's ready now. Archer runs in smoothly, is there, and he bowls outside the off stump. No stroke. We were talking next door about, we're talking about the fight shown here, as opposed to a famous test match in Jamaica in 1976 between West Indies and India, in which literally the towel was lobbed in by Bishan Bedi, the Indian captain, when there were 6 down, because there were 3 unable to bat, and he didn't fancy it. So white towel came in over the boundary rope. End of the innings, and West Indies knocked off 13 to win. In comes Archer, bowls, pushed away out to at a backward point. Famous game.
Yeah, it's one of the weirdest scorecards in Test history. India 306 for 6 declared, having had Anshuman Gaikwad and Brijesh Patel retire hurt against an attack led by Michael Holding and Wayne Daniel.
Is that the 14? When he bowled 14 series?
No, that was later that year in England, at the Oval.
He was warming up.
1970s.
Here's Archer, Pavilion behind him, bowls, and Rahul defends this bravely.
West Indies replied with 391. As India pretty much an all-spin attack. They had Madan Lal and Mahindra Amanath, medium paces, bowled a few overs, then Chandrasekhar Bedi and Venkat bowled the rest of the 140-over innings, and India in their
slightly outgunned, I think it's fair to say there, weren't they?
Second innings. I think I need to talk you through the score.
Yes, go on.
Second innings.
So they're how far behind?
So not too far behind, so only 85 behind.
Okay, in they go. 61 for 2. Archer bowls, driven hard back at him, but he stops out with his right hand.
Gavaskar caught Julian Bowl holding 2. Vengsarkar, LBW Jumadeen, who I think was a spinner, Rafa Jumadeen, 21. Amanath stumped Murray bowled Jumadeen 60. Madan Lal bowled holding 8. Venkat batting a few places too high at number 5.
He was a proper number 11.
Holding 0. Syed Kirmani, the wicketkeeper, not out 0. Gaikwad absent hurt. Vishwanath absent hurt. Patel absent hurt, Bedi absent hurt, and Chandrasekhar absent hurt. 97 all out in 26 overs.
Archer is pushed away out into the offside, but Bish wasn't absent hurt. He was the captain. He was going to lob the towel in.
Well, that's how it's gone down on the official scorecard.
Well, that's what they had to.
So then West Indies 13.
Do you think you should update that and say Bedi towel thrown in? Not absent hurt. The towel, just put towel.
I think so. He literally on the boundary just lobbed it over. That was it. Great scorecard, isn't it? Yeah, poor old Venkat. I mean, he couldn't bat at all. Wheeled out there, was he? Number 5. Archer bowls very full again. Dug out by KL Rahul. It's played up to the bowler himself. And there's no run. Giles emails us on dressing room pranks. I heard Robert Croft admit he cut the end of Duncan Fletcher's socks in Fletcher's Glamorgan days. It was a career-limiting move as Fletcher went on to coach England. I knew there was a Glamorgan snipper as well.
Well, I think Crofty got that from the Yorkie lads.
Someone's due to come in. Here's Prakash. Come on, Prakash. Sitting quietly in the corner for the next 20 minutes after thoughts from Michael.
Yeah, it's going to be Liam Dawson to carry on. He looks threatening. The other one's a skid. He's not really spun too many yet, but he's getting a little bit of variable bounce.
And he goes, does Dawson, and defended by Gill. 61 for 2.
Nice to see you with your cap on again, Prakash, but the right way around the show.
Yes, that wrapper thing was a bit too much.
I like that. I thought it suited you.
Slip, silly mid off. Crouching in front of Shubman Gill as Dawson eases up and bowls. A little bit short, cut away, and he's going to get runs, 4 of them, down to backward point. Just a little bit too short, and Gill able to rock back and put it away. 65 for 2.
Yeah, this is a good test for Liam Dawson. Up against 2 class right-handers on a pitch that's just offering enough with a team that obviously you're bowling for well ahead. Good chance for him to get a couple of wickets.
Backward point, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, man just to the right of the square leg umpire, along with the sweeper cover. Balls to Gill. Gill comes forward. Loud yell of no to Rahul, who is thinking of a run.
Yeah, he's played nicely, the Indian captain. 43 from 49 deliveries. He's played just sensibly. Got a few nice half volleys, but he's played with great control so far.
In goes Dawson again. Just walk past the umpire and then into his delivery stride. This is short and wide again. Cut away this time. Will be in fact cut off. I think it's cars running around. And he'll limit the scoring to 2. So 68 now for 2. Gill moves to 44. Quite a dramatic over from Chris Wokes there. When he first got Yashasvi Jaiswal caught on the rebound at first slip. Great reflexes from Joe Root. And then Sai Sudarshan caught it third by Harry Brook, trying to leave the ball. Since then, these two just steadied the ship a little bit. Balls to Gill. Gill comes forward. A little bit of bounce there. And leans on it and makes sure goes to Molly Pope on the bounce. No damage done. Statistically minded, in the deficit still 244. There's Dawson in bowls. Bright sunshine for the moment. Off the back foot, defended right under his eyes by Gill. And that'll be the end of Dawson's over. His third. He's bowled none for 11 so far. Just at the minute, the sun is out. And the cloud is nowhere near as dark or low as we've seen a few times earlier. Forecast for tomorrow is obviously not too much rain, at least that's what in the morning the news was, but it will be heavy and overcast. So if it gets that far.
Well, I reckon you could look up now and think that it's probably, in terms of the sky, the best time all Test match that India have had the chance to bat.
Usually, yeah, well, certainly.
Usually it's been quiet. The first couple of days, it was particularly that second morning, it was heavy cloud.
It was, and quality of bowling, there's been a huge gap, very visible here in this test.
Yeah, Browden Carter's replacing Jofra Archer because I think he's got more of a natural ability to be able to come wider of the crease to hit those cracks.
Carson bowls, and there it is, flash and a miss, looking for the expansive drive through the covers, shakes his head, does KL Rahul, telling himself that wasn't the right choice of shot. 67 for 2 it stays, wasn't far from the outside edge.
Yeah, a bit of swing. They've got a good field here, England. I like it. They've got 2 slips and a gully, quite a fine gully. And Zach Crawley, who was at cover point, and I like that position. He had him catching at short cover point. He's gone for 2 and 2 now, 2 slips and 2 gullies. And just an orthodox cover point now.
In goes Cars, purposefully in bowls, and Rahul lets it go outside the off stump.
But by the time Liam Dawson walks in, he's at the same position that Zach Crawley was static. So realistically, they've got 2 slips, 2 gullies, and a kind of a cover point catching. Trying to say to KL Rahul to hit the ball through that offside field.
Well, which is what he got out in the first innings, isn't it? Trying to punch off the back foot, and the ball just got big on him. The third slip, I think it was, that took the catch. .67 for 2 India in the 21st over. Man down, a deep square on the boundary, the only one riding the fence. Cars balls way down the leg side. Rahul wants to give it a whack round the corner, doesn't make any contact, goes through to the keeper. In fact, 2 men, there's a deep square and a man on the long leg boundary as well. Jacob Bethel's on the field, number 82 on his back, below us to the left of our commentary position. Not sure who's off the field for the moment. Root and Brook in the slips, Duckett and Crawley in the 2 gullies. Dawson at backward point bowls. Rahul lets it go outside the off stump.
I think Wokes is off currently.
Yes, Chris Wokes is off the ground. Archer is at mid-on.
What do you think's happened to the balls? Because we've gone through a test match. I don't think we've seen the ring piece, have we?
I think once there was a check. I think that was by the umpire, not by the players.
But we haven't had a ball changed.
No.
I don't know if they got a new batch.
Yeah, must
better. Maybe just better cows. Not sure. Tougher cows.
Are you blaming the cows, are you, for the first few tests?
In comes Cast to bowl to KL Rahul bowls, and Rahul lets it go again outside the off stump.
I like cows. I drive past them. I just think they look peaceful. Just look like they've got, I guess, they have a bit of stress in their life. the wrong time, but usually you just they're nice and happy, don't they? Just
graze
going
away
about
quietly.
the business.
Oh, the cows, of course, hugely respected in India, considered very holy. And sometimes you have trouble about that as well. We won't get into it. Here's Kaas coming into bowl to KL Rahul. He's up wide of the crease, bowls, and Rahul defends. A little bit square on as he does that. 67 for 2 in the 21st. That's complete now. And overs remaining today are 44. And we're approaching just 10 past 3 in the afternoon. Yesterday we got just 1 over shot. That must have made you feel good.
Well, it was good, yeah. Lots of overs of spin. But it also tells you that with so many stoppages in terms of drinks and reviews, that extra half an hour that the teams have to bowl the 90, it is required, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost
because yesterday they were flying around. You think, the overs are quick, and still was 1 over light.
It's almost like you think they'll make it, or should make it, just a regular part of the playing hours now, given everything else that goes on.
In that case, why do we have the first 2 sessions 2 hours and 2 hours, and the third one 2.5? When presumably the players get more tired through the day, also the second break is shorter. Why not readjust the sessions? Start with the 2.5 hour.
Why don't you go 2:10, 2:10, 2:10?
So it's that much more difficult for people to track. Dawson with a fresh over to Shubman Gill. Slip and a leg slip. Just a hint of turn there.
Yeah, I like that. That was nice. A bit slower. 54 miles an hour. You see Joe Root trying to polish the ball on the screen.
Root waits at slip. Dawson bowls. Gill plays it just a tiny bit in the air, but well short of Kaas at straightish mid-wicket. Tall figure of Harry Brook at slip. Joe Root backward point. Duckett at extra cover. Skipper's back on, he's at mid-off. Dawson bowls. Gill defends in front of his pad. Back to the bowler.
Yeah, I prefer this field because they've put mid-wicket in place, and they're saying to Shubman Gill, if you're going to try and score a run or two, you're going to have to bop one over the top down the ground or play square of the wicket, which might bring an opportunity for an LBW.
Dawson again. That's exactly where he bowled that one. Gill again across the pad, but with the full face, out quietly on the onside, no run. Cloud slip, the sun slips behind some cloud. Nothing threatening at the moment, but bright sunshine's disappeared for the moment. A little hold up in play. Gill just walks away towards square leg now, gets back into his stance. Bat raised, waits. Dawson bowls, Gill defends. This is a little bit more like the Shubman Gill we've seen in the first 2 tests. Leaning forward, very solid forward defense when he comes forward, so far at least. There's Dawson again into Shubman Gill. Repeat of the previous delivery, just a little bit further forward in terms of the stretch, and it's fielded a short extra maiden from Dawson, is it? His figures now are 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. Guess when you got a cushion of 244, you're able to also try a few different things, but Dawson's sort of sticking to a very tight line, isn't he? Keeping it tight, not letting any loose balls. There was the odd one which went for 4 in the previous over. Rahul now, KL Rahul in front of Brydon Kaas. And for him, the 2 men in the deep, at deep square and long leg. In the offside field, exactly what it was. 2 slips, a big gap, and then 2 gullies, also slightly separated from each other, and then a man at backward point who will come into point as the ball is delivered. Kaas is in, bowls to Rahul. Rahul plays it on the onside. There will be an easy single, and that will take the total to 68. For 2, Rahul's moved up to 21. And Shubman Gill on 45 in the 23rd over of the innings. Michael Vaughan's just made way for Sir Alistair Cook to join me. Very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. And Shubman Gill has played beautifully under the pressures and the strains that he'd have experienced in the 150 odd overs in the field, and to come out third in the first over.
He comes forward, defends,
and play as well as he has done. It's been really impressive, and actually for the future, for him,
all
as well. I mean, it was a bit strange. We didn't really pick much off it, did we? Because we were talking about Stokes and his 100, but towards the end, Rahul really did take over the captaincy, and I don't know whether that, with a bit of a tactic, and just let Gill have 10 minutes. But it was Jadeja, Washington Sundar all going through KL, whether he just felt Gill's
Last balls, an appeal, striking him on the pad, caught on the crease a little bit there. I don't think there's too much seriousness. Jamie Smith suggesting the ball would be going down the leg side.
It was a bit of a half-hearted appeal from everybody, and I thought it was one of those you just walk straight back.
They are having a conversation. And they have gone up.
TV umpire to director.
We saw the last wicket of Jasprit Bumrah.
On-field decision.
No one except Joe Root thought and knew that it gloved it.
You can go to front of.
Well, it was half-hearted from everybody, and a very, very last-minute review from Stokes. It was the away swinger.
Nice and slow. Okay, you can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Striking him over the knee roll, and probably, as Jamie Smith was suggesting, going down the leg side. This will tell us.
On-field original decision is not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing.
Not by a lot.
You can stay with your on-field not out decision. You're on the screen.
So England have now used 2 of their reviews, haven't they?
Yes.
Andy?
Yeah. It seemed a strange one, and very unlike Ben Stokes. Because no one, as a captain, you look round, if someone really convinces you, and it didn't seem that anyone was really convinced. The only thing was that Bryden Castle said, it's an away swinger, so always coming back into the stumps.
Cast into Gill, and Gill cuts, but straight to Dawson, no run.
And almost swinging, towards the slips of his pitch, and then I was thinking there, but actually it wasn't a way swinger, but it nipped. It was quite a long way, so it was missing a considerable margin. A bit of a strange one from Stokes. Just back to Rahul, whether he just thought, I'll take the pressure off Gill for a little bit, let him have 10 minutes, which is a perfectly acceptable tactic. It just looked quite strange that he was doing it so obviously for us to pick up on.
Especially when Gill was fielding close at short mid-wicket. Here's Cars into Gill, lets it go outside the off stump, swings a little after it's past the stumps. Tumbling take by Smith. This is probably, if we believe the forecast for later, well, not so much later today, but certainly for tomorrow, then these are probably the best conditions India are likely to get in the rest of the match for batting. You've got to make the most of it.
Well, India, they're going to have to, they might need a bit of help from the weather tomorrow, so they've got to, it's not all lost. And the weather, I saw this morning that there was a good chance of quite a bit of rain tomorrow, and then that's kind of changed again, but a bit uncertain that Manchester drizzle.
Cast bowls and Gill defends. Yes, just chatting with some friends here, they were saying you can never tell. You can't tell in England generally, but in Manchester you definitely can't tell.
And so India have to fight like these two out, and they've fought incredibly well.
Yes, I guess in a situation like this, I suppose you just sort of break it down in small sessions and say, let's just play normal cricket.
Absolutely. Well,
can't do anything more than that.
They love batting as well, don't they? So that's why they play the game. That's why you feel most of the endorsements and most of the superstars in Indian cricket are batsmen. And Bumrah might just be sneaking in there But still
isn't. You're so right now that you've mentioned it. Something that's so obvious and staring you in the face every day. Till you said it, hadn't really occurred to me. But you're right. Bowlers very rarely. You see bowlers very rarely on billboards, except when it's the IPL, when you see everybody on one or the other form of advertising. Dawson ready to start a fresh over. Slip and a leg slip in place. Umpire Raza standing firm, and there goes Dawson. Just walks past the umpire, 2 steps, hop and a jump, and into his stride, defended by KL Rahul. In fact, I dare say that I've seen Pat Cummins on hoardings in India more than I've seen any Indian bowler.
Really?
Yeah. Glasses. Eyeglasses.
That's every old Pat, isn't he?
Yeah. Why not? Defends back nicely. Just playing in front of his pad.
Nice line from Dawson. He's not a massive turner of the ball, but he's got a leg slipping. But
and that catching mid-wicket as well.
Really want him to just wicket to wicket. Give them nothing, and then something will happen. Whether it keeps low, whether one suddenly
pops up.
Yeah, turns sharply.
Dawson is in, bowls to KL, a little bit short, hit away off the back foot, straight to the man at sweeper point. There'll be a single. That Pat Cummins, I would argue, is probably one of the most popular overseas cricketers, and I think it has a lot to do with that amazing gesture when the IPL, in the height of COVID, the second wave was coming on. He was the first cricketer to announce a substantial donation to the COVID relief fund, and that really struck a chord with Indian people. Bowls, Dawson, outside edge, fielded at backward point by Shubman Gill. 69 for 2, 24th over in progress, 242 the deficit. And Dawson, in addition to the slip and leg slip, has a backward point cover, a sweeper cover, and a mid-off. Mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and a man at the square leg boundary. Bowls on the leg stump. Played to mid-wicket. You can see what they're trying, isn't it? They're trying to get him to play across a little bit.
And try and get leading edge. I want to keep low, but absolutely, just keep it wicket to wicket. Be patient.
Here's something that should interest any Indian listener, any listener who's interested in Indian Bollywood and sports team ownership. We'll be hearing from Abhishek Bachchan outside the off-stump left alone. The son of arguably one of the biggest megastars of India, Amitabh Bachchan, owns a kabaddi team, owns a football team in the Indian Soccer League as well. If memory serves me right, might also have a stake in a chess team. But we'll know about that later. 69 for 2, 24 overs gone, 242 the deficit. Sir Alistair looks a little bit bemused by the last comment of chess, but we'll leave that to Dan Norcross to figure out.
Wow. Learn something new every day. Franchise chess.
You can't just do that.
Dan, I'm hoping you're going to help me out with franchise chess.
I can't. He's just run through a whole load of totally explicable things and then says, franchise chess team, and then walks off, drops the mic. Thanks a lot.
Zoltz, come on, your computer.
I know what he's up to.
Get that pawn in the right place and tell me what the franchise.
There's the Nagpur Night Slayers.
Yes.
I was going to say Ranchy Rooks.
Very good. Very good. The Pune Pawns.
Oh, yeah.
Cars runs in from the Anderson end, outside the off-stump, took the keeper, no run. Do you know, many years ago, I think it was like the early 1990s, the World Dominoes Championship took place, and the 4 semi-finalists, I believe, were Jamaica, Russia, Tooting and Balham. And for fans of geography, Tooting and Balham are right next to each other in London. And they were, I think they won their semi-finals, and they competed in the World Dominoes final, Tooting v Balham.
Well, even if that's not true, I'm prepared to believe it.
Believe it is. Cars is in to KL Rahul. Short, he just turns it round the corner, he pulls it, stroke hooks it round the corner with complete control. He looks serene out there at the moment. Rahul, he's moved to 23 and India are 70 for 2.
So I wasn't listening to that because I'm trying to rack my brains with places in India beginning with B for bishops.
Bengaluru.
There we go.
Yeah.
The RCB bishops.
Yeah. Yes. Have we done the lot?
No.
We've got
we do
Queen-
castles. Queens and kings.
Well, yeah, just Chennai Super Kings, wouldn't it? Again? Yeah.
Or Chennai Super Castles.
Like Guwahati Queens, I don't know. Cars is in, 2 slips and a gully. Shubman Gill reaches for a ball, stretches for it and drives it into the offside, but can't beat Stokes, who runs round from cover to get the ball. No run.
17 dot balls in a row for Shubman Gill since he reached 45 off 50.
Thank you.
Just nod to those.
Yes. Well, 17 dot balls might be a sign of a bit of pressure building.
What I really would like with that stat is that if you face 17 dot balls, there's a 63% more chance of getting out or something. Not just throw me a stat.
Yes.
Without the relevance to it.
Cars is in. This is worked into the onside. They're going to get a single. There is his run. So if it was a 63% chance of getting out, he's done well to negotiate it.
I think it's a perfect example of the statistician making sure that there was going to be a run or something happen on that ball.
Yeah, he was sick of watching Shubman's dots, and so, yeah.
That is the kind of power I wield.
It is. 71 for 2. By the way, I've been upbraided.
Upbraided?
Right, upbraided. I've been lambasted, I've been criticised, and I've been hauled across the coals by someone for using the term retired hurt.
Okay.
Apparently, according to the laws, which is one thing, you're either retired out or you're retired not out. As Cars is in, and this beats the bat. Oh, that reared a little bit, and no foot movement from Rahul. He just pushed up the ball, missed it, and it went away and into the gloves of Smith, and there is no run. Yes, apparently, just because every scorecard in the world, including the very first scorecard of the very first Test match, contains Charles Bannerman retired hurt 165, they've all been getting it wrong. And you should either be in the scorecard as retired out or retired not out. It must be a problem for these people, because they must just get triggered every day they look at a scorecard as somebody who's been retired not out.
Was that on social media?
No, it's via WhatsApp. She went straight to the source of the problem. As this ball pushed into the offside, they're going to go through for a single, pushed just in front of square, and Rahul picks up a single. He moves to 24, 72 for 2. It's a no ball. It's not the end of the over, so it'd be 73 for 2.
Well, Carter's got some nice rhythm. There's a nice rhythm from that end. I didn't think he bowled his absolute best in that first innings, but he seems to be charging in with a bit more intensity.
Yeah, and he's beaten the bat in this over. But these two are batted redoubtably in this session. An hour and 45 minutes in this session so far, without too many alarms. The occasional beating of the bat. Cars in again, hurtling in. And this is laid away from his body. A little swish, really. Nothing much more than that. And Gill's fortunate just to guide it to point. There's no run. Wait a minute, it's another no ball. It's the 8th ball of the over coming up.
The moment I talk about his rhythm, he bowled 2 no balls. Yeah, that was a bit jerky and uncertain was the word for that shot, which Gill hasn't been throughout the whole of this innings.
No, he's good, isn't he? Solid. As has Rahul. It'll be giving even more reason for Rishabh Pant to pad up.
I think he's only going to pad up if they get close to the end of the delay, isn't he? Just the thought of taking it into tomorrow in case the weather.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think by now, any time he could bat would be worth it, wouldn't it? Because we're only 14 minutes from tea. It'd be very surprising if this game were to finish today now, you would think. Cars in, slightly wider of the crease. He's driving and dropped. I think that's dropped at backward point. And it's Dawson. It went flashing away above his head to his right. He's examining his fingers. Has he got fingers to it? We'll see that again.
I think.
How many did they get there? Did they get run 2? They ran 2, 76 for 2. We're going to have a look now. Oh no, that's very catchable. That is a very catchable height. And if anything, he's done too much, Dawson. He's sort of leapt at it more. When it went much closer to him than that, he didn't stay tall. He was falling down. It was above his head, but had he just stayed upright, it would have been right in front of his eyes. And Cars can't believe it because getting a chance of Shubman Gill is not an easy thing to do.
Well, the cameras and the radar systems were right in front of where I was looking. So I thought when he was reaching for his left hand there, he's gone for one of those one-handed reaches over the other side. But I thought it was a worldie if I had to make a guess. And now we've seen the replay that actually it was almost, I don't know if he surprised him that it was came to him, really.
Came quite hard, I suppose. It goes on the sweep. There's Rahul. He gets the top edge. It's rolling down towards fine leg. Fielder running round. Will cut it off. Let's actually slow down to a halt before Zach Crawley got to it. And they run through for 3. 79 for 2.
Yeah, he was gone. I thought he was going one hand, but it got two hand. Whether it was closer than he thought.
I think so.
Yeah, he was almost going goalkeeper style.
He was also walking in, wasn't he? There's part of that. So he's coming in, walking in, and then it flew at him quite quickly. But he didn't need to dive, but he sort of did. He fell and dived. Forward comes Shubman Gill, gets a run that takes him to 49, doesn't it?
I wonder if that's a little bit closer than we think. Ben Duckett at extra cover, one round to his left. And Rahul, I think, thought it was a fairly easy single. Only about halfway down, he put the afterburners in. And you know when a batsman then looks around after he's got in and then looks at his partner with a bit of suspicion?
It's one of those. He's just having to come down to have a little chat with KL Rahul there. It's decent fielding, but he is home, he is safe. 80 for 2. Rahul back on strike. He goes back into his crease and pushes the ball to backward point. There is no run. Just occasionally Dawson just drops it. Not short, but a little too short. Just needs to keep bringing the batters forward. We've not seen much in the way of turn from this end. Jadeja got his turn from the Anderson end, from the Statham end. Not really seen Dawson fizz it at all. And he comes once more, and that turns. And it's poked at.
We're good at this conversating. Anytime we say anything,
we're manifesting it.
Yeah, you've used that word a number of times.
Let's take a look again. Yeah, so it's a genuine poke and miss. To the first ball that's turned today. Prakash is giving me the evils. Dawson waits, top of his mark, leg slip and a slip. He's in. Rahul goes back into his crease and pushes through the gap between points and extra cover out towards the boundary sweeper. One more, goes to 28, brings Gill on strike on 49.
I'm just trying to count how many 50s he's had in this series.
Yes, well, they're all hundreds. It's feast or famine with Shubman. We've had a 6, a 16 and an 8. And a 147, a 161 and a 269. Right. Here's Dawson. 2 slips in place. Forward comes Shubman, pushes the ball up to mid-on. There's no run as it goes straight to Archer. End of the over, he'll have to wait for his 50th run. 81 for 2, 26 gone. Gill 49, Rahul has 28. And we have 9 minutes to go until tea. How many overs remain in theory in the day?
39, I think.
So I don't think we're getting those.
We retreated, weren't we, to 89 yesterday.
Amazing. Well, there was one moment when there were 2 overs ahead.
Well, at one stage, I think at drinks in the mid-afternoon session, they only had 43 remaining.
That's right.
And we were possibly thinking of a 6 o'clock finish.
And they bowled 42 overs in what was then 3.5 hours. Yeah. Well, still a fair few of those were spin. Arshdeep Singh has been on and off with gloves. And Kars is at the top of his mark after Shubman Gill and KL Rahul have had a little chat. It's a young man with old style, camera in the crowd. Don't see that too often. Proper big lens.
Young Henry Moran, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was a bit. Yeah.
Walked around with those cameras.
Yeah. Here's Kars. Rahul on strike. And he leaves one alone outside the off stump. There's no run.
To clarify, it wasn't that old school. It was just a physical camera rather than it wasn't under a hood.
No,
with a
no.
glass plate.
No. That's right, and the sort of concertinery business.
I mean, it wasn't a phone camera, it's basically what they're trying.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah, I was with you.
Right, someone's come out of the slip cordon. Moving out to short mid-wicket. With 2 slips, gully and a backward point. This has been India's session so far, fighting back after being 0 for 2 in the first over of the innings. In comes Kars. Rahul lets this go by, just brings his bat, tucks it inside, puts it on his right or left thigh and lets it sail through to the keeper. No run. Not seen much in the way of misbehaviour, have we, with the ball either?
No, we saw there's a bit more like movement, didn't we, with the new ball, jagging around.
Yeah.
Archie got a few jagging back and hitting Gill and Rahul on the thigh guard, but
not the ones that keep low.
Not the ones you like to see when you're 200 ahead.
Yes. Yes.
If you're more keeping Gazundas, is that the right one?
Yeah, the Gazundas. Yeah.
Gazunda.
Gazunda. Either. Kars is in. Rahul just clips this off his hip. Down to deep backward square leg for a single. 82 for 2.
Well, they played very comfortably. Good determination.
Not seen Stokes yet, have we? Bowling.
No, I wonder whether the England management have said, please don't bowl too much. Like, if you're cramping batting, you're getting cramped, you must be. It's called the danger zone in the red zone, I think, is when they've had a massive peak of exercise and exertion, and that's when you're more likely to get injured.
Well, he bowled a lot in that first innings, didn't he? And then he batted quite a bit.
And still recovering from Lords, I'd imagine.
Kars in, outside the off stump, left alone, no run. Agger said he spent 4 days in bed. Watched a load of box sets.
You can get away with it.
Yeah, why not?
There's a lot of box sets now, isn't it?
You could get through a fair few, yes. You could do all of Squid Game and more. Which I finally finished.
Any good?
Well, I enjoy it in a sort of mindless way.
I think the producers would be glad. You could get some
top endorsement, that. Yeah, 4 stars, mindless. Yes.
Mindless. I enjoyed it in a mindless way. Dan Norcross on the poster or on the...
Well, I mean, there's allegory and metaphor in it as well. There's all that, if you want to look for it. Kars into Shubman Gill, drives nicely, but won't beat Stokes at short extra cover. Goes along the ground, there's no run. The crowd just haven't had quite too much to hoot about, the England fans. Yeah, Indian fans have been enjoying themselves. There's a trumpeter or a horn blower, isn't there?
Actually, I haven't heard.
Yes, if you nip outside and you hear a big noise. Oh, you haven't heard Finchy?
No, maybe.
I think I heard him do Jerusalem.
This is what I was asking for. Wonder about the old snakes who've gone, but they've just tried to build one in that permanently temporary stand, and they've been ripped off them.
Here's Kars to Gill, who lets another one sail by outside the off stump. And there is no run. End of the over, 82 for 2, 27 gone. Gill 49, Rahul 29. So
they've been trying to build. You see the guys in fluorescent jackets have stormed in.
Yes, there's quite a few of those. So the beer snake is banned here, is it?
Well, I asked a question yesterday about it because we hadn't seen any. Normally it's part of the fun in the evening session. No.
Yeah. I mean, I don't suppose it's an enormous amount of fun if you're downwind from it, because a beer snake accumulates various dribbles of beer, doesn't it? That then has to go somewhere, out and down. Gravity is not your friend if you're lower down a beer snake. Right, Dawson bowling what will probably be the last over before tea. Just adjusts his field, gets a short mid-wicket in place and a leg slip. KL Rahul just kicks away some dust. He'll be very happy for this to be the last over before tea if he can. And in comes Dawson, flights one up forward in defence. Comes Rahul and defends it to point. There's no run.
Well, it's 4 minutes for a spinner. He'll do well, won't he? Dawson's not. Where's the ball? Joe Root was shining the ball at point.
He's not quite a Jadeja style, is he? Likes to stop at the top of the mark.
England are happy for this one to be the last one as well.
Well, it must be, because Dawson's sort of saying to Stokes, I want a little change. That is a big difference, isn't it? He does set his own fields in a way that Shoaib was tended to have his field set for him. Experience.
I'm going to say 35, 36 years old. He is, isn't he? He's 35.
Dawson in, tossed up, defended on the front foot. No run. Sam Curran was very notable in setting his own fields earlier. Remember, I think Gareth Batty, when he was his captain, said one of the things he found astonishing about the 16, 17-year-old Curran was that he would march up to him and tell him exactly what he wanted. You'd have played a bit with him. 2018.
India against India. He scored a lot of runs.
Right, fielder comes in into the covers. His forward comes KL Rahul and defends. There's no run.
Yeah, he's got a lot of valuable runs.
Well, he had a weird record, didn't he, of winning, big on winning sides very, very often.
Yeah, didn't Tim Breslin have the longest? Didn't he win his first 13 games?
Wow, was it that many?
I think so. I think he won his first 13 games.
Dawson in again. It's defended again with bottom hand coming off the bat this time, and Jamie Smith just drops around to collect the ball. No run.
I think that guy at Essex, Aaron Beard, I don't know how many first-class games he played for Essex, but he never lost a first-class game for Essex, which I think's...
That's pretty good going.
Someone said to me, that's true. Again, this is one of those stats I believe blindly until...
How could Aaron Beard tell you that? It's good. It's tossed up again, defended. No run into the offside. We have got less than a minute to go, and there's one ball to be bowled. With two slips in place. Just trying to slow it down a little here, Rahul, quite rightly, and now he's ready to face. And he defends into the onside. There is no run. Now then, are they going to run round to get another over in or not? We shall see. Counting down, 23, 22 seconds, assuming they're going on the same kind of clock. And are we going to get another over?
Well, it's down to Rob Tucker, isn't it, when he arrives at the...
Well, he's arrived at the stumps, and there's 10 seconds to go until 22.
Aaron Beard played 27 first-class matches for Essex and 3 for Sussex. He lost 2 of his 3 for Sussex. For Essex, he wasn't on a losing side once, but it was against the MCC in Barbados in a pre-season.
Oh, that doesn't.
So in the county championship, he was undefeated in 25.
So that was at half right, Stan.
No, that's right. No, we're going with right.
Yeah.
In the county championship, undefeated for Essex. So Joe Root's going to bowl.
Should have played more.
Yes. Well, maybe that was the point he would have liked to have been making.
I wasn't in selection meetings then.
So Joe Root's going to bowl the last over before tea. Interesting. I'm not quite sure of the thinking here.
Just a change up.
Yeah. Shubman Gill on 49. Root bowls. And that's tucked into the onside. Playing around that front pad. Gets it to duck it at short mid-wicket. No run.
Just a change up, and also could be his game, couldn't it?
Could be.
Jumps past 3 all-time greats. Picks up 3 for.
Here he is once again. Tossed up and clipped into the onside nicely. That's 50 for Gill. Archer chases after it. He should haul it in, and he does, and they're going to get back for 3. He moves to 52 and India 85 for 2.
Yeah, he's played with real control, class, and actually been quite decisive. I think his movements have been very decisive.
Well, he's given this Indian crowd something to cheer, and there are plenty of Indians in the crowd. They've had a tough 3.5 days, but this session they've seen their senior batters battle back here. There's still a long way to go, but the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step and all that. Root is waiting now for KL Rahul. He's just adjusted the field. Forward short leg slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Root is in. Rahul drives into the offside. He'll pick up a run as it goes to the left of Stokes and kicks it further away.
I think he went to try and pick it up and thought, oh no, I'm not going to bend down. And then even the amount of football the boys play in the morning, he's just shinned it.
So the fact that he did that, does that indicate he might be somewhat weary?
Possibly. And then he'll bowl a 13 over spell, won't he, after tea or something stupid.
86 for 2. Root in. Gill clips into the onside up to mid-on. There's no run there. He wanted it, but it went straight to the fielder Archer.
Gill's 50, 77 balls, 8 fours, his 16th 50-plus score in Test, including 800s, 3 of them in this series.
It's felt pretty controlled. Are we in that realm again of Shubman Gill control? Root into him, and it just plays again round that pad and tucks it to short mid-wicket. No run.
He was dropped on 46.
Oh yes, by Dawson. Could that be costly? The Anderson Tendulkar Trophy on the line. Back into his crease he goes and defends. The last ball before tea, that will be tea. 86 for 2, Gill 52. KL Rahul has 30. And that is a session that's belonged to India. The first session emphatically belonged to England when they advanced their score from 544 for 7 to 669 all out. Stokes, in so doing, made 141, became the 4th Englishman to score 100 and take a 5 in the same match. He was ably assisted by Bryden Cars, who made 47. Liam Dawson was out to one that kept a bit low, and there was great hope for England of a quick finish when 2 wickets fell before lunch, 2 to Wokes in the first over. But those hopes have now been dashed, and Indian hopes of maybe a backs-to-the-wall effort that can keep England here until 6:30, 7 o'clock tomorrow. It's still alive. It's still possible. The Reverend David Cotton has got some work for Andy at tea. Says, I was thinking this morning while driving, and England innings, as the England innings finished and Archer was not out, who has the highest number of not outs over their career at the end of innings? They most likely will be number 10 or 11, I would have thought. Courtney Walsh, I would have thought, would be a good chance. Sir James Anderson would be a possible candidate, or Bob Willis, rather than a Sir Alistair Cook or Michael Vaughan. Oh, there'd be Murali as well, would be in the mix, but Courtney Walsh seems a good chance.
I think it's Jimmy. I think Jimmy? He's just played
so many games.
A lot of games. He passed 100 not-outs in his career. I remember that being a bit of a thing. I'll get the full list, but
I'll tell you one to look out for, though, because he's young and could go all the way. He could be our hero, Nahid Rana. And he might have the most not-outs.
Yeah, but he gets a lot of outs as well, because he's
so
heroically bad at batting.
Yes.
As a regular listener to Team S1, I think it was 19 innings in a row in first-class cricket.
Was it 19?
Was it 18?
I think it was 19, but one of the great aspects of it was that he scored 11 of his 13 test runs in 3 shots off Jasprit Bumrah, which I remember watching, and they were quite spectacular. A hoik over deep mid-wicket, a thick edge, and actually quite a nice drive at one point, I think it was. Anyway, so where are we in this match? Well, India now 86 for 2. The deficit 225. KL Rahul has 30. Shubman Gill has 52, and they've looked pretty sound, pretty comfortable. I've got another question though for the ask anybody anything you want to ask about cricket. I was mulling over as we saw the light roller going on. India obviously didn't want to use a heavy roller. Are you allowed to use no roller?
You're very much asking the wrong person.
Well, but you're on this panel, aren't you?
Well, I was on the panel this morning, yes.
Well, in that case, it seems reasonable for me to ask you.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I've never seen it. We'll have to check. We'll have to investigate.
Right, well, let's find out. It's the next test. So don't forget to get your questions in to ask anything. Ask me anything on the BBC Sport website and the app. Right. That's it. It's time for tea.
It was a barren afternoon after 2 down at lunch, still 2 down at tea. There was a chance, I think, offered by Gill, who's got 52. Rahul's on strike on 30, and it's a change of end for Wokes, who runs away and bowls, and Rahul comes forward. The ball runs away out to Duckett, who's fielding at point, and there's no run. So, what are they going to do here? Michael, keep plugging away.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect that from Chris Wokes. Change of ends for Chris Wokes, coming from the Brown Statham end. Yeah, that catch you mentioned, Liam Dawson, a backward point. It really was a catch that should have been taken. Ran head high. It was a drive from Shubman. It wasn't a big drive. It's like a little push drive and went sharpish, but he knows he should have taken it.
Woakes bowls, Rahul waits, the ball just swings away a little, then he guides it beautifully between two offside fielders there. Pinged back in by Pope, running back from backward point. 88 for 2.
Yeah, well, these two, Gill and Cowher-Hull, have spent a lot of time in the middle, and two players that can bat for a long time. The ball's now 30 overs old, so it's a bit softer. And India will know that for them to get anything out of this test match, well, you'd think this pair will have to be there at the close of play.
88 for 2, and Rahul pulls away. He was going to face that, and something's moved in the background.
Wow,
yes, I know. Well, Henry has been trying to demonstrate what AI is all about with these things. So he took a photograph of me and said, make this man into a superhero wearing lycra and a red cape flying over a cricket stadium, and it's come back. I mean, it's incredible. That is Superman flying over Old Trafford. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how that thing works. In goes Woakes. Bowls pushed away by KL Rahul to point.
I don't think it's Old Trafford.
Where is it? Oh, it's Edgbaston.
It's Edgbaston.
Yeah, it's flying over the Hollies stand. Quite bizarre.
You're looking in good shape, Aggers.
Well, that's...
Is that your body as well?
That's quite accurate, no. He didn't take a photograph of the body. Probably just as well.
You're looking
a bit bizarre. How does it do it?
You look a bit younger, John.
I don't know.
I think it can give you a few more test wickets as well.
Well, no, it can't. Unfortunately, it can't.
Can we ask AI for some more wickets and runs?
Just give it back. Ridiculous. Here's Woakes over the wicket. Bowls an in-swinger, but he's driven through extra cover. Lovely shot from Rahul, who waited for that. Long chase for Stokes. Oh, it's one of those teasers. That is literally, he's pulled that back about 6 inches inside the boundary edge. That's a chase and a half.
Well, yeah, I mean, I saw Ben Stokes at mid-off just before tea, and he just grabbed his hamstring. And he chased after that, and you can see he would usually have dived.
Yeah, something's not quite right there.
No, he's not right.
He hasn't bowled yet either.
No.
Yeah, but he's pulled that back literally inches inside the boundary edge. He's chased it hard all the way. Seems to be moving rather tenderly there, because he knows we're all going to be watching and seeing if he stretches anything, but hands on knees at the moment. He's in the wars a bit, isn't he, when the cramp that he's had now. 2 test matches on the trot. 91 for 2, Woakes on the way, and he bowls a short ball which Gill tucks away out to square leg. Crawley's back on the boundary there, so...
Your favourite song being sung here, Aggers, Wonderwall?
Yes.
You know the band that sing that, yeah?
Well, I do now.
Yeah. I wonder how the tour's going on. Do you think the brothers are still getting on?
They're in Wembley, weren't they? Well, they saw hands held together in Wembley.
I saw their first night in Cardiff where they kind of walked out hand in hand. I'm going on Wednesday to see them.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Where is it?
Wembley.
Nice. 92 for 2. Woakes runs in, bowls. Oh, he steered that away from round about middle and off, and the ball's gone away behind square on the leg side. Thrown back in there by Dawson. 93 for 2. 30 overs gone. India were 1 for 2. So an excellent partnership, but 0 for 2 in fact. Absolutely, well, thank you.
Change of ends for the spinner, Aggers.
Yeah.
Liam Dawson is going to come from Jimmy Anderson's end, the end where Jadeja got 4 for.
The one surprise so far, and we saw them early today, hence a discussion about Jodhpurs and Britches, is that the huntsmen there haven't chased anything.
No.
I assumed that they would have a...
There's usually a fox.
Well, you'd think there'd be a fox, but they haven't chased him yet. They're just sitting there still. They're bright red, crimson jackets and white Jodhpurs.
Don't look back in anger now. With a full rendition.
Yep.
Local band.
I
think it's unaccompanied too. I don't hear the trumpet in there.
Loud, that.
It is.
I heard you say.
Right, Dawson then from the far end. Change of ends for him. He's bowling to Rahul with a slip and a leg slip. In he comes and bowls, and Rahul there just waits and pats the ball back at him.
Bit of drift there for Dawson. It's kind of against the breeze, isn't it? It usually comes across the other way.
It's interesting, he and Jadeja are both unusual in that their approach is absolutely straight. A lot of spinners get themselves more side on. This is on leg stump, turned away out towards mid-wicket by coming in on an angle, so they come between the umpire and the stumps, and they side on and they pivot.
Yeah,
which gives you that more chance of spinning the ball. But both he and Jadeja come in very straight. And he's quite chest on when he bowls. Slip, leg slip. Dawson again. Bowls on the leg stump, just tapped away dismissively by Rahul.
Well, he's firing it into around the leg slip, and that's why he's got a leg slip. So he's hoping for Rahul to kind of just try and flip one to that vacant square leg, which would give the leg slip a nice opportunity.
He comes again, grips the ball hard, bowls, and Rahul again carefully forward. That's fielded by Duckett, coming in from extra cover. No run. It's a blue sky around. It's a much cloudier day today than we've had. Might get a shower tomorrow, but certainly an improved forecast from earlier in the week. Dawson grips the ball again, wanders in, bowls, and almost goes into his stumps there. He's on the back foot, and that he got a bit of a tangle, to be honest, and the ball hit his legs, part of his pads, and almost trickled into his stumps. A moral victory there, but it didn't turn. He got inside edge into pad, and then that would have taken the bails off had it hit, for sure. Dawson again pauses. Now begins his approach and bowls, but too short, and he can knock that away out to cover. 93 for 2.
See, it's that song again. It's the darts player Michael van Gerwen that they sing regular. I'm guessing there must be someone from the Barmy Army that looks like him.
Oh. Well, they're certainly boisterous over there. They've had a quiet day, really.
Yeah.
I watched Stokes get his 100 this morning, of course. Then it's a question of waiting for the declaration. And
look at this jacket behind Aggers. Look at this chap's come in with a nice stripy blazer.
Well, that's very smart.
It looks a posh one.
That does look very posh. It's blue, red, yellow, green, white stripes.
Although he can't be posh. He's with, look who he's with.
Is he with? Oh, he's with NASA. No, he's not. Actually, I'd like
Cockney wide boy.
I'd like to see NASA wearing that, really, if I'm honest. That would be smart. 93 for 2. Wokes kicks up his heels, is on his way, and bowls to Gill, who covers up, plays a good length ball into the offside. Duckett scampers into field, and there's no run. I mean, is that a club side or something? 40 club, is it? Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, that's very smart. I mean, you'd probably only wear that for a bet, if we're honest. Or in the dark.
Norcross, Daniel Norcross would wear that.
Very smart. He's wearing it with pride. Quite right for the 40 club. Ball returned to Wokes, gives it a rub. He's on a hat-trick earlier and didn't bowl a bad hat-trick ball, actually. It was full, it was quite straight, wasn't it? You sometimes see some poor hat-trick balls, but it was around about the right place. Here he goes, bowls outside the off-stump. Bit of swing away there from Gill.
Yeah, they're getting going now, Aggers, look. They're dancing in the stands. It's this darts player that they keep singing about. I'd love someone to send us a picture in of the person that they keep singing Michael van Gerwen to.
Well, I don't know. There's thousands of people in there.
I think someone's just downed a pint. That was the big cheer.
Well, they're having a good time. Meantime, Wokes is trying to get a wicket, and Gill waits stock still, bat raised. Wokes bowls short to him, actually threw that pull shot too early. Struck him up on the shoulder. He's giving that a rub. He's dropped his bat, giving his arm a rub. John in Winterbourne, thank goodness for TMS. I'm painting 40 metres of fence in my garden in forest green stain. And you're making a job a whole lot more interesting, I can tell you. God, 14 metres of fence.
That's tough.
Can't you spray it on? Can't you get one of those sprayers?
I've got a robot that cuts my grass. Is that a robot that can spray a fence?
Well, I'm sure you can spray it, can't you? And then that's only the first coat, presumably. You've got to go back and do it again.
Yeah, we'll be back to maybe tomorrow.
It's a bit like the Humber Bridge, I suspect. 40 metres of fence, you're doing it all year, aren't you? You get to the one end and you go back and have to start again. That sounds like a very tedious job, John. I'm glad we're making it easier for you. 93 for 2. Wokes runs up, bowls. Oh, inside edge, almost into the stumps. And runs away out to square leg.
It's amazing, this robot, you can decide the design.
Right.
You decide when it goes out. So my robot, I called him Ron.
Yeah.
And he's got a schedule.
So he lives in a little shed, does he?
Yeah, I go on my app and he works 8 till 8.
Oh.
And today he's been out and he's done his show on the map where he's been. Done the whole.
What about the bits that he's missed?
No, that's not garden anymore.
Oh, I see.
Just done the bits, yeah. Ronnie goes out 8 o'clock.
Right.
And if it rains, he gives himself 3 hours, all in the system. So 3 hours later, if it stops, he'll go out and just munch away. I've got checks.
How extraordinary. So you do keep your eye on him?
Yeah, you have
to make sure he's pulling his weight.
Yeah, you have to make sure he's there. But he's very, very good. 8 till 8.
Wokes runs away, bowls outside the off stump. And a roly-poly save from Smith. And he just gets on with it.
Yeah, every single morning, 8 o'clock, I'll be having a brew and then he goes... Ronnie pops out and then he'll do a half an hour shift and then gets tired, he goes back in, charges himself up.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Oh, I like mowing. Get a lot of satisfaction out of mowing. In goes Wokes. Pulls. Oh, a little bit of a weight drift there. Hides his bat. And there's no run. I've been so drawn to the pink seats over there that I've missed the sofas. They're just beyond them, and they look really comfortable. Cream-coloured and big, heavily upholstered sofas. That again must be some sort of corporate area, but might be 10 there, I suppose. And that is a nice place to go and sit. That looks really comfortable. Really does it.
Yeah, there's a nice bar at the back as well. Get your own bar down there with the white sofas. The pink seats are bright, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very bright. And they've drawn me away from those sofas. That looks like a lovely way to watch cricket. Got to sit quietly, or you can join the boisterous lot over here.
Yeah, stand up if you love the snakes. I think the beer snakes they're chanting about now.
Now Dawson is pointing here and there. He's got a slip, a fine gully, and is bowling to Shubman Gill. And England haven't taken a wicket for 31 overs. And Dawson brings India's captain onto the front foot. He just taps the ball back again for the spin bowler to pick up. Gives it a polish. Flags fluttering up above the pavilion behind Dawson as he wheels round. Then he stops, pauses for a moment, thinks about it, and trots in again and bowls. And Gill on the front foot plays that back up the pitch.
I guess it's Michael Van Gerwen.
Right, he's a big lad.
Yeah, I've just seen the cameras panning, and there is a Van Gerwen lookalike on the terrace. So every time he stands up, or that's when the chant comes out.
Right. Okay. Shaven-headed fella. There's Dawson pushed away out to cover. He's not the one I saw in the dress earlier on, is he?
I don't think so.
Handbag over his arm.
I think the darts is still on, isn't it? In the Premier League, is that still going on? None of you are darts.
It's always on the darts, isn't it?
Thursday night. Oh, fantastic.
They play it quickly, don't they? There's no question about over rates in that game. 94 for 2 is Dawson. Bowls. Turned away out to mid-wicket. I mean, if you don't pull your darts out of the board quickly enough, you're going to get impaled by
I like the entrances these days, they come out, don't they, to the music. The arenas sell out, every Thursday night. 10,000.
Does sound boisterous in there. Don't know how much darts they actually watch, to be honest. 94 for 2. I think they're getting a bit bored over there in the big stand. That's the problem here. They want a wicket. That's turned out to mid-wicket by Gill. And there's no run. Now we have listeners to 5 Live. Welcome along to Old Trafford. It's quite a noisy Old Trafford. almost as noisy perhaps as the other Old Trafford, to have a very boisterous temporary stand to our left, and they want wickets. They want an England wicket. They haven't taken one now for 32 overs as Dawson brings Gill forward. He plays out to cover, so Gill has got 54, Rahul has got 36, and after a very shaky start, which they were 0 for 2, India are 94 for 2, so they've got to bat out the rest of the day and probably tomorrow as well, because they're so far behind, 217 behind. But after a disastrous start, 0 for 2, these two are playing rather nicely. Gill 54, Rahul has 36. Michael Vaughan, Ashes winning captain, sitting alongside me, but I'm getting out actually, and Alison Mitchell is coming in here.
Yeah, Liam Dawson, he's bowled 9 overs, 0 for 17 with his left arm spin. He's bowled nicely. He's not far away from getting his first. Chris Woakes is his partner, who's running into bowl now. Afternoon, Ali.
Hello there, Michael. Hello to all our 5 Live listeners. As Woakes is down the leg side, clipped away off the hip by KL Rahul. So Woakes just straying off line. A touch there as a fielder down at fine leg behind KL Rahul, able to field that, but he takes 1. So India 95 for 2 and 216 behind. So they need to get up to that 216 mark in order to make England bat again in a 4th and final innings. But it really is about how long these two can bat, get through another session, because, Michael, it felt highly unlikely that they would bat through until the tea interval as a pair, given the way Chris Woakes began his innings with 2 wickets in the opening over. As Woakes is full, driven back up the pitch by Shubman Gill, and Woakes fields off his own bowling. That was a dramatic start, wasn't it?
Yeah, fantastic start for Chris Woakes, and that's why this pitch has been really good, because it's offered a bit for everybody. Every now and again it misbehaves, which you would expect on day 4. We saw quite a lot of misbehaviour this morning. That ball keeping low, the odd ball bouncing, and then in the afternoon it's been pretty flat. But it only takes 1. How often do you see a wicket fall and then suddenly 1 or 2 follow?
That's certainly what England hoped for at the start of the innings. There was a thunderous reception that Woakes got when he was on a hat-trick ball. You can relive all of that on the BBC Sport website and app, and indeed the highlights tonight, as Woakes is in again, forward presses Gill, and the ball angled into the onside. Cast is there to pick up, and there's no run. So Gill 54 now, who's really been having a stellar series with the bat. KL Rahul on 37, but after England piled up 669 in their first innings, it meant that India would have to get 311 in order to make England bat again. Jayaswal was caught by Root. A little juggle at first, slip off Woakes. 4th ball that he bowled. Very next ball, Sai Sudarshan attempted to leave one. As this one is full in on the toes of Gill, clips it along the ground to mid-wicket again, where Cast is there to field, and there's no run. Yeah, that ball from Woakes that Sai Sudarshan attempted to leave, and a deflection went to Harry Brook, and so Sudarshan was out first ball. And then we saw a Woakes hat-trick delivery. It was kept out by Shubman Gill. And since then, these two have batted with calmness and control. One chance that was created by Bryden Cast when Shubman Gill was dropped by Dawson. Woakes now has had to run through the crease here, because Gill has pulled out and away from the stumps, suggesting something's distracted him behind the bowler's arm as Woakes was coming.
Ali, I've got news.
Oh, go on.
I've got Michael Van Gerwen, and his mate next to him has come as a dartboard. He's got a dartboard on his chest. So you're looking through your binoculars at the vast bank of people that are in what is known as the party stand, which is an enormous, well, what began as a temporary structure, but pretty much stays here all year, I think, now, doesn't it? But there's an array of fancy dress in there as Woakes elite, but the crease full and defence from Shubman Gill back up the pitch into the hands of Woakes. Well, he's got a bucket hat on, and he's got a Michael Van Gerwen, you know, the lime shirt that he wears in the Premier League. He's got that shirt on, and his mate next door, he's come as a dartboard.
Actual dartboard, like a sandwich board.
No, there's 2. His other mate next to him has come as a dartboard as well. So he's in between 2 dartboards.
Woakes turns at the end of his mark. And now Gill awaits. 2 slips are there as well. Outside the off stump, slashed away into the ground though, and into the hands of Pope at backward point. There's no run, ends the over from Chris Woakes, 95 for 2. We've had 34 overs of this innings now, 216 behind.
Well, I'm not sure. Wisden doesn't relate if there were any people dressed as dartboards or celebrity darts players. In 1912, when Australia played South Africa here in a test match in a triangular tournament, the only other test which has featured a player scoring a century and taking a 5-wicket haul, that was Charles Kellaway, an Australian all-rounder, renowned for his fielding, not one of their more famous players, but he's the only other player at Old Trafford before Ben Stokes with a century and a 5-for in the same test.
Yeah, and Andy Zaltzman, our statistician here, telling us this to our 5 Live listeners who joined us because of the feat that Ben Stokes managed earlier in the day. He resumed his overnight innings. He was 77 not out at the start of the day, reached his 100, went on to make it 141 together with the 5-wicket haul he took earlier. Dawson from the pavilion end of the ground now into KL Rahul, so switching ends for Liam Dawson, a slip and a leg slip in place as it strives to take what would be his second wicket on his return to Test cricket. 8 years between Test matches for Liam Dawson. And it was great celebration when he dismissed Yashasvi Jaiswal in the first innings, one of India's key batters. But he's already gone. Dawson in and Rahul forward. Wangling behind square on the offside. England still trying to keep up their energy in the field here. We've got Duckett and Root playing a little game of catch between them as the ball then heads back to Liam Dawson. Crowd in good voice.
Yeah, I like this song.
They're willing England on. They want to have a moment of eruption with the fall of a wicket. Around the wicket now is Dawson, and Rahul playing very carefully into the offside. Been a great deal of turn for Dawson. I've seen it, the odd one that has spun.
Yeah, but he's bowling well enough. He only needs to get one. I think he could quite easily get a couple here. They're playing him nicely, the right-handers.
Well, England know if they win this match, they wrap up the series with 1 to play at the Oval. Dawson around the wicket. Rahul is forward, defending, back up the pitch.
I think if he gets one, the left-hander, probably Jadeja will come in, and then he's got more rough to fire into. Again, for the left-handers outside, the left-handers off stump. Just trying to get rid of this one of this pair. It's not going to be easy. They're in.
Oh, we had the extraordinary sight during India's first innings of Rishabh Pant hobbling down the pavilion steps, having had his toes crushed by a Woakes delivery in the first innings. He tried to reverse sweep it back onto the boot. No one believed he would bat. We haven't seen him yet at the ground today, though. Rahul forward again defensively, and Duckett moves forward to pick up on the offside. So Ravi Jadeja, we keep seeing shots of him in the dressing room. I haven't seen if he is padded up. Presume he is. He's sitting with a training top over, presumably again his whites. I'm sure he is ready to come out at the fall of this next wicket, but whether Rishabh Pant might suddenly make an appearance. Around the wicket comes Dawson, and forward again comes KL Rahul to end the over. A little kick of the turf from Dawson, and he's had a controlled over, but he wants to find a wicket. 95 for 2.
Michael Gans, he stands up every now and again, Van Gerwen, and that's when they start chanting his name. He's just waving to them all.
Celebrity status down there. You can get in touch with us on TMS as well here. We're tms@bbc.co.uk and the email. And you can WhatsApp messages to us as well, and that number is 0330 123 1826. 0330 123 1826. And if you are listening on a smart speaker as well, you can send us a message directly without having to type anything at all. If you simply say, ask BBC Sounds to send a comment, your speaker will then talk you through what else you need to do, and you can reach us here. Woakes is getting ready to bowl again. The crowd getting a little impatient over there, entertaining themselves right now as England are on the hunt. And so I've got the keeper standing up here to Chris Woakes with 2 slips back as well. And so forward comes Shubman Gill. He's been struck, I think, in a uncomfortable area of the anatomy, Michael. He's fallen forward on both knees, although he's now back up.
Yeah, he's back up now. It was a ball that just bounced slightly. It seems okay, does Shubman Gill.
Not too often we've seen Jamie Smith stand up to Chris Woakes.
Well, he did for him at Lord's.
Not quite this test match.
Yeah, the same combination from the pavilion end. So we're hoping that it works again.
Gill awaits, bat raised in the air as Woakes is in, and got on leg stump this time, turned to cast at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I feel sorry for Michael Van Gerwen, because it looks to me like every now and again someone brings him a pint. And the singing starts because he has to neck it. And if he does, that's when the darts tune comes out.
It's a colourful sight, that's for sure. And can India save this game? An England series win, remember, will be their first over India since 2018. A lot at stake for both sides. Gill awaits as Woakes is in, forward pressing again. Quick single taken to mid-wicket. Carter stopped that with his boot and allows Gill to go through for the single. On to 5 now. We've got a rather frustrated Nitin Dorset who sent us a WhatsApp. He says, why hasn't Stokes bowled? He's the talisman. He should bowl himself. Well, we suspect that is because he's not feeling physically comfortable, Michael.
He's not bowling for me. I just think he's clearly got an issue of some sort. Well, it might be just that his body's knackered. And I'm quite happy at the minute to see Ben not bowling.
Woakes at the crease now to Rahul, who plays with a high front elbow back into the pitch, and Woakes picks up. India still need another 215 to make England bat again. So do you think he would bowl if it sort of got to desperate times?
Yeah, if he got to tomorrow and similar time and India were playing well, I'm sure he would, but he's just trying to manage his body. You go back to Edgbaston where he hardly bowled, and we all thought, oh, there must be an issue. Well, he was saving himself for that Test match at Lord's.
Now, Smith has retreated back to conventional position here as keeper. Woakes in, bowling full, defence from Rahul, and no run to end the over. I mean, Joe Root did say to me this morning, sorry, it's not the end of the over, more ball. Joe Root did say to me this morning that he believes Stokes is managing himself better than he ever has done in terms of his recovery, looking after his body, and in a way that was why he left the field. Root said, well, I think it was his words, it could have become something serious if he'd stayed out in the middle yesterday. But he came off, was able to resume his innings, and then duly reached the 100. Woakes into Rahul, outside the off stump, coming off the angled face of the bat into the ground and out towards the slip cordon. That does end the over. 96 for 2. India still 215 runs away from making England bat again. Andy Zaltzman.
Just 10 runs in the 7 overs since tea. 3 maidens by Dawson and 10 from Woakes' 4 overs, but just 1 off each of the last 3. Just on Stokes bowled 24 overs in the first innings here. He's bowled 129 overs in the series, which is the most he's ever bowled in a single Test series, taking 16 wickets, also his highest series tally, averaging 24.7 with the ball, which in a series dominated by batting is strikingly excellent. Shubman Gill had 45 from his first 50 balls. He's added just 10 from the next 49.
Michael, what has it said to you, though, about Stokes as the all-rounder, given the feat that he brought up today? You had that 100 to go with the 5-wicket haul, and then also passing 7,000 Test runs to go along with 229 Test wickets. He'll answer that in a moment as Dawson comes around the wicket, new over. Shubman Gill is stroking out in the gap between backward point and cover, out to the deep for a single.
Oh, he's already at legendary status. He's an incredible cricketer, an incredible athlete now. You always look at all-rounders, and could Ben Stokes get in purely as a bowler? Yes. Does he get in as purely a batter? Yes. And you could argue, would he get in purely just as a captain? Yes. He probably gets in as a fielder. Yes.
England's most valuable. Around the wicket here is Dawson. Rahul defending, the ball drops down into the turf at his feet, and Jamie Smith moves around from behind the stumps to pick up. Dawson with his sunglasses on, even though it's overcast. Sunglasses, I'm sure, which augment the light rather than make it more shady. Now, leg slip has been brought up to stand behind KL Rahul's back. Conventional slip in place as well. Jamie Smith behind the stumps as keeper. Dawson around the wicket with his left arm spin, and Rahul plays it back up the pitch. It's Phil Tufnell's coming alongside me, another left arm spinner.
Evening all, evening.
Hello, Tuffers.
Yes.
Well, how are England going to break up this partnership? It's a pretty stubborn one at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Well, they've dropped anchor a bit, haven't they? Grinding along. can remember when the last 4 was hit.
Rahul on 37, defends again back up the pitch.
But they've just... Oh, have I missed one?
No, I can remember that for you. It was
Luckily, we've got results here.
It was in the 20th over. We're now in the 37th.
There you go. So they sort of really dropped anchor a little bit. I don't quite know why the leg slips there, to be honest with you. I'd rather have him in front of him, short leg or silly point. But they've got it just looks a bit toothless without Ben Stokes, doesn't it?
Dawson moves in. He's played square, fractionally behind square. In fact, rolls past the square leg umpire out to Carse in the deep and a single added.
Having said that, we went out there and put on 600 and something, didn't we? So it's still a pretty decent pitch, and it just amazes me sometimes why, some jump and some squat down, and then it sort of goes. Where's it gone? Where's that crack gone? Or where's that little bit of the wicket gone? Unbelievable. It's been flat as anything.
Yeah, England could do with a little bit of that magical assistance.
Only need one more, really. That's what they'll be thinking, because what they've got, Jadeja coming in next.
Well, it feels like he is. He's been in the pavilion ready. That one's left alone and gone away. Not very far past that off stump and into the gloves of the keeper. End of the over from Dawson. 213 more runs by India would be needed if England are to bat again. They want another 8 wickets to bowl India out in their second innings. 98 for 2 they are. Now, Nicholas Holtz has sent us a message. Tuffers says, I'm listening to the coverage sitting by the side of a rural mountain road in northern Greece.
Ooh.
I've spent the last 300 days walking here from my home in Dorset. Tuffers, that's making you feel tired already.
Wow.
Wild camping as he's been going along. He says, right now I'm trying to hitchhike as it's so hot that I'm vaporising up through the fabric of my hat. But cars are passing at a rate of less than 2 an hour, and so far they're doing just that, passing. They must be as enthralled as I am by your coverage and are therefore distracted and not noticing me. He says, thank you for keeping me sane under the shade of this tree for the last few hours and for accompanying much of my adventure over the last month. I shall let you know if my luck changes. Oh, please do. Having a lift in Greece.
Sounds rather nice, doesn't it? Sat under a nice tree, olive tree.
Bit of shade. And the warmth.
Watching the world pass by.
The Greek flag's disappeared, Tuffers.
Yeah.
It was here, wasn't it? Strung over the balcony of the hotel in the corner of the ground.
Walked to there, did he say?
He had hiked from Dorset all the way to Greece.
Well, he said it's further than 300 miles, isn't it?
Say 300 days.
Oh, 300 days, I was going to say.
And presumably...
That would get you about to Norwich, wouldn't it?
Presumably he's taken a boat at some stage and maybe kept walking around the boat.
He didn't just walk across the channel.
That would be a story, wouldn't it? That would be a story.
300 days wild camping. That must be sort of like something on your back. And
I was going to say, what's the difference between... Well, I'd just say normal camping. Is that known as tame camping?
Yes, I should imagine.
Have a tent and
that might be in a sort of a zone. Perhaps this is just
an organised campsite.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for.
So presumably no running water, and he's just pitched up and
keep hydrated. Keep hydrated. If it's hot, there you go. Little tip.
Well done, Tuffers. All taken on board. We do love hearing actually where everyone is listening to this from. As we reach all corners. Oh, somebody else hiking.
Oh, wow.
We'll come to Tom in a moment because Wokes is running into KL Rahul with 2 slips in place. And Rahul is forward again defending and there's no run. Tom has just finished a 25-kilometre solo hike in the Lake District. TMS keeping me company the whole way. Thank you for all the chatter today.
Pleasure.
Have you made it up Scarfell Pike in the Lake District? That is a lovely walk. Although the only time I've been up there was in rain and cloud. No view from the top whatsoever.
I'm sure you want to be emailing in saying you've hiked 25 kilometres when someone's just said they've walked to Greece.
It's not a competition, Zoltz.
No.
Wokes bounds in, trying to swing that into the pads and find something. As KL Rahul turns him into the onside again, no run.
Have you done the what was it, Pike?
Scarfell Pike.
Yes, have you done that more than once?
Yes.
Oh, I was going to say, because if we couldn't see anything, how do you know it was a good walk?
A good view, you mean? Well, I've got an unfortunate history of hiking up hills and then finding no view at the top.
Oh.
It happened in Tasmania, in Hobart. Now, is that Mount Wellington in Hobart? A nice walk up the hill. Fog at the top.
Oh, dear.
Cape Town, as Wokes is in now to Rahul outside the off stump now and kept a little bit low, but he jabbed his bat down and the ball's angled into the ground and out towards the gully region, and there's no run. KL Rahul just kicking away at the crease there with the footmarks. Cape Town, Table Mountain.
Tablecloth was on.
Tablecloth came down. Oggy.
Lovely. Remind me not to go for a hike.
Don't go with me. Actually, Scarfell Pike, first time I went up when it was completely foggy and rainy, it did begin to clear on the way back down. So we did start to get the view on the descent. Works a slight angle to his run up here. That beats the bat of Rahul, pressing forward, and it drops just in front of Jamie Smith, but not too much has passed the bat in this afternoon session and into the evening.
I did a 600-mile walk up and down the country.
When was this?
Long time ago, crikey, long time ago. I finished in Trent Bridge with England, New Zealand, and I think Ashley Giles had just got some wickets, so I don't know quite what date year that was.
2004.
What was it?
That long ago. Wokes turns at the end of his mark. Driving here for a third Indian wicket. Wokes moves in and Rahul is defending. He's angling this into the pads. Pass is there to pick up. Robin is in, Northants, my old home county.
Cobblers.
Poppies. TMS, he says, is so much more than a sporting event. Commentary. He says, I'm clearing leaves from under 30 metres of laurel hedge. It's such a mundane task which would be impossible without you all. I like accompanying the odd mundane task.
Get yourself a blower or a mulcher or something. Must be easier ways than just a rake.
Wokes well outside the off stump. No shot offered by Rahul that time to end the over. 98 for 2. Still another 213 runs needed to make India bat again. I think that a leaf blower, though, Tuffers, just moves the leaves,
well, it
doesn't
does,
it?
yes,
It sort of sprays them everywhere.
Yeah.
Where I imagine that the aim of that task there in Northants is to gather the leaves.
Oh, OK. But then it's not your problem, it's next door neighbours, isn't it? Perhaps he'll blow them back and then you blow them back and then eventually they'll get rot away or something.
Great sympathy for your next door neighbour if you're constantly wafting leaves over the fence.
Yeah. Well, there's two modes, isn't there? There's a blower mode or a sucker-upper mode, so, yeah.
Right. I've only ever seen the blower mode in operation.
OK.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
2 slips here for Dawson. Crowd in good voice again, trying to give England some encouragement here. Dawson with his sunglasses on, overcast skies. It's been dry all day today. Going back, Shubman Gill trying to cut into the ground, and Roots there at backward point, and he flings the ball back into Smith.
Just gone flat and lifeless. I was out walking around at tea time, though. It's very gusty, very windy, and with that little bit of chill. So it is difficult to get any sort of rhythm when the wind's blowing around, but the party stand's giving them lots of encouragement. They're having a whale of a time.
Now dancing in the party stand. Dawson around the wicket, a whirl of arms, and Gill is pressing forward. The ball dribbles off the inside half of the bat out towards the square leg umpire. And it's left there for Wokes to move across and pick up. A single added. India inching up towards the 100 mark, 99 for 2. If you watch the highlights tonight, Tuffers, people will be able to see Ben Stokes reach a fabulous century.
Played lovely, didn't he?
To go with the fifer. He got in the first innings with the ball. Only the 4th England men's test cricketer to achieve that double of 100 and a fifer in the same match. Dawson around the wicket and pushing forward here is Rahul, taking another gentle single to bring the India 100 up, and that brings a few Indian flags waving in the stands again. It's been sort of muted from the Indian supporters when they've had these little milestones to celebrate. They're up on their feet and showing their enthusiasm, but they've been under the cosh for so much of this match.
Well played. I mean, they're coming in 0 for 2.
Yeah.
You know, the brain's a bit scrambled and the England bowlers absolutely on top, so they've managed just to wrestle back a little bit of calmness.
Dawson around the wickets, and now Gill forward and defending. And again, frustration for England kept at bay.
And this pitch, all the pitches, they just go through little stages in life, you know what I mean? Sometimes they're zipping around and bouncing and keeping low, sometimes they just go completely flat. It's quite incredible. Some of these pitches nowadays they're preparing are just a bit weird.
Well, England hoping this one springs to life some stage soon. Dawson, a whirl of arms again, and Gill presses forward, smothers the delivery. The ball rolls back up the pitch into the hands of the Hampshire spinner. He's enjoying a second opportunity at Test cricket here.
Oh,
There's action over on Sports Extra 3 at the moment as well, which is Women's T20 Tier 2 Finals Day. Middlesex
What?
have had a victory over Leicestershire, your old club Tuffers.
Well on the Sea-Axes.
Yorkshire are taking on Glamorgan at the moment as Gill is forward again. And a dot ball, square of the wicket to end the over from Liam Dawson. So India plod on at 100 for 2, still needing another 211 to make England bat again, but England in the search for the wickets, they are not coming. Tuffers, a little bit more from you, and then Prakash Wakankar is joining us.
Yeah, it is a bit of a plod, but they won't mind that. I mean, they'll be thinking, come on, let's just make it to the end of play today. Only 2 down, and then we can reassess. A bit of rain around as well. There might be a bit of weather tomorrow. You never know in Manchester. So just a punch of gloves there and another chat as Archer comes back. Prakash, good evening.
Good evening. Tuffers, how are you?
Very well. You?
Not bad.
Fine form. Nice little partnership developing between these two. They played nicely.
Well, shown some fight, which is what you'd expect. 100 for 2. And Jofra Archer being greeted, as you'd expect, by a welcoming round of applause. Right then, what field is Ben Stokes have? 2 slips in place. The man at backward point. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men on the boundary. Deep square, just forward a square and a long leg. Here's Archer. Sharp movement back in, defended by KL Rahul. Blackfoot.
Looked a tad stiff. Might take him an over to get going here. Archer, there is a cold wind.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. It always seems to be at Old Trafford. Even though we had a couple of nice days, didn't we, at the start as well?
I don't think it was oppressive even when the sun was out for a day and a half or more.
No.
There was always a gentle, cool breeze.
Yeah.
Archer turns to go into bowl to KL Rahul again. He's there now and he bowls, and Rahul dabs it away. A missed field at second slip will allow probably 2 runs to be taken before Joe Root, running back in front of the pavilion, will send the return in. 2 more to the total, 102 for 2. And that takes Rahul to 41. He's asking for a change of bat, is he? Suggesting that not entirely happy with it. Looking at the handle. Maybe that previous delivery, that the first one.
You don't want a clicky handle.
No. And umpire Hassan Raza, who's been
a bit wobbly
on his toes. Surely he's not going to ask a batter to bat with a bat that is not a batter to bat with a bat that is
easy for you to say,
which is not entirely comfortable, creaky.
No.
And yeah, there come the replacement bats, 2 of them. It's Karun Nair carrying them down the staircase.
It's a tricky staircase, that.
I was about to say he's got to watch the speed at which he's running down. The last thing you want is 1 more added to that injury list.
Oh, it's claimed.
Well, you're listening to TMS on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and also now 5 Live. Also on BBC Sounds, don't miss latest episodes of No Balls, where Kate Cross and Alex Hartley are joined by Smriti Mandhana, plus Tailenders with Greg James and Sir James Anderson. All of that and more on BBC Sports and the various channels available. 102 for 2, 39.2 overs, the 40th of the innings in progress, and a new piece of willow for KL Rahul. Gill is 57, Rahul's 41. Archer, ready, runs away again. Goes in and bowls. Can that ball just getting up a little bit. That's how they got Rahul in the first innings. They got one that jumped up, and as he tried to play off the back foot square, just the outside edge. It's remarkable. You don't feel that Archer, unlike some other bowlers, is putting in an effort as he runs in, isn't it? It's just smooth, and then
like a crack of a whip.
Yeah.
Whip of the wrist and arm. Strong shoulder. Well, I mean, look at that, 209 as well. India will be thinking, right, we just keep chipping away 50s. Let's have another 50 partnership. It soon comes down.
You just got to take that out of your mind if you can, I guess. Archer bowls and Rahul goes back and pushes it up the ground towards the onside.
And you never know with the weather in Manchester. You just don't.
That's what everyone said, yeah.
Yeah, you just don't. I mean, we've been looking at about 20 apps and they're all different, so...
102 for 2. So we've been asking what people are up to. So in response to that, here's an email from Andrew. We'll get to that after this delivery as Jofra Archer runs away from us to bowl to Rahul. Full delivery. Rahul just pushes it away to mid-on, no run. Dear TMS, you were talking about what people were doing today if not watching or listening to cricket. I've been watching my nephew's performance in the Lakeland 100, actually 102 miles, on my laptop as he runs from Coniston to Coniston via just about everywhere since he started at 6 p.m. last night. He has around 14 miles to go as he was just outside Ambleside last time I checked, attempting to complete the 100 miles for the 8th. Yes, 8th time, he says. I'm sure his long-suffering wife and kids will be waiting for him at Coniston tonight. Here's Archer bowls and Rahul defends on the offside, no run. Hopefully, England will start taking some wickets again soon after Vokes' double wicket maiden. All the best, Andrew. Well, thank you, Andrew, for sharing that with us. And let's hope there's an uneventful run for your nephew.
I think I'd prefer to go for the walk instead of the run.
Oh, his nephew must be much younger than you and me are,
Well, I'm sure.
I suspect.
Yeah.
He used to be a time, but even then,
100 miles.
100 miles is a long run.
It is.
I'd be happy if I could get 100 miles on my motorbike. Well, another little hold-up in play. This is that time when interruptions do happen a little bit. A little drink here or there. Andy?
Yeah, the 100 partnership came up a couple of overs ago in 37.4 overs. 53 times in Test cricket, a team has been 0 for 2. This is only the third time that the third wicket has recovered by putting on a 100 stand. And if they get to 106, it'll be the highest stand for the third wicket that began at 0 for 2.
Interesting stat, that. Slip and a forward short leg. Dawson to Gill. Gill goes back, eases it on the offside to the right of Root, who's at backward point. They'll take one.
Perhaps like to see a little bit more variation from Dawson, a little bit slower, a little bit more loopy, perhaps trying to get the drive or an outside edge.
103 for 2. Dear TMS, we are currently on a road trip from New York to Niagara Falls. We've had a very stressful morning and I've already managed to lose a wing mirror off the hire car within an hour of setting off. Oops. However, the dulcet tones of you guys coming through the radio is making everything much nicer and far less stressful, and has only thing so far to stop the bickering. Breakaway now is defended on the offside, no run. Stop the bickering and arguing within the car. So thanks, guys. Thanks, Noah and Wilson family, Yorkshire. Currently in the Philadelphia Hills somewhere. Well, safe drive and look after that other one, the other mirror, I mean.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose both. Here's Dawson into Rahul. Rahul eases it up the ground and will take on the throw from Ben Stokes, who shies, and a brilliant save, really, by, has to be Harry Brook, I think. Yes, it is Harry Brook. Diving away. It was a wayward throw from the England captain. And had he not got a hand on it, Brook, that was going to be 4 extra runs. It wasn't to be. Good work done.
Ooh. Smashed a wind mirror up on a hire car.
And that too with a long drive ahead.
Yeah.
Well, what he hasn't specified is whether it's the right or the left.
No.
In America, they drive on the wrong side of the road as well.
Do.
Maybe that's why.
Don't know how you're going to get out of that one. Might have to cough up.
The catching shot mid-off as well. Dawson bowls. Gill defends. Right below his eyes. Full stretch forward. And so battling away India. And this field is quite interesting. There are gaps, but the gaps have been left where you need to then do something slightly different. You can't just keep playing straight. There's no mid-off, but there's a catching mid-off in the eye line. Mid-on is about halfway to the fence. Archer, 2 men deep on the square. Boundaries either side, pushed away to Duckett, who feels that short mid-off position.
Even a little bit of over the wicket. There is some, bowlers' footmarks there over the wicket. Just perhaps have an over, just to try and change of angle. You might get one to leap and turn quickly, hit a glove or something. Just looking a little bit too easy at the moment. A bit predictable.
Yeah, I think predictable is the thing, but hoping for the wicket probably to do a little bit. This one just takes the outside edge. Rahul was thinking of a run. Gill is not interested. And the score will remain stationary at 104 for 2. 41 overs have now been bowled. 55 to Gill, 42 to Rahul.
You been to Niagara Falls?
Nope.
No, me neither. Bit of a bucket list.
Yeah. I mean, I've been to the Victoria Falls.
Yeah, so did I, and I was very disappointed because they hadn't had any rain for a long time, and it was just like a little dribble going over it.
Well, we approached it from the Zimbabwean side and then got on one of those little churn boats.
Yeah, all right.
And up the Zambezi, and my scariest moment was it was one of those lunch cruise kind of things. And so I went back. The restrooms were towards the back of the boat, and there was a chef who was doing whatever he was with the meat. Suddenly there was this big croc that came up and had its sort of snout in, and you know what? The chef flipped the knife and with the handle dunked it on his head, and it slithered back into the water. Unbelievable. I almost died. I was much younger.
You could have been whipped off the back of the boat.
And off she went.
Cool as you like.
Back into the water. Didn't flinch at all.
Oh, it's meant to taste very nice, crocodile.
I wouldn't know. Here's Archer with a fresh over into Rahul, and Rahul has opened the face and steered that beautifully, effortlessly down to the third man boundary for 4, just using the pace of the ball.
And that is now the highest stand for the third wicket that's begun at 0 for 2. The other 200 stands, F.S. Jackson and Archie McLaren, 2 early legends of English cricket at Lords in 1902 against Australia, took it from 0 to 2 to 102 for 2, at which point the game was rained off. And they've just gone past, a couple of names in a match you might like to talk about, Prakash. Mahinda Amarnath and Gundappa Viswanath in Melbourne in December 1977. It spanned the new year of 77 to 78.
Mahinda Ramanath and Gundappa Vishwanath. Here's Archer in bowl, shot bouncer, and Rahul ducks under it, but the ball swears away and bounces way over Jamie Smith's head. So there's 4 byes or 5 byes or 5 wides, depends on what the umpires signal. Wait for it. It's byes. So 4 byes added to the total, which now will move up further. And he really did let that one go, but a bit wayward on that occasion. Archer. Yes, Mahinda Ramanath and Vishwanath, 2 amazing cricketers. Jimmy Amarnath, son of the late Lala Amarnath.
Gavaskar and Chetan Chauhan were both out for Nord. This was at the start of the game. Amarnath and Vishwanath both made half centuries and put on 105. And India ended up winning the game with 12 wickets by Chandrasekhar.
Yeah, that might have been one of the early wins that the Indian team had in Australia. There's Archer in again to Rahul, who defends on the offside and will take a run.
Talking about wildlife, you showed me your lovely house with all those animals you've got and the wildlife.
Well, I don't have them.
No, they're not.
They're in the jungle.
They're wild.
Yes, I mean, that video is quite remarkable, isn't it? You saw the leopard walking along the compound wall, and then a black panther.
I mean, wow.
As well, yeah. Yes.
So just outside the wall?
Yeah, just outside the boundary wall of the complex in which we live.
Amazing.
Yes, quite well. I mean, man is, I guess, reducing the habitat, isn't it? Yes. So they have to get their walk in, I guess. Archer bowls, helped round the corner by Rahul for a single down to long leg. Yes, this is the Nilgiri district in the southern hills. Nilgiris literally means the Blue Mountains. And it's a place where 3 national parks actually converge.
Right.
So 76% or so of the district is a reserve biosphere. And there's a beautiful documentary that's recently come out as India's first UNESCO certified biosphere territory. So lots of lovely places to go and see, interesting wildlife. We have the Indian version of the bison. There's the mountain goat, and umpires just holding up play.
Cheeky monkeys I saw,
lots of them.
Trying to nick your breakfast.
Lots of them. we have them visiting practically every morning when breakfast is being cooked, looking through the window, see what's being cooked. Umpire Rana just held up play momentarily as Stokes was making an adjustment to the field. Back to the action as Archer runs away from us to bowl to Gill bowls, and Gill thinks about it maybe just for a moment whether he wanted to play the pull, and then just drops his wrist, lets it go through.
I was surprised that they were both walking along together, the Black Panther and the... I thought they might not get on.
I'm not a specialist, but I think there is a sort of a, I don't know, there's a gene, I guess. They're not that dramatically different, I'm told. I haven't gone close enough to check.
No.
I'm unlikely to try.
No.
But there are a fair few of those Black Panthers, as they're called. Maybe they should be called Black Leopards, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, perhaps it's just, a black...
Like an albino tiger.
Yes, it's just had the dots joined together.
There must be lots of dots. Archer once again drops its shot, inviting Gill to play the cross-batted stroke. He doesn't, lets it go through, and that'll be the end of the over. 115 for 2 now, 42 overs gone. And
Tigers.
another.
Really tigers?
Yes, there have been tigers. So about 2 kilometers away from home, there was this video that came out of a tigress with 4 cubs.
Wow.
Cutting across from the tea garden area, and then looking around on the road, making sure it's okay for her cubs, and the 4 of them followed. It's a beautiful little clip. Again, CCTV has started helping all these things, because it's not likely that someone's standing there and filming that, because it's actually an area of Duffers, which was where the tea gardens were set up by Scots around the 1880s or thereabouts.
Okay.
And it's now famous for its tea as well, amongst other things. Well, time for me to hand over to Daniel Norcross as the players just settle down after a drink, after a word from you.
I'd be a bit scared of all these leopards and panthers and tigers knocking around my back garden. It's not,
No.
I'm a bit spooked by the squirrels.
Yeah. You don't want to be staggering back from the pub.
No. Although I heard that leopards can be quite domesticated.
Really?
It'd be quite fun to go walk out with your domesticated leopard, wouldn't it?
Eel.
Eel?
Heel.
Oh, right. Dawson in forward in defence, comes Rahul, pushes it to the offside, no run. I thought you were talking about domesticating an eel then, which I imagine would be much harder. Just itching to get to the Sargasso Sea. 115 for 2. England have not managed a wicket since about 5 to 1. As Dawson is in with his jaunty approach, he gets one to turn and bounce a bit. It's guided down towards deep third, and Rahul picks up another half century. Moves on to exactly 50 with that single from 141 balls. A solid defensive technique has been the bedrock of this innings, and indeed this series for him. It's the 29th time he's made it to 50. 10 times before, he's gone on to get 100.
Yeah, the solidity that he brings, it's unbelievable. And also, this is his best series so far in his career. Not to forget, he made his debut way back in 2014.
Oof, 11 years ago. Dawson in to Shubman, who defends from the crease. A ball that turns gently. What have you made of Dawson's bowling here? He's being asked to do the job of holding an end. There's no Stokes, it seems, bowling at the moment. I mean, there's not officially reason that he can't bowl, but he's holding himself back, and so Dawson's got quite a workload on him.
Well, starting with Ben Stokes, it seemed a while ago that was clutching onto his hamstring a little bit. I'm not too sure if he's 100% fit.
Dawson in, this is tucked into the onside square of the wicket, and take a single. Moves to 59, does Gill, 117 for 2. I mean, he ran some spicy runs when he was batting, but he didn't look very comfortable doing it, did he?
And most of the time, if you notice, he's been hands on his knees and crouching.
And he also fielded one with his boot.
Yes.
Rather than bending down. Dawson in this time to Rahul, who drives, and he's going to dive now, is Stokes, and he has to, in order to prevent that running away for 4, but he can't stop the single as he sprawls away to his left at what becomes extra cover by the time he got there.
And going back to what you asked about Liam Dawson, I think he's a steady bowler. He's done a good job in terms of, holding on, but I just want to see the more attacking side of him, especially on this pitch right now, where there is something in it for the spinners.
He's in now. Oh, that's full and defended back to the bowler. There's no run. Is he bowling a touch too quick as well? 56 miles an hour, 118 for 2 at the end of the over. Gill 59, Rahul 51.
Exactly so. That was the other thought, that he's bowling at 56 miles, 57 miles. And if you just think about Jadeja and the balls that he got wickets with, but not necessarily quick in the air, even though Jadeja's natural speed is rather quick. He bowls in that range. That's his natural pace. But then the dream ball that he bowled to get rid of Joe Root, and that was a lot slower. That kind of drifted and then turned. So I wonder if he can try and bowl, because there's a lot of runs in the bank, so he doesn't really have to worry about it, even if he gives away a few boundaries here. I don't think he needs to worry too much about that bit.
I mean, we're just looking on that replay, and it's hard to describe, but when you're watching the replay, the ball barely gets up. It's on the bottom of the screen, which tells you that he's not flighting it. Normally you'd see a flighted ball. The ball on the replay would come up to the sort of middle of your screen and then down again, and this is just sort of going sort of very flat. Archer starts a new over, short ball, which is just left alone. It's a light duck from Rahul through to the keeper.
Yeah, and also he gets a lot of drift, Liam Dawson, like Washington Sundar. So if he bowls a little slower in the air, he will, if not turn, then at least he's going to get that drift. So he can beat the batter with his drift, not necessarily with the turn.
Yeah. Archer into his 10th over. I've got an email that I'll come to in a minute from Christopher Duffin. Here is Archer, short, and it's a little bit of glove on that, and it only trickles down to sort of a deep set leg gully. Didn't play that quite as assuredly as others. Says, hey all, currently being stood up after arranging a date, but it's all good because there's more time to listen to England scoring runs. I like this positive attitude, Christopher, with a K. Questions for Zaltzman. You listening, Andy? How many times in Test cricket have a team in an innings have 7 or more players past 25 runs, including having 2 players go past a century? Up the red rose, he says. Short again, and ducks out of the way at the very last minute. That was zeroing in on the grill there, and he's just pointed actually to his grill.
Yeah.
Didn't get down low enough. The ball didn't get up as much as he was expecting. We'll just see it again.
And that's
yes.
And that's the reason the short ball ploy is a really good one on this pitch. When you're not sure of the bounce and the pace, it's difficult. And the last ball, like you said, he ducked because it was pitched halfway down the track, but barely went over the stumps.
87 times.
Oh wow. Legend, Andy.
Archer's in. This is guided away beautifully by Rahul. He's going to pick up 4. Just stood tall. It was a bit wider this time. He stood up and played it, angled it to the right, a backward point down to the boundary. 122 for 2. I knew this would be in your wheelhouse because you love 25s, don't you? So to be clear, 87 times, 7 players or more have passed 25 runs and 2 have gone on to get
At least 2, rather than exactly 2.
Right.
Which I assumed was the query.
I imagine that's the query. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Christopher Duffin. I keep on being passed messages from people whose names turn out to be puns, so forgive me if I read your name gingerly, in case I'm being set up. Archer in again, short and this time down the leg side, and he's able to leave it alone very easily. Rahul, so we're into the short ball ploy, which happens with this ball quite a lot. It's not always the most thrilling cricket when you watch it, but with Archer it can be a little bit more so because he's not much fierier, a bit more spicy.
True, and also this pitch, I mean, listen, this is a day 4 pitch, so it will have its own vagaries as such, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good ploy, that's all I'd say, and especially against Shubman Gill.
6 on the leg side, including a forward short leg, that's wide of the off stump. There's no run. There is a fly slip as well as that backward point and cover. End of the over, 122 for 2, Gill 59, Rahul has 55. You're with TMS on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and also currently on 5 Live. And if you're looking for some listening later, may I recommend the 2005 Ashes, Settling the Score on BBC Sounds. It's a collaboration with the BBC Philharmonic Orchestra, and it also features Charles Dance. So what's this match situation? India 189 runs behind still, but with 8 wickets in hand, they've not lost a wicket since the first over. 2 in 2 from Chris Wokes, and this is going to give hope to Indians and also to Rishabh Pant, it's going to give him a lot more incentive to come out and bat. James Rudge has been in touch. Says, hello, I'm tuning in from the deepest depths of Chilean Patagonia. There's a picture that comes with it, and it looks stunning.
Wow,
Snow-capped mountains, a lake, where we're currently in the middle of a little cold snap. It's -12 this morning. Absolutely love listening to TMS. It's a little slice of my old home that brings back so many memories, especially of my father listening on long drives. My Chilean wife still can't quite get her head around the game, even less so when she tuned in recently and wondered why Aggers was going on about ladybirds. Well, there'd been an infestation of ladybirds.
Yeah, that was at Lords, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for all you do. It really is appreciated. I've attached a photo, he has, of a view from our new home. What a stunning, beautiful blue sky, snow-capped mountain, a lake. It's got the lot. It goes some way to making up for a few of the home comforts I've left behind. Well, James, thank you for getting in touch. I'm feeling rather jealous of Patagonia. So, Dawson's changed his line of attack. He's going to come over the wicket to Shubman Gill, who pads this away. He can do that with impunity because the ball will pitch outside leg stump for the most part when you come over the wicket, and you cannot be out LBW.
And that's the best thing you can do, and especially when you've got rough, which there is a fair bit outside the leg stump, so you don't know how the ball's going to behave. It lands there, so you rather not use your bat. If you can, use your bat, like you said, with impunity.
This will be a test of patience here for both, actually. Both Dawson and for Shubman Gill. He composes himself at the top of his mark, comes in. And that's again padded away, goes straight into the hands of short leg. There's no run. Steve Caldecott has also been in touch. Lots of people are getting in touch. Hello all. Following on from the email about the Lakeland 100, I've spent the day helping a friend Adrian complete the Kennett Navan Ultra Marathon. I'll come back to that in a sec. Here's Dawson, padded away again. And this time into the gloves. I say padded away. It didn't play a shot at all, and it went into the gloves of Smith. This run covers 145 miles from London to Bristol. There is a really serviceable train, you know, from Paddington. I've taken it many times. It's great. And then it takes about an hour and 43 minutes. He finished in third place in just over 33 hours, having started at 6 a.m. yesterday morning. That sounds pretty good, actually. This time he has to use the bat, as Gill, as it's just straighter. He defends to short leg.
That's a top effort.
He's a big cricket fan, and I know a mention on TMS would make his day. Well, there you go, Adrian.
Well done, Adrian.
Well done, even if I think you're slightly insane. 33 hours. Is that non-stop? You're like, what? As Dawson is in again. This is padded away into the onside, so nothing now happening. I did do 56-hour commentary marathon once.
Non-stop?
Non-stop, yeah, because there was a test match that started in New Zealand at 9:30 at night UK time, and then there was a test match that started 4:30 in the morning from India.
Yeah.
And then that went round to a one-day international in South Africa, and then it picked up a game in the West Indies, and then started all over again. And just went round in a loop. It was marvellous. As this ball is padded away, this strategy has got to stop because it's going absolutely nowhere. And that's the end of a maiden over of no incident whatsoever. 122 for 2.
Have you tried approaching the Guinness Book of Records or something for that 56 hours?
I should have done, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
I was absolutely exhausted at the end of it.
I doubt anyone's done that. 56
I fell asleep as I was introducing lunchtime tape. So there was a lunchtime tape, 6:30 or so in the morning for the India game, and I just got the words out and then fell asleep on this sofa and had to be woken up by the producer 38 and a half minutes later to start all over again. Things we do. Matt, Sally, Harry and Betsy. We are enjoying the coverage while digging for trilobite fossils in an abandoned quarry in mid-Wales. Got to be careful of those. There used to be lots of public information films back in the day about abandoned quarries. Mm-hmm. There's all sorts of hidden dangers. Like England, we had an encouraging start to the day, but the finds have dried up in the last hour or two. Yes. Archer starts a new over, and it's been bowled. First ball, Down through deep backward square for 4. That's a brilliant shot from Rahul because the field is such that there's not a large gap between the very deep set leg gully, the short forward square leg, the deep forward square leg, the short mid-wicket and the mid-wicket in the ring. Not easy, this.
Absolutely. Enough fielders to stop it.
Enough fielders, but he found the exact right spot. Great shot.
Great shot. But I don't think Jofra Archer would be too disappointed with that.
No.
If he's taking on that short ball, he won't be upset at all.
Round the wicket he is, with a forward short leg in place as well. Bangs it in short, but across the bows and left alone. So the problem that England have got here is that their tactic of bowling over the wicket with the spinner and round the wicket with the fast bowler to the right-hander is that actually the Indians don't have to use their bat at all. If they wanted to, they could simply drop the bat at their feet and they'll never get out.
No, really, I mean, obviously both of them can obviously change their line, even though they're going round the wicket, both of them. But if the batter's taking on the short ball, it's not a bad idea.
Here's Archer again, short, he goes after it once more, but this time he can't beat the fielder at short square leg. And there's no run. We've had an anonymous question on WhatsApp for Andy Zaltzman. I'm curious, if a batsman ran for 33 hours, how many runs would they get? Well, I mean, what we do here is we translate the 145 miles, we divide it by, well, 22 yards is a chain, isn't it? So there's...
It's been run out. There's about the second run if they just kept running.
And also the speed, isn't it? Won't the speed matter?
The speed has to matter. Short and pulled with control down to short, fine leg, and they'll get a run. Rahul to 60, 127 for 2. I would say we take our man Adrian. He's done 145 miles, yeah? Now, 22 yards in a chain, 10 chains in a furlong, 8 furlongs to a mile. I know I've lost you there, but don't worry, just trust me on this. So there must be 80 runs to a mile, but actually slightly less because you've only got...
You don't have to run
left.
all the way to the stumps, do you?
You don't, exactly. So take a yard off either side. So you've got 145 times 80 with a little bit more to add. Archer in. Can you tell the game's rather died? The ball's pulled to short mid-wicket. There's no run. We'll find other things to talk about.
12,000 to 13,000.
About 13,000 runs.
Yeah.
Well, that's
got to hit the ball, though. What's it to keep running?
Hang on, that's more runs than Alistair Cook scored in his entire career, and Adrian has basically run them in 33 hours. And remember the fuss we made about it when he retired.
Get a few fours.
Wasn't there a question yesterday about Joe Root, how much he must have run to get those runs?
Yeah, and he didn't tackle it, did he?
So there you go, got the answer.
Here's Archer round the wicket again, full, driven and through extra cover. It's going to run away up to the boundary. Fielder's in pursuit. Wokes, but he's not going to get to it. So that was a bit of a bluff. That was the full one of the last ball. 131 for 2, and of course Shubman Gill is still there because he was dropped by Liam Dawson on 46. Just a line we've got from England. They say Ben Stokes is fit to bowl, so we can only assume he's decided he doesn't think that he, with 16 wickets, is the right man for the job. Leading wicket taker for England this series. Drinks are coming onto the field with Gill 63, Rahul has 60, 131 for 2, 46 overs gone. The deficit still 180. Sylvie Turner, Test Match Birthday, this is titled. Hi, my brilliant dad, Dan. My brilliant dad, Dan. Yes, I think it must be that way round. She wouldn't have been just addressing it to me, would she? My brilliant dad, Dan, is turning 57 tomorrow. Ooh, very much my age, virtually. And is currently in the kitchen listening to Test Match Special and preparing food for a pre-birthday barbecue. He loves cricket and has been trying to get his 2 daughters, me, 17 included, I'll come back to that, to sit down and listen to it for many, many years now. I've been listening to it today and I'm surprised to find that it is not just people picnicking in a field, it is actually quite interesting. Well, I'm here to change all that, don't you worry, Sylvie. So hopefully me sitting down and watching cricket with him, along with a shout out from Test Match Special, will be a good pre-birthday present. You've done brilliantly there, Sylvie. You've actually nailed that. You don't have to get him a prezi. You've done it. Andy.
Just a little more on KL Rahul's 50, which, as you correctly said, was his 29th 50 in Test cricket. 141 balls, just the 3 fours. It's the second slowest of his 29 50s in terms of balls faced to reach 50. And as we saw with one of England's, I think it was Ben Stokes' half-century, the fewest runs in boundaries of Rahul's 29 50s. Stokes also had 3 fours, which was his fewest boundaries in his first 51 balls.
Well, thank you for that. Drinks are about to be over, I would think. So it's time for me to make way for Jonathan Agnew, who has got a cake to describe. That's something else, Sylvie, that we do quite a lot on TMS. Yes, lots of cakes, and we just want some action, don't we, really? And that's certainly what the crowd want. I think all around the ground, but particularly in the temporary stand on the left there. They've been entertaining themselves really during the course of the afternoon, but you can take nothing away from these two. 0 for 2 before lunch. And now, 131 they've put on together. So a terrific effort. There was one chance, which was offered by Gill to Dawson, but he put it down. So let's say just thanks to Rachel Ruby. Here's a carrot cake for you to enjoy today. I'm happy memories of listening to TMS on long car journeys in France. As a child, enjoying the cricket and comments about the cakes people have brought in for you. Today, I thought I'd join the ranks of TMS cake providers. Thank you, Rachel. That's very, very kind of you. And we shall enjoy that. But for now, let's just keep an eye on what's happening with the cricket. Gill popped off there, sort of had a bit of a towel off, I describe that by the look of it. And he's going to carry on. It's for the captain under pressure, as India clearly are in this match, to come out and played as he has done is a really great effort. He's played some beautiful strokes. He always looks very calm. Apart from when he got angry at Lord's the other day, he's got a sort of cherubic face and a smile, very easy smile. Yeah. And his batting is similar, just very graceful, very calm. So he's played well here.
What happened at Lord's was very unlike him. I haven't really seen him react like that.
Pressures of captaincy, I guess.
Yeah, and this, I thought today was going to be another big test, which I believe he's passed. Flying colours is right. I mean, so far he's been able to kind of separate the two things, captaincy and batting. But today was a different ball game because so far behind in the game, playing to save the test match. How is he going to approach that? And to come out and after leading the side for over 150 overs, had to come out and bat in the first over itself.
Yep.
So whether did he get the time to unwind and move into that mindset of the batter and move away from the captaincy bit?
So we're underway again. That was quite a lengthy drinks break, and Dawson moves in and bowls to KL Rahul, who prods forward to the first ball, which runs away harmlessly into the offside. And it's picked up there by Brook, who's fielding at slip. 131 for 2, so still 180 runs behind. Very much still on the back foot, still trying to save this match. But certainly these two, the most experienced of the batsmen, have done a great job so far. Rahul forward, and Duckett will field that quite close in there at extra cover. He picks the ball up and gives it a rub on his trousers.
KL Rahul's, I think he's cramping up a little bit. That, what do you call that, neck or shoulder?
He is, shouldn't they?
He's not very comfortable out there.
Twitching a bit and fiddling with his pads and his gloves. Now he's ready again as Dawson moves in, bowls to him. He drives elegantly, sliced sort of a drive down to deep point. And yes, again, he holds the back of his head there, around about his neck. A wild throw comes flashing in from Crawley in the deep, which made England's fielders run round a bit. But yes, that's quite an unusual place. I'd have thought to get it, because you've got your helmet on, I suppose. It was heavy.
Yeah, and also because you're in your stance, you're side on, and you kind of got your head turned around to look at the bowler.
Dawson again, bowling left arm spin, comes round the wicket, and Shubman Gill on the back foot chops that away. Crawley picks the ball up. This time he'll try and hit the keeper's gloves, I imagine, but it's again rather a scruffy throw. An awkward one for Smith to take there on the bounce. 133 for 2, so 178
runs behind, shadows lengthening, with some break in the cloud, blue sky above. Boisterous crowd, but Old Trafford is thinning out rather. So empty seats, people might have thought they've seen the best of today. They saw Stokes reach his 100 this morning, which is all very entertaining, and then Woakes taking wickets with successive balls before lunch, but it's been very much India since then. And Dawson round the wicket, moves in and bowls, and KL Rahul defends. So they picked up by Dawson. But, there is no run. Saw a group of nuns outside a moment ago. I popped outside for a little bit of fresh air. So they've obviously been released or allowed out from the convent for the day. A couple had beards. There's Dawson round the wicket, bowls, and there's a bit of spin picked up there in the gully by Pope, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, all carrying pints. So I'm not sure what Mother Superior will have to say about that, but anyway, they seem to be enjoying themselves. Thomas Moquet, I hope I pronounced that properly, Tom. Look, I've just done the maths. If Joe Root has scored 13,381 runs, if you subtract the boundaries scored, 4s is 1,432 and 6 is 45, you end up with 7,383 runs scored running between the wickets. Multiply that by 22 yards between the wickets and you get 162,426 yards. Not sure where this is going. In other words, Root has run 92 miles in Test cricket between the stumps. Thank you, Thomas, very much indeed for that insight.
These figures are always slightly disappointing. I remember when we were trying to work out how far Jimmy Anderson had run as a bowler when running in over the course of his incredible career, over 30,000 deliveries and tests. It turned out it wasn't nearly as far as I thought it was going. It's going to be like halfway around the world, and it was sort of, London to Newcastle.
92 miles is quite a long way with the pads on. In goes Carse round the wicket and bowls an ill-directed short ball, which is signalled a wide by umpire Raza, which doesn't amuse Carse very much. He's got to go back and do that again, but it wasn't a great ball. 134 for 2. Well, I suppose if I were to leave home and drive that distance, it would get me, I don't know, just beyond.
Actually,
just beyond Luton.
Over 12 years we're talking about here, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 92 miles over 12 years.
He's running quite slowly as well, isn't he? Let's be honest. It's more like a walking, I suppose. But anyway, it's a long distance. Sun out, Carse bounds in again. He's going round the wicket. Short ploy in place. And the first ball, or second ball of the over, the first, though, that the batsman can reach, is tugged away down to deep backward square leg for a single. So out there, waiting for a catch, we've got a fine leg, deep square leg, looking into the sun. And then a man just behind square on the leg side. A man just in front. And a straight mid-wicket. So they're scattered about, really, just hoping that the batsman gets lured into giving a catch into that leg side. But they're all looking into the sun, so if he skies it, that's not going to be easy at all. Sun quite low now as Carse runs in, bowls short, and he has gone for it and hits it along the ground to that one at backward square is Brook. And there's no run. But you don't want to sky out where Crawley is there with those pink seats behind him if you're looking up into the sun.
But also, I mean, because KL Rahul hasn't kind of let it go, so he's taken on the short ball, which is fine because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 fielders for that on the leg side. You've got a flying slip as well for the ramp.
Carse round the wicket again, past umpire Raza, bowls. It's an attempted hook shot, but Rahul didn't really get hold of that. And Pope comes in to pick it up. And I think you'd be pretty furious if you got out to this, wouldn't you? Having battled away and played so well. If you fall for this, well, this is kind of, in terms of Baldrick's cunning plans, this one ranks well below M, I would say, or even P. It's a long way down the list if you fall for this.
Yeah, but then he hasn't, like I said, he's just making sure he's got his hands up high, get over on top of the bounce, but he's taking it on.
Carse again, bowls short, he knows what it's going to be, and he pulls that around the corner. Brook fields again at backward square leg. And
there's no run. I mean, again, as a bowler, it's hard work to run in and do this, to be honest, run in and bowl a series of bouncers. But again, you'd think that the batsman's a bit of a sucker if he gets out. A little pile of sawdust there where Carlson's starting his run.
This is what Liam Dawson was doing, coming over the wicket, outside leg stump, you pad him, and he's going to change.
Carse again, past umpire Raza, bowls a short ball, more off stump this time. So Rahul just dips inside it and allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Smith.
So the short ball is almost the same ploy as that. I mean, you don't see the batter, kind of getting into it or getting sucked into that. So you lose it and you just move back to doing normal. Same with the bouncer. If the batter's not taking on the bouncer, letting them go, then you move on. Then you move to the next plan.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the next plan could be after this, because this is really only very one-dimensional, isn't it? This is a short ball flogged into the leg side and someone catches it, and that's all you're hoping for, really. Carse again, bowls short, he's gone for it, hit it very hard. That's a stinger for Pope there. That square leg, he really middled that. And as well stopped by Pope, and Ben Stokes says well done. Now we're going to keep going for our 5 Sports Extra listeners. Stay with us, but for those listening on 5 Live, it's back to Steve Crossman. There we go. Well, I hope they enjoyed their visit here. I don't think it's very exciting, but anyway, not much else going on at the moment. The Lions winning earlier on, a bit of a thriller by the look of it. Up there in the stand, well, a bit of milling around going on. It is quite boisterous, but the cricket's been quite a hard watch, I would say, for people coming and just hoping to see wickets falling, which they did before lunch very obligingly, but it's a backs to the wall effort at the moment, and India are playing very well. 135 for 2, they're 176 runs behind still, and Dawson is going to bowl from the pavilion end, the Jimmy Anderson end, and he comes in now and bowls to Shubman Gill, India's captain, who prods forward, and Duckett trots in from extra cover to field that. 135 for 2. Sort of cricket you enjoyed, Cookie, isn't it? You enjoyed this, back to the wall, make everyone suffer. It has to be done, though. It has to be done. What's the alternative? Give a wicket away and lose the game. Here's Gill forward, fielded by Root. And I must say, they've shown much more resolve, and they looked broken yesterday, really, didn't they? Devoid of ideas, and heads have dropped, and there were some rather bizarre injuries coming out, and Bumrah falling down the stairs and all that sort of stuff. Well, actually, these two have shown great application.
Absolutely, they've been brilliant.
Yeah.
And actually, for you to be moaning about people batting for draws, Aggers, you're crying out for this England team to do it.
Correct. This is turned away out towards backward square leg, and they take a single. Well, it's
to be fair to India, it's been a long tour, a hard tour, and you think it would have been easy for them 0 for 2, spending 160 overs in the field. Not to throw the towel in, but
no pant as well, probably.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, they really have. Deserve a lot of credit. The twiddle of the bat, and Rahul's over his bat again now as Dawson strides in, breaks into a trot, bowls, and Rahul just leans forward.
Have you got any thought on the wicket? Why the wicket? Yesterday and 2 days ago we saw not loads of balls, we saw a fair few balls keep low, and it just hasn't done it for England.
No.
It nipped for that first 10 overs with Oakes and Archer. They bowled really well. Those two really worked hard to get through that bit.
So Rahul prodding forward again. Yeah, we haven't really seen anything. The odd ones kept low, but not very many.
No, I thought as this game has developed, especially when it started, I think it was on the second day we saw our first one of them.
Yes.
And we just thought, there's going to be on days 4 and 5. It's just held together.
Well, again, Pope very close there in the gullies, only a few yards away from the bat. It's steered away, and there's no run. It's like we've gone to sleep.
Well, the pitch has gone to sleep, and very similar, really, to what this square has done all year for Lancashire first-class games. keep saying I think it's only been draws here, but it has just been draws here, and you can see why. We're on day 4, and it's still a very good wicket to bat on.
Yeah.
Occasionally the odd ball does something, but it's the pace, isn't it? That's just without that real pace, and the wicket become quite comfortable to bat on.
I think Stokes was hoping for some fireworks from Archer, but he just looked a bit stiff in that spell there. And Archer really is somebody you throw the ball to. 4 overs, 4 overs. Come on, create some chaos here. Come on, bouncers, Yorkers, just run in and bowl fast. I think he's hoping Cast is going to do that now. But again, this meticulously placed but rather chaotic looking leg side field. They've got someone actually further back now as well, so there's 3 near the boundary and 2 others as Cast runs in bowls, and Gill punches that off the back foot, a pull shot, and Wokes is there to field. I mean, there are other bowlers who can bowl line and length. They just need to sort of one of those bowlers to grab the ball and say, come on, let's get the game by the scruff of the neck.
Just don't think it's that easy to on this wicket.
No.
Remember, England got 670, which is normally a fair indication, no matter who's bowling, that the wicket's fairly good.
Cast treats that sawdust mound like a roundabout there, and then bowls a slow bouncer, just paddled round the corner. Down to fine leg it goes. 79 miles an hour. Just held that one back a bit, I think. 137 for 2. So India are still 174 runs behind. It's sort of a lot of runs, and with Pant unlikely to bat unless literally there's an hour or something for India to survive. They'll push him out, I think. But I'm hearing he's not even at the ground at the moment.
Is he not?
Well, apparently so I was told. I don't know if that's true or not, but
just lying in his bed watching.
I think he's got his foot up. 137 for 2. Joe Root's out there on the boundary. Not often where you find him. That's a deep point as Cast runs in, bowls a fuller length ball, which Rahul plays immaculately into the offside.
He's quite enjoying getting serenaded, I think. I understand.
He's got 4,000 people behind him there, milling around. It's sort of, yeah, it's quite chaotic, but yeah, people, the majority are sitting there. Now Cast is going to come over the wicket. He's going to have a change of attack. But the field remains the same. Tugs at his shirt, takes a big intake of breath, rushes in past umpire Raza, a portly fellow. That's tugged away into the leg side. Stokes fields that left-handed.
What's the ticket situation tomorrow? Any idea, Raggers? Are we?
I don't know. Sunday, you'd hope that should be a fair few coming in, but no, I haven't got the details of that, I'm afraid, Alistair.
That's actually your new role as not being cricket correspondent. You don't have to know that, do you?
Well, it's nice to know. They can inform listeners if they've got a quiet day in this part of the world to come up and have a look. It'll be backs to the wall, fairly attritional cricket, unless England get amongst the wickets, I suppose. In goes Cast again, bowls the bouncer down the leg side. Rahul just moves inside the line of that and watches it. Goes through really quite gently through to wicketkeeper Smith.
Well, England had a couple of these games, haven't they, recently? Covering Pakistan, which has gone down to the wire. They do keep on trucking, I suppose you should say. They just keep on going, and they'll know though. There was always going to be a partnership. I think they probably had the hopes up when, almost in disbelief, when you get 2 wickets in the first 4 balls.
Yes. Cast is the ball a final polish. It's the last ball of the over. 137 for 2, and he's on his way again. Past umpire Raza, bowls a big leap. That's pulled away hard, way down to the boundary. That long leg, Duckett's to be found down there. His throw goes sailing over Smith's head, and it's the end of the over. 138 for 2. We've got 50 minutes of play, 15 overs left. In fact, I don't suppose we'll quite get them all in. 138 for 2, and India still 173 runs behind. More gloves coming out. Umpire Raza is there to just make sure that
That happens fairly swiftly. All shouting and chanting from the stands. They've entertained themselves. I mean, it hasn't been a gripping afternoon. You've got to be honest about that. If you're coming for entertainment and so on, it's been hard.
It's loud. It is. When I've walked out there at tea,
yeah.
I think this building does cut out a lot of sound and atmosphere. It is very loud out there. I think Michael Van Gerwen lookalike's been asked to finish his drink, I think.
Right. I must try and catch this fella on the telly. I'm not really... I've watched a lot of darts.
Have you not?
No.
It was on last night, wasn't it, at Hartley's house? You weren't showing too much interest.
No, I was enjoying my pizza. Various discussions. Actually, Kate Cross was there, which was very nice. Good to see her. Rahul takes guard again. Marks everything with his foot, twiddles his bat. Looks around the field. The bowler's ready. 138 for 2. Rahul's on 62. And that's played off the back foot. And Dawson field. I mean, you just feel if the umpires actually applied the laws of the game, that would be part of the answer for slow play, wouldn't it? The bowler's ready. You've got to be there to face the ball. Simple as that. That's what the law says. Rod Tucker's got his arm out for some reason. Whether Stokes is making an adjustment there, I'm not sure. Now Rahul still looks around the field. Now he's over his bat. Dawson again scuttles in around the wicket and bowls, and it's an expansive drive, but not particularly well timed there. So one more run to Rahul. He goes to 63. It's 139 for 2. Any plans for tonight? Are you looking after your old friend Tuffers again?
What? I assume might catch up with Phil.
We know where you'll find him.
Well, the skipper. We haven't really seen the skipper, have we, Borney?
No. Home game for him.
Yeah, so we don't really seem to. Tuffers been looking for a friend.
139 for 2. 172 runs behind. Dawson comes in, bowls. Oh, that goes scurrying through low. It's an appeal for leg before wicket. It's been given not out. Gill was on the crease there. Looks leg side to me, but we're behind everything. But it did go. It scurried through, and I think Dawson's been talked out of this. I don't think Jamie Smith is particularly interested. But it did keep low, and it did scuttle through. He might have nicked it, but I thought it looked a leg side as well, if I'm honest. But let's have a look at a bit of both. I think he's nicked it and he's missing leg stump. So, yeah, just as well they didn't review that. Rod Tucker doesn't get a lot wrong, you know. A good umpire. He says not out, and it generally is. 139 for 2. Dawson again bowls. And Gill this time on the front foot. Sends the ball to Stokes, who's fielding at mid-off. Gives it a rub on his jumper.
That's just the ball, and the one you want, just to sneak through.
Yeah.
More like a guy who new to the crease, that would have trapped him.
Dawson bowls, and Gill on the front foot, this time plays into the leg side. Wokes is there to stop the ball with his boot. 139 for 2. So India 172 runs behind. The sun behind a bit of cloud at the moment. 45 minutes to go of this fourth day. All day tomorrow, of course. The forecast isn't bad. There might be a shower. Bring a brolly if you're coming. But nothing too much. It's Dawson bowls to Gill. Plays that away out to Silly Point, and there is no run. So the end of the over. Thoughts from you, Alistair, and then you're going to be joined by Prakash.
So, do they release umpire stats? Who is the umpire with the best right decision record, or is that
I don't know if they publish it. Andrew Sampson's database has referrals. I'm not sure by captain. I'm not sure. I'll have a look to see if it has by umpire.
Just with that, Agger's throwing away. Rod Tucker doesn't get much wrong. I was half hoping that he'd be not sure. I think he's right on this one, but just to try and prove Agger's wrong.
Because of course all the umpires in your career got all your dismissals wrong, I think, didn't they?
Absolutely. Well, the one against Sri Lanka, I remember that move. Prakash, how are you?
I'm good. Breathing a bit easier at the minute. Here's Kas round the wicket to KL Rahul. Continuing with that bouncer strategy, and it's played down towards the backward square for a single. Let me ask you this. As a batter, if a bowler is doing this to you, and you know the situation that you're in, are you thinking that if I just keep letting them go for a bit, the bowler's going to realize I'm not taking the bait and stop doing it? And as long as I keep playing it, he's going to keep trying to bowl that. What would be your...
I would be playing it just because I found it very hard to duck and dive and sway. So for me, I found it a lot easier just to... there's not much venom in the pitch. So the way that Rahul in particular is playing it...
This one's outside the off-stump, cut away down towards deep point for a single. And 41 for 2.
He is playing it, but he's not trying to hit it very hard. So... he's just almost, we call it tapping it on the head, just tapping on the head. So with all the men out there, the 3 or 4 out there, they're very unlikely to get any trouble by just tapping it in the head. He's playing it well. So that's how I would look to play. I think the only way you get in trouble here if you try and beat the men or you try and hit it hard, that kind of gives you the risk of a top edge. So for me, it's a scoring shot if people drop short. So I would be doing what Rahul was playing, just tapping on his head.
Over the wicket now, Kas. Riding the bounce, defending on the offside is KL Rahul.
Well, yes, Andrew's database does have umpire referral statistics, and of the 24 umpires with 60 or more referrals, Rod Tucker has the second best rate behind Michael Goff. So it does suggest he is.
Yeah, so he's... all get the decision right, is it?
14,000 tickets have been sold for tomorrow. There are still some available. £26 for adults and 6 for juniors. So come on over if you believe that there will be lots of exciting cricket here tomorrow. We think there might just be. Worked away down towards fine leg for a single by KL Rahul. Takes the total moving along in singles at the moment to 142 for 2. Both batters in their 60s. Gill is 68. Rahul is 65.
Could be a brilliant day's Test cricket. India showed so much resilience and fight back today. There's still a lot of time left in this game. England just be hoping for one mistake, possibly 2, with the thought of the close of play getting into one of these batsmen's mind, change the way they play. But it doesn't come easy in Test cricket, and it shouldn't do.
Nothing does. Here's Kas over the wicket, and this one's don't think he got any bat on it, looking to work it away on the onside. Gill stays 142 for 2. The deficit still 169 runs. Sunshine bathing the cricket ground here at Old Trafford, and we haven't seen Ben Stokes bowl today.
I do wonder whether he might have a little spell tonight, maybe?
At the evening, yeah.
And there's 45 minutes left to play. I mean, they have said he's fit to bowl.
Kas bounding away past umpire Raza bowls, and Gill defends back along the track for the bowler to field. So 13 overs left in the day, and you might just thinking with what, about 42 minutes player thereabouts to go. If Dawson's going to bowl a fair few of them, then we might get very close, if not get to the number.
Yeah, he's bowled really good control, hasn't he?
His figures say that.
And India have treated him with respect.
18 overs, 6 maidens, none for 30.
But without being too threatening, as 1 or 2 which have bounced past the outside edge.
I think the only thing one can say probably, and I don't know how you see it, is that just the odd one tossed up above the eye line and stuff like that we haven't seen that from him, but maybe that's not what he has been asked to do. Maybe that's his job here at the moment.
Yeah, he has varied his pace though. He's been around the 54, 50 mile an hour mark. I've seen the odd one at 57, the odd one at 52.
Yeah, pace variations, yes.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen him tempt the batter to play anything.
He's brought the field up here, Ben Stokes.
Dawson to KL Rahul. Leans forward, defends, back along the ball.
He's very close at mid-off. Almost, well, he's level with the umpire and in Rod Tucker, but that's how close. Only a chip for Rahul to get over there if he wants to take the risk.
Yeah, that's what he's telling him, isn't he? Three men in a triangle almost, where the middle of the pitch has the centre point. Bowls pushed away on the offside, past the man at short point, and they'll take a run to the sweeper Crawley coming off the boundary. 143 for 2. So there's a square short third, there's a sweeper out on the point boundary, there's a short catching point, there is a catching extra cover, and Stokes has just moved back to a more orthodox wide mid-off than where he was to Rahul. This one's on the pads, worked away on the onside, and they're running through for a single. There's a shy at the non-striker's end from Kaas, who's at just to the right of the square leg umpire. One more to the total, 144 for 2. These two have shown a lot of courage and determination, no question about it.
I just wonder maybe you could bring Zach Crawley up on that deep point boundary as well, then have everyone in and say, if you want to take that risk of playing that big drive.
Dawson bowls. Oh, that one did take something, maybe just off the face, was it? Off the edge. Looked to steer it there, Rahul.
Well, Pope's just moved from silly point to gully. He's just poked at it. It didn't carry at all to Ollie Pope, but he's now gone into a second slip, but on his knees. Very. Marcus Trescothick made this position favourite down at Somerset when Jack Leach was bowling on the turning wickets.
This one a little bit quicker. Rahul defends. Yeah, it's a very interesting position, isn't it? I must confess, in live test match cricket, I've never seen it before. On his knees with the helmet.
And he can't be more than 3 yards away, can he? He's now trusting Liam Dawson not to bowl a short and wide one.
As Dawson to Rahul bowls, and Rahul gets one on his leg stump, works it away on the onside, thinks of a run. Loud and clear cry of no from the captain of the non-strikers end, and they'll stay in their creases. 144 for 2. 53 overs have been bowled. It's 167 is the deficit now. So India battling away, with England trying many different things, which is one of the things we did not see at all from India. Did not see anything funky, nothing sort of out of the ordinary, no special field positions or anything of the kind. Of course, Ben Stokes, master leader, he now brought Joe Root on to bowl. He's already bowled, how many overs Joe Root? Oh, he's just bowled the 1 over. He's now coming on to bowl from the Statham Road end. And he's got a slip in place. Ollie Pope still with the helmet, will probably be at backward short leg.
Wonder if maybe Chris Wokes, who looks like he's warming up, he might bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end and then swap, give Root a couple, and then Liam Dawson come this end.
Well, certainly Chris Wokes is loosening up. Gill is ready, and Root goes round the wicket, bowls to Gill, who's dabbing it down and just patting it away down towards backward square leg. He'll take 146 for 2. 145, I beg your pardon, for 2.
A little bit of turn. A little bit of turn from around the way. He's just so slow, isn't he? Slow turn.
Which is what we see often in India, don't we? Just that we see it a bit earlier. Sometimes it's...
John, the last times we've watched Test cricket in India has been turning from...
day one sometimes.
Day one.
Well, mind you, the last series that England played, I thought
that was a better wicket.
A lot better, generally speaking. There weren't any of those raging turners. There's Root in, and Rahul waits and plays it nice clear of Jofra Archer, who's at sort of a short square leg, and takes another run. So 6-3 field. There's a slip. The lone man in front of the wicket on the offside is Kaas, who's at a wideish mid-off, and then there's a deep point. The other 6 fielders, there's a mid-on, The man deep back with a square, there's a leg slip, and then there are 3 fielders almost in a sort of diagonal formation, short mid-wicket, a slightly wider short mid-wicket, and a catching square leg.
He's just trying to get Gill out his rhythm, isn't he? Trying to make him play a big shot.
At the moment, he's holding his patience, just defends it to Duckett.
So one of the world's great one-day players at this field. Deep, no one in the deep at all, hitting with the spin around the wicket. It's almost a free hit.
And this one, just a little bit of bounce. Gill leans on it, gets the top part of the bat, plays it down into the ground, no run. Cat and mouse, strategy and counter strategy.
It's been brilliant batting. Batting of the highest quality. These two bat through this session as well. That's 2 sessions out of wicket. It's an extraordinary effort.
Joe Root in, bowls, and Gill does come down the wicket now, and Root fires it on the offside of the stumps, just hoping that Gill is going to go for a heave, and Gill makes the late adjustment, but he certainly did get into his mind to do something different there. Single does accrue as Cars fields, 147 for 2.
Yeah, I did see him coming. Just couldn't quite get it wide enough.
Yeah.
Gill is on the offside. Did well to adjust with his hands.
Rahul waits for Root. Now Root bowls, and Rahul's this time gone back and lofted it. Didn't get all of it. Could have played it into the hands of the fielder there. So this fielder certainly delivered what Stokes wanted, breaking the rhythm of, as you said, of the 2 Indian batters. Each of them trying something slightly different. 148 for 2.
Yeah, they're probably worth another over or 2. Well, that for Joe Root. I mean, they've tried everything, and they bounces around the wicket from Dawson.
So, drink, I think, coming out for KL Rahul. Umpire Rana is right there on the spot to monitor what's going on. Just a refreshment, I would imagine, for the 2 batters. Duckett's right next to them, probably just inquiring how they're feeling. 148 for 2, 54 overs have been bowled. And as you had said, Chris Woakes is ready to bowl, just feeling the landing area. And Rod Tucker is now moving across to join umpire Raza, suggesting to the Indian batters to get a move on.
I mean, it's still without a glove. Gill's only now, after about 2 minutes, having a drink.
Shadows lengthening. I think that's the pylon, isn't it, which has the light tower, which has Alex Hartley's name on it, I'm told. That one is casting a shadow right exactly over the where the bowler's delivering, just around that hopping crease area. And the other shadow just beginning to lengthen from our left onto the playing area. There's nothing interrupting the cricket. A sign that we're nearing the, well, I mean, theoretically the scheduled close of play would have been 3 minutes from now, but with overs not bowled, what's now become almost mandatory.
I was going to say, should we just call the schedule play at 6?
I think they should.
Close of play at 6.
And what is that suggestion from Andy, that you make each session 2 minutes 10 seconds?
Not 2 minutes 10 seconds, 2 hours 10 minutes.
2 hours 10.
I love cricket, Prakash. Don't make it that short.
I was just checking, Andy, if you were listening. Here's Woakes with a new spell. First ball defended by KL Rahul. Yeah, 2 minutes 10 seconds would be about a Jadeja over.
But also, it wouldn't have an over the way if apparently Crawley and Duckett were 90 seconds late.
Ah, this is true. This is true.
Yeah, 2 hours 10 is not a bad shout for each one.
Yeah, just even out the 3 sessions.
And then if you do finish the last, if you are ahead and you finish before, you just stop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there should almost be, you feel like, an incentive if you bowl. Just as much as there should be a disincentive, neither of which is currently part of the playing conditions. Now 2 men catching in front of the wicket on the onside for KL Rahul. Defended on the offside. Joe Root at a very straight short mid-on and a short mid-wicket, both in place.
Wicket to wicket. I'm surprised you see the keeper up at some stage, Jamie Smith.
Well, he did come up, didn't he, for a while when Gill was batting and Woakes was bowling from this end, the end we're broadcasting from, which is how I think that's how they got him to nick off in the first innings of the Lord's Test, I think it might have been. There's Stokes to KL Rahul. In he comes bowls, and Rahul defends well to one that seems to have kept a bit low. Two men catching behind the wicket keeping the keeper company are Harry Brook and Duckett. Backward point cover mid-off. So the gap between cover and mid-off, if the batter chooses to exploit it. There's a mid-on where Archer is, and then Joe Root and Dawson are the two men, I'm going to say about 8 or 10 yards apart, catching a shot mid-wicket. Here's Stokes bowls a missed field there by Duckett. Will see the batters go through for one, and Rahul will come back for the second as well before Root runs back, or rather Brook runs back and completes the fielding. 2 more runs to the India total. That brings up the 150 for India for the loss of 2 wickets, with Rahul on 70 and Gill on 71. Replacing Sir Alistair is Phil Tufnell. How are we?
Evening all. Yes, no, very good. A little bit better than England at the moment because they're scratching their heads somewhat. These two have really knuckled down, haven't they? They've been plodding along a little bit, but they don't mind that, as long as they're there this evening.
Stokes is in, bowls to KL Rahul. Again, that one pushes him onto the back foot, just managing to keep it away and down towards mid-on.
Yeah, the 150 partnership there came up in 53.5 overs, having begun at 0 for 2 after 5 balls of the innings. As I mentioned earlier on, 53 times a team has been 0 for 2. This is comfortably now the highest third wicket stand that began at 0 for 2, previously 105.
Yeah. Well, you were calling for a bit of fight, Prakash, and you've got it.
Still got to fight a long way. There's Stokes in, bowls to KL, and KL opens the face, steers it, but this time Duckett's in a good position, gets a good bounce, makes sure the ball is not going to beat him, and stays 150 for 2. 55 overs have now been bowled.
Yeah, and just the wicket's gone to sleep again, hasn't it? Not much happening.
Strange, isn't it?
No, it just goes to show that Ben Stokes is...
I was about to say.
Yeah. He seems to get something out of nothing, doesn't he? And they look a tad toothless, I'm afraid, without him.
And also the brand new ball. I mean, we saw the brand new ball do consistently through the series. We've seen it do something a little bit more than after 15 or 20 overs. But here, I think you do have to compliment the 2 Indian batters. They came in under tremendous pressure. They've been out in the field for the best part of 2 days.
Yep.
Hardly a break for either of them because the first over had 2 wickets fall. Now, Root to continue with a 6-3 field. 6 men on the onside. Root round the wicket, bowls, tosses this one up, inviting Gill to have a go. He defends.
And you just get the feeling that England are slightly going through the motions here. You know, a couple of spinners on, not much going on. Okay, a few little funky fields, but it's just going through the motions a tad.
Root bowls again. Gill watchfully forward in defence. He's content to just push at the moment.
And I reckon these 2 fellas have probably faced a bit of spin over the years on a pretty docile pitch, haven't they?
They would have. They would have. So I can't imagine either of them playing like this.
No, but that's what's required.
Yep, that's what they're playing the situation. A little bit short. Gill waits on it, looks to play it away, but then ball goes to mid-wicket where it's Ben Stokes, and quite sensibly both of them decide to stay in their creases. Don't want to give Superman an opportunity. That's what Ben Stokes has been.
And if they can just be there at the end of the evening, you walk back into the dressing room and all of a sudden there's that banter and that pats on the back.
Tossed up, pitching on leg, turning away, left alone, taken by Chis Smith.
Because as you say, 0 for 2, it would have been a slightly depressed dressing room, but then all of a sudden spirits lift. Come on, we can do this. There might be a bit of rain around it. Come on, let's get stuck in. It's amazing how things turn.
Root again to Gill, and Gill this time, the ball that's going through with the arm, defends it on the offside, back to the bowler.
To highlight the workload, England are now past 800 overs for the series. In 4 tests.
There's Root tossing this one up again, inviting Gill, saying, go on, have a go. Gill is content to defend solidly back to the bowler.
Since 1993, they only had one other series where they bowled more than 800 overs in the first 4 tests. That was in Australia in the Ashes in 2017-18. In 1993, in the first 4 tests, they bowled 816 overs in the first 4 tests. Quite a lot of them bowled by you, Tuffers.
What was that?
1993 against Australia. That was quite a tough summer for England's bowlers. Warne's debut series.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
They got a load at Lords, didn't they?
I mentioned the other day, I think you got Mark Waugh out for 99, otherwise their top 4 would have all got 100.
I know, but that was a green. Go on, Prakash, you off?
No, I'm off, and Allison is just coming in.
Yeah, no, and that was a bit of a green shot, that was. Yeah, and managed to bowl virtually what felt like the whole of their first innings on something that just did nothing. If anything, just skipped off the grass onto the middle of their bats, even nicer. At least this one's got a bit of stop on it.
Hello, Tuffers. Here's Chris Woakes, and this is steered, well, rather by Rahul between second slip and gully. Goes down to the boundary for 4. It felt as if a couple of things are maybe happening now that Woakes has come onto bowl. One kept lower in the last over, but, well, boundaries have been few and far between, but that one has whistled away.
I think it's pulled the duvet up this pitch and just sort of settling down for the evening, you know. Not
Stuffing the pillow and curling up for the night.
10 overs since the last boundary, which time there have been only singles apart from 2 from a misfield.
As you say, take nothing away from the Indians. The Indian batters, Gill and Rahul, they've just played it very steady. No rash shots, no risk.
Yep, very calm with the short ball approach with all those traps set. Controlling the ball, keeping it down. 2 catches here at close and in mid-wicket. And this is sliding down the leg side, clipped away by Rahul down to fine leg. He's coming back for the second. Cast with the throw. And on the bounce, Jamie Smith couldn't get a glove to it, but it was comfortably backed up. So Rahul back for 2. 156 for 2. India needing another 155 to force England to bat again. England, their plan was to try and bowl India out without having anything to chase, to try and win by an innings, but these two have thwarted that effort after Chris Woakes had that double wicket maiden at the start of the innings.
Oh, it all started so well for England, didn't it?
Thunderous start for Woakes. He's in now in the evening sunshine. Rahul lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Smith.
And that's where he's been so good this trip. Really knows where his off stump is. I think in the first test he might have had a little nibble and got caught behind, did he? Or was that at Lords or something? I can't quite remember. No,
Rahul, he only really missed out once, KL Rahul. Sorry, you're talking about Rahul?
Yeah, yes. Rahul, yeah, I think he got
an edge. A single-figure score at Edgbaston.
Yeah, no, but the way he got out, I think he sort of got 50 and then went after a wide drive and sort of managed to nick it.
Woakes in again, flashing away. This will be 4 through the vacant point region, just in front of Crawley there at cover. And that has whistled. So London Buses, Olts waited ages for one boundary, 2 and 1 over.
And that one has taken Rahul past 500 runs for the series.
Yeah.
Only the 13th opener to make 500, a visiting opener to make 500 against England in a series. The second Indian after Gavaskar, who made 542 in the 4 Test series of 1979.
Well, if you've got a stat in the same sentence as the great Sonny Gavaskar, you're doing all right.
Yeah, no, he's just extra cover driven and played through his off stump beautifully all summer.
2 in the cordon behind the bat here. Forward he comes. Defensively pushes the ball up towards mid-off. And the big miss just has been Stokes' bowling again, isn't it?
Unbelievable.
When he's not part of the attack, he really does lack bites and vim and energy.
Yeah.
And he livens everything up, livens the crowd up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just can create wickets if it's not him. Wickets at the other end.
Yeah, yeah.
Stokes is there at mid-off. Woakes moves in. Forward comes Rahul. Works it up to Jofra Archer, who's there at mid-on. Ends another over. Gill on 71. KL Rahul on 80. India 160 for 2. Now this after England made 669 in their first innings. And the last time India had conceded that many results, going back to, was that the 2014 match against New Zealand, they'd conceded over 650.
Oh, I'll dig that out. No, against England, they conceded, I think, was it 7-11 at Edgbaston in 2011 when Alistair Cook made 294. It was England's 5th highest test score of their test history.
So that was a lead of 311 that England got there. Stokes 141 to go with his fifer. Joe Root with the 150 from the day before. Liam Dawson is having a change of ends here, Tuffers. So the left arm spin from the Statham end of the ground. He's continuing to have a go. Bowled a 12 over spell either side of tee from the Sir James Anderson end of the ground.
And he's bowled steady and he's bowled tidy. What's he going for? 1.5, 2 and over
Very
or something?
tight economy rate.
Yeah, 32 from 19. So
yeah, so he's sort of like holding the end and everything. But I mean, the true test.
As Dawson's around the wicket here, drifts this one in down the leg side though, and it's tickled away down towards the fine leg boundary. Chase is on. Gill will come back for 2. Is the ball going to be picked up inside the rope, flicked back? Is it? No, it's been flicked over the rope. Crawley down there tried, but didn't quite get the flick right.
Yeah, the true test of a spinner is can you winkle out 2 or 3 in the second innings, or even come into the more, get yourself a 5 from this. I know it's very flat.
It's a different expectation, isn't it, on the spinner come the second innings?
Yes, but I mean, and rightly so. Listen, it's been flat. It's simple as that. It is flat, but would have perhaps just liked a little bit more guile and a little bit more variation from him.
Dawson in flatter again. Tickled into the ground, square to be picked up. Got 2 slips in place, and again there, Pope under the helmet on his knees, just fractionally behind square in that sort of backward silly point, I suppose you'd call it, or a very short slip, whatever you like. But he's got the pads on and he's crouching down. He's on all fours.
Virtually 2 metres away from him, not even there.
Dawson around the wicket, played off the off stump and stroked out towards the covers.
It's not easy. It's not easy. Not easy on a flat pitch, and these guys would be pretty used to playing spin, and but just a bit slower, perhaps try and get a bit of bounce, or
a little bit of up and down with
yes, that's right, a little bit of dip or something. But at the moment it's just sort of plugging away.
The players are just being distracted by a little bit of a disturbance in the crowd at the moment. I think the spectator is trying to evade some stewards, but Gill is getting ready to settle over his bat once again. Pope not on his knees this time, but crouching forward. Dawson straight to delivery, a bit flatter, back up the pitch into the hands.
That 4 from the first ball was only the second 4 off Dawson. The first put in his 3rd over. This is his 20th.
Yep, so he has been bowling tight, but hasn't found a wicket-taking delivery this innings. Gill on 75, raises the bat. Dawson in, turned towards mid-wicket, along the ground. Ball's flung back into the gloves of Jamie Smith. What about the energy in the field, Tuffers? I mean, it's difficult when wickets aren't coming, but who could be raising that energy? Should more be coming from Jamie Smith behind the stumps?
Perhaps. I mean, it's not the way he operates, to be fair, Jamie Smith. He just gets on with his job, but, everyone is a captain out there.
Dawson in, and Gill is defending, getting really low over this ball, as we welcome listeners to Radio 5 Live with us here at Old Trafford. Test match special on day 4 of this match, which at the moment is steadily looking like going into day 5, because we have 15 minutes till the close of the day, and England have been fruitlessly trying to take 8 more wickets ever since Chris Woakes had that incredible burst in the opening over of the Indian innings, when it felt then as if, could India collapse and maybe it would all be over on the 4th day? Not so. Great resistance from Shubman Gill and KL Rahul. Tuffers?
Absolutely, and you've got to take your hat off, as you say, coming in at 0 for 2. The dressing room will be panicking a bit, and crikey, we're going to get rolled over here. But they've steadied the ship. I mean, a couple of very calm, cool customers, to be fair, out there with the bat in the hands for India, and they've just dropped anchor, nothing too risky, and just gone about their business and getting themselves slowly back into the game with the possibility of a draw.
A whole 90 overs must be bowled on the final day, as Woakes comes in from the pavilion end. Now that one has squirted away off the outside edge towards the slips. What did that come off? I think it struck KL. He's walking away, maybe on the glove. He's shaking that right hand. Said in the over before, one did keep a little low up. Maybe that caught him on the wrist. He's still in a bit of discomfort. And Shubman Gill, the non-striker, is now walking up to Rahul. Bit of extra bounce is what did it. And this is what England have been hoping for. Variable bounce, the odd one that keeps low, the odd one that rears up. I think the batter's uncomfortable, and that just hasn't really been there today so much. I think on the inside of the wrist, Tuffers.
Yeah, I think so. It's just leapt at him. We haven't seen much of that this afternoon, have we? We were all sort of expecting it just to play a few little tricks, but it's just gone to sleep a bit, this pitch. But take nothing away from the two batters. You know, they've put together a really, really solid partnership.
Tremendous resolve by these two Indian batters as Wokes is in again and Rahul comes forward, strokes it into the onside. Root is one of those two close catchers at mid-wicket. He allows it to pass through to Jofra Archer behind him there. So Chris Wokes into the 15th over that he's bowled in India's second innings.
I mean, if you're England, I suppose you are just thinking, come on, one more wicket. No Rishabh Pant probably going to bat, so next in will be Jadeja. So you're sort of then getting slowly sort of through them, but they haven't been managed to break this partnership, and that's what Ben Stokes is so good at.
Rahul forward defends up towards Stokes, who's there at mid-off, wearing his cable knit jersey that's got a big smear of dusty mud and grit from an earlier dive.
Yes, the last time India conceded more than the 669 they conceded here was against New Zealand in Wellington. 680 for 8 declared in New Zealand's second innings, the third innings of the match. They were down by about 250 on first innings, New Zealand.
As Wokes runs in now, past the umpire, outside the off-stump, cut away, behind point by KL Rahul, out to the deep. Finds the fielder, 1 run added.
Lost a few early wickets. They were 94 for 5 when BJ Watling joined Brendan McCullum. And McCullum made 302 off 559 balls, New Zealand's first test triple 100. Martin Crowe fallen 1 run short for them about 25 years previously. And 680 for 8 declared. Ravi Jadeja, 52 overs on that occasion.
52 overs.
Wellington. Yeah, I think I might have bowled a few at Wellington as well.
Here's Gill defending to Wokes again, back up the pitch. Solid defence.
Me and
Windy
Graham
Wellington.
Hick, I think it was.
Is that where you got your 7th for?
No,
where was that?
that was Christchurch, and then we went to Wellington and played a really bad draw, and we'd won the series and what have you, and everyone had just sort of like given up a little bit. And I think Graham Hick might have bowled 60 overs, and I think I bowled about 50 on an absolute featherbed.
Well, this pitch has been having a snooze, except for the one which just reared up a moment ago and caught KL Rahul. Here's Gill, solid defence once more up to mid-off, and Ben Stokes is applauding there, trying to energise his bowlers and keep them interested, but India 165 for 2 at the end of the over, still 146 away from making India bat again. What have you found?
I've just seen Andy go,
Yeah, the third test, England was 2-0 up.
Yeah.
A fine series win, tough as boldest of victory in, was it the first test or the second test?
Cape Town.
Christchurch. Martin Crowe caught by Pringle right near the end.
Yeah.
I was listening on the radio about 4 a.m. England 305, New Zealand 432 for 9 declared in 192 overs. Tufnell 71 overs. 22 maidens, 2 for 147. Occasional spinner Graham Hick 69 overs, 27 maidens, 4 for 120.
He done me. Hickey done me. He's done me by 2. Graham. Well bowled, Graham. 70 overs.
Were you a bit sore the next day, Tuffers?
I tell you what it does do. It mentally, because you build overs as a spin bowler, and you sort of like try to think about plans and how to get people out. But when you start getting into the 42nd over, your mind goes a little bit to mush.
Liam Dawson not quite though, he's about halfway there. 20 overs bowled now, and it goes once again, and Rahul stepping forward, smothering that delivery. Still got Pope under the helmet, right in his eye line, silly point, so just in front of the batter.
Is that some sort of record? 72 overs?
Let's not exaggerate, it was only 71.
Oh, 71, sorry.
I know.
Yeah, I was a bit tired after that. But it was really windy as well, and it's windy here today as well.
Dawson in, flatter delivery, now inside edge, back past the stumps. They need these little instances to go their way. Bit of fortune. 165 for 2. India remain. The live cricket continues tonight on 5 Sports Extra, just to say, because from 7 p.m. we've got Middlesex facing Yorkshire in the Women's Vitality Blast Tier 2 final. So that is to come. We'll have Aggers in for the close of play wrap at the conclusion of play here at 6:30 on 5 Sports Extra. Forward comes Rahul. Dribbles behind point towards Jofra Archer.
What's Aggers doing? A close of play rap? Is that a new sort of feature?
I think we could get one of the Dole drummers to give him a good beat to do his rap. You're in it as well, tough as
Oh, am I?
Well, there's plenty to watch on the highlights tonight as well from 7 on the iPlayer. Forward comes Rahul into the ground, into the hands of Pope. Bit of a crowd catch that one, the ball ballooning off the turf. Well, the day really began with all eyes on Ben Stokes. Would he get the 100? He duly did. There were some towering sixes as well on the way to his 141 to add to the fifer. Well, that's coming up in the highlights show. Rahul facing up to Dawson, flatter delivery off the back foot out towards the covers, finds the fielder though. Ball is flung back into the gloves of Jamie Smith, no run. Now, can England just finish on a high tonight, find one wicket, break this partnership, and they'll feel that they can come back on the final day tomorrow with a real push in mind. They lead this series 2-1, a win here, they can wrap it up. They haven't had a series win over India since 2018. But this is fine resistance as Rahul once again is well forward over the ball, smothering it. And it ends the over from Dawson.
Yeah.
Tuffers, maybe just warm up your vocal cords then for the post-play wrap alongside Aggers. But it is Jonathan who's coming in alongside.
Yeah. Might start up a new group. But who knows? Yeah, it's been tough going for England. Nothing's really happened off this pitch. I would have thought this pitch would have at least had 1 or 2 wickets in it for the bowlers. But nothing's leapt.
No, it's been quite extraordinary actually, and gone against everybody's predictions I think today. And also India have batted extremely well, and I know it's it's not the most entertaining viewing or well, I hope it's entertaining listening, but this is what they have to do. It's it's either bat like this or lose the game, and they're absolutely putting their backs to the wall here and trying to deny England. Now, KL Rahul's got his helmet off. I think he was signalling there that he wants a drink, but I'm not sure that umpire Tucker's going to allow that. There's 10 minutes to go until the close of play today.
Just can't see sort of this last session, John.
No, I see where a wicket's going to come from.
No, not really.
Big gap there in the offside if Shubman Gill wants to try and drive against Root's spin. But he comes forward and just plays it carefully back again. 165 for 2. If they can keep the series alive, I mean, there's still a lot of batting to do tomorrow, a long time.
And you just get the feeling it's 1 or 2. And then
and Pant is only going to bat in a sort of emergency situation. Root again comes in bowls, and that's tucked away out to mid-wicket for a single by Shubman Gill. So if India, at 7 down with an hour to go or something, they might wheel him out. But that is only in that situation, I think. 166 for 2. They're 145 behind, so that's going to take them to mid-afternoon tomorrow.
Oh, okay, bit of mathematics.
Well, it is, isn't it? I mean, at the earliest, they're not scoring any particular rate.
No, I mean, it's the draw, isn't it? The draw, a bit of rain. Can they survive?
Yeah.
Perhaps squeeze past England or something, just take time out.
Root again tosses that up. It's pushed away for a single by KL Rahul.
I tell you what has gone out of the game, and I've watched now our 2 spinners, Root and Dawson and Jadeja and Sundar, is that little bit of up and down, that little bit of flight.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's just all sort of like...
quite darted.
Yeah, let's try and hit them on the front pad.
Root again. And that's turned away to mid-wicket.
Perhaps that might be a little bit of, white ball cricket T20.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, there's not much flight and guile.
No, that's the skill. Well, when I was growing up, that was the skill of the spinner.
Yeah. Pope there at short leg, crouching, hoping. As Root does toss that one up, actually. It's driven hard, and there's a scrambling save, or attempted save by Stokes, who's hobbled there a bit.
Yeah, he's still injured,
Well, I think...
Must be, otherwise why don't you bowl?
There's a bit of conversation around that he's got something sort of up on his... sort of above his hamstring. As he's pressing it there, up, almost in his bottom.
Yeah, no.
Is that the gluteus?
No, yeah, just above that, I reckon.
Just something in
that coccyx area.
There's something in there. and it's just not allowing him to bowl or to move freely because he's doing a lot of crouching.
Yeah, he's
a lot of hands on his knees. In comes Root again, and that's driven past Stokes. He's not going to chase that. He wouldn't have got it anyway, even a fully fit Stokes, but a semi-fit Stokes. Root's furious. He's given away a full bunger there, was hit for 4. 172 for 2, but he's got something, because you instinctively press, don't you, when you've got something.
It's there.
You dig your thumb in.
Sort of there, just sort of, those ones there, sort of lower left.
Yes.
Lower left there.
Above your bottom.
Yeah, that's right. I think there's a sort of a band of muscle that goes round there. A lot of bowlers, I think, get that.
Yeah.
Because you're bending your back and what have you, and it just sometimes it just sort of spasms a bit.
Yeah. But the word did come out that he's fit to bowl, but that doesn't seem... Well, he would have bowled. Of course. If he's fit to bowl, he would have bowled. 172 for 2, so 139 runs then. India are behind. We've got 5 minutes to go, so probably 2 overs if they can get on with it here. They want to try and get these overs in. They don't want to let too many overs go unbowled. And Dawson steadies himself. There's 3 around the bat, plus the keeper wearing a helmet. Gill is on strike. Dawson bowls to him. Oh, that turned.
Better.
Now that's spun. And Gill played at that. He didn't get very far forward. He played it from the crease. And that one did spin. That gives the Indian captain a chance here to do a bit of pitch prodding. Take a bit of time out of it, but that did go.
Yeah, that's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty. But there again, that had that little bit of up and down.
Yeah. Time ticking away. Dawson round the wicket, bowls again. Similar place, but that goes straight on, and it's fielded by Pope, scrambling there onto the pitch at Silly Point. Stewards on duty to our left. A lot of them moving around. We've got the lime-coloured jackets and the orange-coloured jackets. Dawson again shuffles in, tosses that up. Gill forward. Juggling stop from Pope. Will quickly throw the ball on to Dawson. And England to get one more in after this. 172 for 2. There's 3 balls to go. It takes his time before settling in again.
I bet India weren't thinking there'd be only 2 down tonight.
No, not when they were 0 for 2 before lunch. Dawson again floats that up full leg stump, clipped away to mid-on. 2 balls left. He's walking quickly back to his mark now. Wokes tosses the ball to him. Gill's over his bat. It's Dawson walks up to the start of his mark, then he always stops.
Yeah,
steadies himself.
Yes, that's right.
And this concentrates on what he's going to do and shuffles in and bowls on the off stump. That's played firmly to Stokes, who's fielding at mid-off. Here's the last ball of this over.
I'll tell you what he looks like. He looks like Cristiano Ronaldo before he takes a free kick.
Does he?
Yeah, sort of stands there.
I'm sure Dawson's very pleased to hear that. Here he goes again. Bowls outside the off stump, a little shorter. Chopped away by Gill. Archer fields at backward point. That's the end of Dawson's work for the day. He hasn't got a wicket. He's bowled tidily. 22 overs for 36. I mean, he's done a tidy job there. He's bowled, 8 maidens. But really, that one there that spun past the outside edge, there hasn't been much else.
Yeah.
We've got 1 over to go. Root's taking his cap off.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to see a bit more, I don't know, just a little bit more variation, you know, a little bit slower, a little bit quicker, more flighty. We know what he can do.
I think the bowling generally has been a bit one-dimensional. I mean, they have missed Stokes, but I say that spell of Archers, I'd like to see him run in there and bowl, fast, bowl some bounces, and whether he's 100%, whether he himself is also feeling his way back.
Yeah.
Stokes hands on knees again.
Yeah, no, he's crook. He looks crook again.
He does. You don't see Stokes like that.
No, that's a bit of a spasm going on there in that lower back.
I think so. Now he's marching across. He's up. He's moving, but it looks a bit delicate as he does so. Bringing an extra man in to catch now, round the corner, as it were, for Rahul. So leg slip on the forward short leg.
That's the new ball. Was the next new one? It's a way off, isn't it?
How many overs have we had? It's not too far away.
No, I think that's what England might be banking on.
Yeah, it's tomorrow morning, isn't it?
Tomorrow morning.
18 overs, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Root. Bowles, the last over of the day. Rahul defends, hats it away. Yes, about 12:15.
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
Well, they'll be desperate for that.
Yeah, they might just try and get there quickly, get some spin on. Root again, Bowles. Studiously played by Rahul. And, there's a bad misfield there from Archer. And in fact, like me, the batsman there had looked down at something else. I was looking at, starting scribbling my notes, and then knows that ball gone straight through Archer's legs. Stokes doesn't look pleased at all.
No. Well, it's a tough old game, isn't it? Test cricket. You've got to. The top line batters aren't just going to give it away.
No.
And they're pretty good.
Gill on strike then. As Root comes in and bowls to him, he turns up firmly to mid-wicket. Oh, and another misfield. That's just getting a bit sloppy now. And Carse's defence, he's on some worn pitch ends there. He might have got a dodgy bounce. But that's two misfields, consecutive. Well, the Archer one was just a straightforward one. This one, well, it's gone straight through his legs. The long barrier didn't work. So that's two misfields in the last over. Root bowls, fires in he's fired at a quick ball that's hit Rahul horribly on the knee. And he's gone off like a man on a pogo stick there. Out towards square leg, and that's got him right. It's missed the pad, hasn't it?
Has this?
Gone straight into his knee. Much quicker ball from Root, from round the wicket. Oh, he's hobbling there.
He's got a dead knee.
It's gone straight in. Watching it again, it's opened him up. It's gone, just flicked the pad, the top flap of the pad. He got inside the knee. That's how it's sore in there.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
Really make you feel quite sick. 2 balls to go. What an eventful last over this is. Root again. Bowls. Rahul defends it. Archer scampers in to field it. 14,000 tickets have been sold for tomorrow, but there are still some available. £26 adults, £6 juniors. Fancy coming along? You'll see plenty of cricket.
Yeah, you will. Like, if there's anything to go by the last 3 test matches, you'll get your money's worth.
Yeah.
Been fantastic last days, haven't they?
Last ball of the day has popped up into the leg side. It's fielded by Pope. An enormous Indian cheer breaks out because that is a terrific effort by the tourists. 0 for 2 in the first over. Now 174 for 2 at close of play on the 4th day. So a really excellent effort by India. They live to fight another day. We'll keep going for our Sports Extra listeners here, but those of us from 5 Live, back to Steve Crossman you go. So 174 for 2, 137 behind. Rahul 87, Gill has 78, and another very good session there. 34 overs bowled, 88 runs scored, so 2.5 and over. There is that new ball, which is 17 overs away, I think I'm right in saying. So that's what, an hour? Well, that's an hour and a quarter maybe, 12:15, 20 past 12 tomorrow, unless England get really rattled through some spinners. But that, you feel, is the moment that England are going to need. And they won't get another one, will they? Because there's 90 overs in the day, they're going to bowl 17. So they won't, that'll be the only new ball that they have. So they won't be one later on in the day that they can take to come nipping in out the last couple of wickets or something like that. So excellent performance by India. Woakes 2 for 48, he had 2 for 0 before lunch. Archer bowled really well in his first spell. 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 40. Cast 10 overs for 29. Liam Dawson tidy, didn't have a wicket though, 22 overs for 36. And Joe Root bowled 5 overs for 17 there before the end. So we've got our review of the day coming up. A quick whip through of what's happened today. England reached 669, with Ben Stokes reaching his 100. His first for a while, his 14th. First for 2 years. 141 he made, is caught in the deep. Dawson 26. Carse had a bit of a go, made 47. He was the last man out, also caught in the deep. Jasprit Bumrah conceded 100 runs in a test innings for the first time in his illustrious career. So 669, that's a lead of 311. In the first over, India were batting, 15 minutes to go before lunch. They were 0 for 2. Jaiswal out, a second attempt at a catch by Root at first slip off Wokes for a duck, and then the very next ball, Sudarshan tried to leave it alone, but guided the ball to Brook, who took a straightforward catch at second slip. Wokes on a hat-trick. Actually, his hat-trick ball wasn't a bad one, and sometimes you see it's all a bit of an anticlimax and you get a wide one outside the off-stump or something. This was pretty full, pretty straight, but it was survived by Gill, who was dropped halfway through his innings. He's finished on 78 not out, Rahul 87 not out. They never put 100 on together, these two, as a partnership. Well, they have done today. They put on 174, and they've taken India to within 137 runs of making England bat again. That doesn't mean to say necessarily that they're safe, but they've made big strides there, and I suspect that they were fearing the worst at 0 for 2 just before lunch. Let's start with Deep Dasgupta, shall we? Because that's... I mean, that's gone against everything I think we all thought. We looked at India yesterday in the field, heads dropping, quiet, and again today when Stokes was helping himself, and then 0 for 2. That had collapse written all over it. Probably a 4-day defeat, but there they are. I mean, they've shown some real resolve there.
No two ways about it, and I guess this is again sign of this new Indian side with a new captain, and they've, their resilience, their eagerness to fight out every situation, and that's how they've played so far this series. And this is a very good example after being out there on the field for 157, 158 overs, coming out to bat, these two, and Shubman Gill, the leader. And the biggest challenge, at least for me, was Shubman just led the side for 158 overs, and then within a few deliveries he's out there to bat. Is he still thinking about it? Is he still thinking like a captain? Can he just switch off from there and switch on the batter in him? And done it superbly. KL Rahul, again, a great example. This is his best series so far over 11 years of his international career. And there was criticism of him starting off well and then tapering off, but this is a different KL Rahul that we're seeing this series. So there are a lot of new as far as this team is concerned. This team itself is quite new in terms of age and captaincy and everything else. And just so glad to see the fight that they've shown this on day 4.
Yeah. Cookie, you could be a stubborn old so-and-so when you wanted to be. I mean, you've shown a lot of admiration, I think, for that.
I have. I think it's been... The word defiance comes to mind. It's just incredible. And a lot of skill. Actually, those first 10 overs, it wasn't easy. We've watched the last session of 2.5 hours, and apart from almost that last ball from Dawson in the last over, turned and bounced, second to last over, but everything else seemed in total control. But that first 10 overs, it did nip a lot. Didn't quite maybe see the uneven bounce we thought we might see, but those two really worked hard, and it was the defiance and the guts. And senior players have to stand up in big moments, and they've done that. And it was they've given themselves, a fighting chance to save this game. And when Gill walked out, I don't think anyone expected this. And you just have to hold your hands up and give them credit. I thought England tried hard. They tried lots of options. Dawson bowled tidily, but when they got in that rhythm, they looked very hard to get out, and they weren't prepared to leave their rhythm. It's quality batting in that situation.
Yeah, I guess being captain as well, and a new captain, it's extra motivation, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the whole series, and I think there's been so many times when we think one team's gone. Yeah. Suddenly, whether it was England at Headingley, England at Edgbaston with that partnership, Harry Brook and James Smith from nowhere when we thought England were down and out, and then obviously Lords, India dominating, and then England bounced back with that last day result. I gave India no chance, absolutely no chance this morning. I thought yesterday the body language and a few tired minds, a few tired bodies, this pitch started to do a few tricks. Then they lose 2 inside the first over. I thought, we'll be packing our bags tonight. Home day off, day 5, we can have a little bit of a session in the afternoon, watch the Lionesses at 5 o'clock, fantastic. But I love character. I love character, I love fight, and that partnership there, it had it in abundance. It really, I thought they were knocked out yesterday, India. It's like a heavyweight bout. I thought they were on the canvas, they're not getting up. Well, I do like to see bounce back ability, and that prove us wrong, that prove us wrong kind of mentality. And as Cookie said, skill. England looked a bit jaded. The one thing I'll say is no Ben Stokes bowling. It's not exposed the attack, but it doesn't have to tell you how important Ben Stokes is to this attack. He's got 5 wickets with a ball that's 40 overs old or more in this series. He's got 5 wickets at 34. Chris Woakes has got 1 at over 90. Brydon Carson, Jofra Archer haven't got a wicket with the old ball yet, and that
really telling stat. I mean, 40 overs isn't that old, really. I mean, that's you coming back for your second spell, isn't it, as a seamer?
Well, Brydon Carson, I'm amazed by that because he runs in all the time, and Jofra Archer. I guess the one thing from England, if they can get 1 wicket and they can get a left-hander out there, Jofra Archer against left-handers is fantastic. I think Liam Dawson will have more success against the left-handers because there's so much rough outside the left-handers off stump, but it's not going to be easy. I've just looked at the forecast. We might get some rain. So if you take 90 overs on day 5, which has to be bowled, if they lose 15 or 20 for rain, you know, India have got 70 overs to survive. Rishabh Pant, I'm sure, will come hobbling down those stairs. And, you know, you're looking at that second new ball 17 overs away. They might only have to face 53 overs of that second new ball if the rain helps India in some way, shape or form. So brilliant from India. Great fight. And we have an epic 5th day on the cards.
I wonder if lunch came just at the right time, because I take your point about Gill. You know, he's done all that with the captain. Suddenly he's out there batting. But they got through that, and the crowd was roaring, and England were up, and it was all, you know, the momentum. Then it's lunch. And I wonder if India had that opportunity there, that half an hour just to think, right, OK, we know what we've got to do now. And whereas England perhaps just lost that bit of surge that they had, and the crowd going mad and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that must have helped to kind of India go back and regroup and rethink, reassess. But the other thing about Shubman Gill is he has obviously his battles as a captain, but also as an individual. Last couple of innings got out leg before, both incoming deliveries, and obviously knew that that's how the England bowlers going to attack the stumps. Minor changes there, so all these small battles as well, individual battles as well. So a lot of credit to this young man who's taken it on and seems to have all the answers as of now.
Yeah. And again, it's that captaincy thing, isn't it?
It's great. Yeah, really good for a young captain. He's only 4 games in, you know, and the way that he's batted and the amount of runs that he's scored, and I guess he was questioned tactically. The team have been questioned tactically. So with the team that they've selected, they've got it wrong here, India, this week in terms of the attack that they picked for this kind of wicket at Old Trafford. If they can get on the bus down to London and it's still 2-1, this will be a remarkable kind of performance to think that India. And I look at the runs now. I mean, how many are they behind? They're 137 behind.
Yeah.
That'll probably take 50 overs because they're not going to attack too much, but England will then tactically, Ben will have to start thinking, can't have too many fielders around the bat because runs are going to be important, because every run that India obviously go by, you start looking at how many overs can England need to chase down whatever. It's not set, but if they get bowled out and they need 120, we could be in for a classic chase tomorrow night late in the day. But real credit to Shubman Gill, because as Cookie's mentioned, to feel for that amount of time and to sleep on it, knowing that probably he's got a few things wrong with his team this week, and then he wakes up on day 4 and he's seen a pitch that's gone up and down, and he loses his two players so soon in the first over, so he's had no time to think. And sometimes, actually, I know Cookie opened all his lives, so he just went out there and batted. Sometimes the most peaceful place as a captain is out there.
Right.
Because if you're in the dressing room, the coaches are coming up talking, what about that we did wrong, and what about preparation for next week? Out there in the middle, you can't answer any questions. All you can do is think about what's coming, and that's a red ball coming at you.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Deep, you've got to go in a sec. I mean, can they do it? There's some long Indian faces around about lunchtime, but just cheering up a little bit.
I think this is a great fillip in terms of, you know, the confidence that the other guys might need. I mean, they've survived 2 sessions now. You know, they're not real devils out there on the pitch. It's every now and then a few deliveries will keep low, few will rear up, but that's okay. And a lot of these guys have played a lot of first class cricket, and in first class cricket on day 5, or rather in first class day 4, pitches do behave like that. It will misbehave. So you're kind of used to it. It's nothing new. So yes, I mean, and this partnership, a lot of confidence for the guys coming in next, that, you know, you can survive. No big devil or snake in that pitch. Bowling wise, yes, Ben Stokes I think is a huge factor there. Yes. No 2 ways about it. With that old ball, he just makes things happen. He'll keep you on your toes with his field placement, different kind of deliveries and all of that. So yeah, I mean, we've got to wait and watch. If Ben Stokes is all right, it's a different ball game. If he's not, and he's not bowling, I think that's another positive as far as India is concerned.
It is. Thanks, Deep. Off you go. You've got, I think, television duties to do. Well, I hope we'll get some Stokes news, because we were told that he was fit, but I mean, clearly he isn't, because he would have bowled. Otherwise, I'd suggest.
Well, I think obviously the cramp yesterday was an issue, but just one or two of his chases down to the boundary today, and the way that pretty much every ball he was on his kind of hands, not on his hands and knees, but he had his hands on his legs at mid-off.
Yes, it's unusual, that.
Yeah, look, he's not right.
The back spasm.
Just remember at Lords that we've kind of ruled him out.
Yes.
And then suddenly arrived and bowled a monstrous spell. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see what happens with Ben tomorrow.
Let's see if we can get some news from Marcus Trescothick, England assistant coach. He's with Henry Moran.
Well, Marcus, funny old day in many respects. What's your reaction at the end of all that?
Yeah, I thought, they battled really well towards the end there, made it really tough for us. They obviously got a lot of passion about how they're trying to work their way into the series, and obviously we thought we were probably going to get a few more wickets than we did after the start. Obviously getting 2 wickets in the first over and then coming out after lunch. We were hoping with the new ball and hoping that we could then sort of really make headway into the batting order, but not to be. They've stuck at it well and been really patient in what they're trying to do.
What do you put it down to? Good batting, maybe a bit of luck, maybe England not quite executing plans?
I think it's good batting for sure, especially after fielding for 150 overs. Sort of the discipline you've got to have and the mental strength you've got to have after that. The pitch is pretty good. Clearly, if we're getting a big 600-run score in the second innings, it's still a pretty good pitch. There's a little bit of variation in bounce. You've got to, use the crease and try and find the cracks and try and make the most out of it. There's a couple of factors in play. There's just obviously we've got to try and work out a way and a solution come tomorrow.
How's Ben Stokes? Is he fit to bowl?
We're waiting to see. He's obviously a bit stiff and sore. He's had a big workload in the last few weeks, and obviously again in this game he obviously felt a bit of cramp in it while he was batting mainly yesterday. I think we're still hopeful that he'll be better tomorrow and sort of come back out and be a bit looser and ready to go again, but I think we'll assess it overnight and see what happens.
Ultimately, I suppose it reveals quite how important he is as the all-rounder. We know what he can do, as we saw with the bat today, but when he's not bowling, England, they lose a certain balance, perhaps?
Well, I think that's always the case, isn't it? All-rounders are, absolute gold dust because, they balance your team in a certain way, and when you've only got 3 seamers and then 1 spinner, and obviously then with Joe as well, it does, you lose something. So you always take something away when you have that sort of injury or somebody that can't bowl. So it's always important to make sure, especially after getting 5 wickets in the first innings. So, let's keep our fingers crossed. You have a good massage tonight and a good rest, and hopefully he'll come back strong tomorrow.
How do you assess Liam Dawson's efforts with the ball and return to the side?
Yeah, good. Been really disciplined in what he's tried to do. Again, not really been a huge amount of spin. I think you'll see more spin when, a few left-handers come into play, which I know they've got quite a few coming up after they break this wicket. And I think you'll see the ball spin a little bit more after that point. But when you're bowling on the best part of the pitch, it's quite tricky at the moment.
This surface, there's been moments it's looked quite lively and moments when it's looked totally flat. It's been a funny one.
Yeah, with the new ball and the harder seam, and the guys have been fresh, especially the first part of the of the morning when we came out to bowl today. You could see quite a bit of seam movement. There was some cracks that you could see were being hit and a bit of up and down movement, but it's not sustained, is it? Once the ball gets a little bit old, probably past sort of 30 overs, the ball goes a little bit softer. It does less, so you've got to try and find ways and still try and keep manipulating ways of getting wickets.
It's been a long series, a hard-fought series. How are bodies and minds as we head into yet another 5th day?
Yeah, of course. Naturally, 5-day Test cricket is tough, and we've had 3 previous games already that have been all to 5 days, and this is another one where it's been exactly the same. But it's been good viewing, that's for sure, and the guys have enjoyed playing in it. But of course, when you have the volume of overs that the bowlers have to bowl, and the guys have batted for long periods of time, you're going to get fatigue at this stage of the series. But they're fit, they're strong, they're mentally good at what they do, so they'll be ready again tomorrow.
The prize of taking just finally those 8 wickets tomorrow, winning the series, is a huge one. And I suppose the message overnight is rest up and one big effort tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, and I think it's not get too downhearted from what happened today. I think what you do see generally with, you get good partnerships on these type of wickets. When you get a breakthrough and you can sort of, you can have that bit of fresh energy that's coming in and an opportunity to bowl at someone different, things can change. And as I say, we've got a few left-handers that will be coming to the crease soon. I think you'll see a bigger impact for Liam Dawson tomorrow.
Marcus Trescothick, England's assistant coach, talking to Henry Moran and sort of addressing the Ben Stokes thing. I saw he had a very long fitness test this morning, and he obviously batted very well and didn't seem to be any problems. He got 141. He's going some big hits down the ground and so on. But whether something happens that's prevented him from feeling confident that he can bowl.
Yeah, I guess we're speculating. I mean, he chased one to deep extra cover and he held his hamstring. That was visible for everyone to see. We'll wait and see. I mean, Ben, he is a superhuman at times. I'm sure if need be tomorrow, he was probably hoping today that they would get the wickets and he wasn't going to be required. And maybe the medical staff says, Ben, just have a day off. Let's give you a day off and then tomorrow go back to Edgbaston. He didn't bowl a great deal, and then the week after he bowled plenty. So I would think we'll probably see Ben Stokes tomorrow. He probably won't start, and they'll hope that they can get 1 or 2 wickets. As Marcus Trescothick just said, if they can get some left-handers out there, I think things can happen quite quickly. But India will show a lot of fight. They're the kind of players that like that in a period of time, and they've got nothing to worry about in terms of chasing something. That's the worry for India. When they chase something, they kind of panic a bit, as we saw at Lords. But tomorrow's just a day about when they can just dig in, concentrate, and just try and bat for time.
Yep, absolutely. How did you assess Ben Stokes' batting, Cookie? There's been some talk about his form, hasn't there? And he played some handsome shots today.
Well, he played the situation very well, didn't he? As he always does. And coming into this series, I actually don't know the stats, but I think how many few balls he'd faced this year. So it doesn't matter how many balls you face in the net and how experienced you are. I'm a little bit old school, and the only way you get rhythm from batting is actually out in middle, under pressure, and playing a match situation. So, he's had fits and starts in series. I think he got 333s, I think, in the second innings. So it was a bit of a strange stat, but it looked okay. But today, in this innings, he started a little bit shakily, and then just found his feet. And the top 7, that's kind of been the final jigsaw, isn't it, now for Australia? Without looking too far ahead, him scoring runs at 6, is so important. And you can see at the end how good he is in those situations with the batting at the end, men out. He seems to take the right option so many times. There's all the men out, but he's looking for the boundary, but the boundary's not there. He's calm enough and clear enough in his head, not just to slog at every ball. He's a brilliant batter. What's that? 14th Test 100. That's a lot of 100.
Yeah, and the wickets to go with it. The five. It's proper all-rounder material.
Well, he's phenomenal. Over 7,000 Test runs now. He's just incredible. I just worry so much about him we saw him today and how much he's missed. And I'm just, my fingers are crossed that we don't have a moment before the Ashes or in that first test in Perth, because I honestly look at this England side with everything that they're delivering and think in Australia they have a great chance if he's fit. If Ben Stokes is injured and can only do one or the other, and obviously if he's injured he won't be able to bowl and just be the batter, it has a huge impact on potentially the outcome of an Ashes series overseas.
Well, I think Sky and Stuart Broad did something with how much his knee was bending in that middle period. In 2019, it was absolutely gun barrel straight in that Ashes series. And then obviously after all the injuries, his knee, as he was bowling, as he was releasing, it was almost at like 45 degrees. And now it's back to what it was, absolutely straight-legged. I don't know why that's so important, but it seems too important for a bowler. So that just shows how much better he is for bowling, and great signs. And today, it's just he must just be in the red zone. The red zone of just it's not overexerting, but he's played all these matches, and that effort he put at Lords, it's always you're gonna go into that zone where your body is at high risk to injury, and whether it's batting or fielding or bowling, there's just those little niggles happen because it's almost impossible not to get injured. It doesn't. It's not like me or Varney wasn't in the slips, but we're in the slips like as a batter. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I was running around. I was having to run after the ball.
You weren't running around. You were playing.
I just stood there, just catching.
You told me exactly where you went, where the ball least likely to go. But I just stood there. So I was never going to get injured. He's point diving away as well as batting and fielding. So that's why he picks up these things.
This series has been a long slog, and tomorrow is such a big day because if England win at the Oval, they'll probably make changes. Josh Tongue will probably come in. Gus Atkinson maybe replace Carson.
Or if Stokes will even play.
Well, correct. Now, if India can get away here and get a draw, I'd be interested to see what teams are picked on Thursday at the Oval.
It'll put some pressure on selection. Zoltz, have you got some
Some bits to throw
Yeah, well,
in
let's start with Ben Stokes and that achievement of a century and a 5-wicket haul, just the 41st instance by anyone in Test cricket. The 8th for England, 5 of them by Ian Botham, Gus Atkinson last year against...
And that shows, by the way, I mean, Ian Botham to have done that 5 times. I think that's a stat that's kind of reverberated around this room a bit, hasn't it? 5 times Ian Botham has done that.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes, ridiculous stats. Tony Greig did it once for England in the 70s as well. He's only the 18th player to have 100 and a fifer, both in the first innings of a test. And the last pace bowler to do that was Ian Botham back in 1983-4 in New Zealand. The 7,000 run, 200 wicket and 100 catches club is Garfield Sobers, Jacques Kallis and Ben Stokes, so that's quite illustrious company. Looking at England, 669 was their 5th highest total in their Test history. Looking at India's start, 0 for 2, Chris Woakes, only the 2nd England bowler in Test history to begin bowl the first over an innings and have a double wicket made, and the other was Botham again against Pakistan in 1982. But then India, from 0 for 2, it's the 53rd time a team's been 0 for 2 in the history of Test cricket, and the highest partnership for the 3rd wicket before today was 105. So Gill and Rahul have absolutely smashed that record, in the course of which Rahul has gone past 500 runs for the series, only the 2nd Indian opener to do that in a series in England after Sunil Gavaskar in 1979. Shubman Gill is into the top 10 all-time most runs by a visiting player in a series in England. He's 3 short of 700. And just the overs that England have bowled, and you talked about the workloads, they've bowled 814.2 overs in this series. In terms of most overs England have bowled in the first 4 tests of a series, this is the most since 1993, and after 11 balls tomorrow they'll pass that, and once they bowl 29 overs tomorrow, it'll be the most overs England have bowled in the first 4 tests of a series since 1966. So that sort of highlights that the workload you've been talking about. Chris Woakes 159 overs, Bryden Carr's 148, Stokes 129. So a lot of bowlers have put in a lot of effort.
And does that mean that England are going to win the World Cup then?
Yeah, well, let's say yes, shall we?
But 8 wickets on a last day on a pitch that is wearing a bit. You'd normally give that to the fielding side, wouldn't you? With a new ball,
17 hours away. So. Yeah, a few cloud. I guess the rain. There is a bit of rain forecast, and I know we have to bowl the 90 overs. I would think India will have to have a few of those overs reduced with a bit of help from the rain to get through the whole day. But if they do, they only have to face 65, 70 overs, and that's 50 odd of the second new ball. Of course, they can get away. And the news already is that Rishabh Pant will bat.
That's what they say. Yes, they're certainly putting it out there.
He will go out there. I just know the character of Rishabh Pant. He will be batting tomorrow.
Yeah.